The last thing I did as the richest man in the country was reach for a glass of water. I was lying back in a 2 million credit gaming cockpit, still laughing at a level 19 hunter I had just killed for the 5th time in 10 minutes, and my elbow clipped the cup. Water went into the seam of the console. The console had one job, which was to not do that. There was a crack, a smell like burning hair, and then a very brief, very white feeling. Outside the window, lightning went off. Actual lightning. The universe saw me die from a beverage and decided the moment needed a drum fill. I opened my eyes and I was staring at a water stain on a ceiling. Not my ceiling. My ceiling was 9 floors up and had a pool on it. This ceiling was maybe 2 meters over my face. The paint was coming off in a shape that looked vaguely like a duck, and somewhere below the window, a woman was yelling at somebody about vegetable prices. I lay there for a while doing the math. The math kept coming out the same. I was 19, I weighed about as much as a wet coat, and my name was still Li Ming because apparently the universe has a sense of humor but not a large vocabulary. 7 days I had been in this body, 7 days of getting the previous owner's memories in the wrong order, like somebody dumped a photo album down a staircase, and every single memory that surfaced was worse than the last one. Here is the highlight reel. This kid was smart, actually genuinely smart, top of his year, the kind of smart where teachers get nervous. He did not fail his college entrance exam. On the morning of the exam, somebody blocked him, physically, held him up long enough that he missed the start bell and the doors closed, and that was it. 4 years of his life over in a hallway. And then, because he was a good kid and a coward in exactly the wrong ratio, he told nobody, not his mother, not the neighbors. He walked home and let the whole building decide he was just lazy and stupid, and he sat in this room for months eating the food his mother left in the freezer before she went out to sell breakfast. And the last thing that happened to him was that something hit him hard enough emotionally that his brain simply switched off. And then I moved in. Great. Wonderful. Other people transmigrate into the air of a conglomerate. Other people get an invincible cheat and go stomp a battlefield. I got a 19-year-old with a ceiling duck and a reputation. What an incredible start, I said out loud, mostly to hear a voice. Something answered, not a voice. A sound, small and clean, like a loading bar finishing somewhere behind my eyes. A pane of light unfolded in the air about a foot from my face. Name, Li Ming. Level 0. Strength 3. Agility 3. Endurance 5. Intelligence 8. Spirit 5. And underneath, in smaller letters, a note that made me want to lie back down. The maximum for a normal human is 10. So my body, freshly inherited, was running at roughly 30% of a person. I have been rich and I have been a beggar, and both of those things teach you the same lesson, which is that when a glowing panel shows up, you check the corners for the prize wheel. There it was on the right, a bead of crystal packed with light, humming like it wanted to be touched. I thought about touching it and it shivered on its own. The bead opened into a lotus made of glass. In the middle of the lotus sat one small gold-red fireball, the size of a marble, spinning like it was waiting to be introduced. I got about half a second to admire it before it came at my chest like a hornet with a grudge. I did try to dodge. I want that on the record. The dodge accomplished nothing at all, and the fireball went into me, and my whole skeleton rang like a struck pipe, and information printed itself directly onto the inside of my skull. Skill. Infinite flame blast. I read the description 3 times and started laughing at the ceiling duck. 3.5 second cast. Casts a fireball at the enemy. And then the numbers, and the numbers were not fair. 100 flat. Plus 198% of my magic attack, and all of it as true damage. True damage. As in, it does not care about your armor, your resistance, your shield, your ancestors, or your feelings. Plus, another 80% burning on top of that, stacking 5 times, ticking away while you run. 3% of my mana per cast. 1 second cooldown. And then the last line, the one with the name on it. Infinite. When your attack crits or hits a vital point, your next flame blast is instant and costs nothing. I sat up so fast the room tipped. I was going to be a god. I was going to be an absolute war crime. I raised my hand and did the incantation, which I somehow already knew the way you know a song you have never learned, and I finished it, and I waited for the room to catch fire. Nothing happened. The duck stayed on the ceiling. No mana, not low mana, no mana. There was no such thing as mana in this world, which meant my legendary talent skill was, at this moment, a very detailed idea. Fine, fine. I have started from worse. My first life, I started from a ditch, and I mean that literally. The orphanage director told me a farmer found me next to a rice paddy, which is where the name comes from, and which is why nobody who worked for me was ever allowed to make jokes about it twice. I begged in the city center. I fought stray dogs over food and lost more often than I'd like to admit. And then one afternoon, I pulled an old beggar out from in front of a car, and he gave me a book because he had nothing else and no one else. And the book was full of medicine formulas that the modern world had lost. I did not go to the newspapers with it. I started with Scar Cream. Scar Cream, the least glamorous product on earth. Then something better. then something better than that. By the time the pharmaceutical giants realized what was crawling up behind them, I owned a building with my company's name on the roof and my name in the tax records as the wealthiest man alive. Which brings us neatly to the problem. I still remembered every one of those formulas. I could have written them out on the back of an envelope. And they were worth exactly nothing here, because this world, this deep blue federation, had already cured all of it. No countries anymore, no wars. Average lifespan 150. Biotech so far ahead that my miracle cure for the thing that killed millions was, locally, a lozenge. So the old road was closed, which meant I needed a new one. And the new one was sitting in the corner of the room in a box, and it had almost killed the previous owner of this body. A gaming helmet. Grade B, 90% virtuality. The most expensive object in this apartment by a factor of about 40, bought with money this family did not have, for a game called Apocalypse World that the entire Federation had decided was going to be humanity's second planet. And I looked at that helmet, and then I looked at my glowing panel with the level and the attributes and the skill bar, and a very specific thought arrived. This panel is not a superpower. This panel is a character sheet. If it was a character sheet, then somewhere out there was a game it belonged to. Open beta started at 6 that evening, which, when I checked the time, was in about 4 hours, and which, if you believe in that kind of thing, is either fate or the single laziest coincidence in my entire life. I don't especially care which. I got up off the bed on legs that shook doing it, and I went to open the box. There was one more memory floating loose in the back of my head while I did it. A girl's face. Very pretty in the way a photograph is pretty, all clean lines and cool distance. The childhood friend who had been promised to this family since both of them were small, and who had cut every single tie the week the exam went wrong. I looked at that face for about 2 seconds and then I put it away, because I have learned that the people who leave when it gets bad are not a problem you solve. They're a weather report. The helmet, I will say this for it, opened beautifully. Mechanical click, panels folding away, the whole thing performing for me like a sports car door. High technology is just theater with a budget. I put it on, and the world dropped out from under me, and then I was standing in front of a war. Not a menu, a war. Giants of light wading through armies, warriors with great swords going headfirst into things that should not exist, mages pulling weather down out of the sky, archers, thieves, demons, and then, at the very end, one figure standing in the dark with stars caught in his shoulders, so big that the camera never found where he ended. He opened his hands and 4 words appeared between them. Apocalypse World. Then it dumped me on a character creation screen, and the game and I had our first argument. Please select your nickname. 4 Seasons Rice, I said, because that had been my handle for 11 years and I was sentimental about it. Sorry, that nickname already exists. Grass. Sorry, that nickname already exists. I want to be clear that I did not say grass as a nickname suggestion. The system just wanted me to know. 3 Seasons Rice. Sorry. Double cropping rice. Sorry. At this point, I want to know exactly how many people had already made characters, because that is a genuinely stupid name and somebody got there first. Fine. Last idea. I gave it the name of the company I built out of a beggar's notebook, the one that ended up on a building. Chenan Shun. Nickname created. Please select your profession. Now here is the thing. My gut said warrior. In my last life, I spent an obscene amount of money learning every martial art a master would sell me. Mostly because my doctor said the punching would help with what he politely called restlessness, and it turned out I was good at it. Freakishly good. The old masters kept telling me that in another century, I'd have been somebody. And this game copied your real body into the character sheet, which meant everything I ever learned would come with me, but I had a fireball that ignored armor. Mage, I said. Human, light faction, because humans got 10% faster reputation gain, and I have never once in 2 lifetimes turned down a discount. I set the face to about 90% of my old one out of pure nostalgia, and the system started chewing. Federal citizenship confirmed. Scanning citizens' physical attributes, character data generating, then it stopped and printed one line I did not like at all. Warning, abnormal data detected, adaptive adjustments initiated, and then cheerfully, character generation complete. Enjoy the game. I stood in front of a portal with a countdown on it and thought, very clearly, that something in this world had just looked at me and decided to file it away for later. Then I took the helmet off, because there was an hour left and I hadn't eaten. The food in the freezer was from my mother, that's the word my brain used, my mother, without asking me first, which was interesting. Liu Fenghua. She goes out before dawn to rent a stall at the park gate and sells dumplings and pancakes until mid-morning, and before she goes, she cooks a full day of food for a son who has not left this apartment in months, and she puts it in the freezer with the lids on so he can eat without seeing anybody. I ate all of it. This body did not want it. This body wanted to eat 4 bites and lie down. I made it finish every dish because the body was going to have to start working for a living whether it agreed or not. Then I went outside for the first time in this life, and the neighborhood staged a small opera about it. There is a row of old people who sit out front in the evening for the cool air, and I walked past them, and I did not even make it to the gate before the commentary started behind me. Isn't that Feng Hua's boy from the 5th floor, going out for a walk? The sun's coming up in the west? That's the one. Failed his exam and been hiding in there ever since. Hasn't lifted a finger for that family. Poor Feng Hua, raising him all alone. If you ask me, that kid's a waste. Good for nothing but a pretty face. No wonder the girl he grew up with cut them off. Shh. Keep it down, or Liu the Limp will come after you. I kept walking, not out of restraint, out of accounting. Every one of those sentences was about a person who was already dead, and I was busy. I walked half an hour, mapped the streets against the memories in my head, until they lined up, and got home at 10 to 6 with my heart going, which for this body counted as cardio. Then the helmet, then the portal, then the counter hitting 1, and I walked into the light on the last second like an idiot with a flair for timing. The universe turned inside out, and I came out the other side standing in a village with 10,000 other people, all of them screaming. 10,000 people is not a crowd. 10,000 people is a weather system. There was one soldier NPC at the front of it trying to make everybody form a line, and he was saying, "Don't push, one at a time," in the exact tone of a man who has already given up. Apocalypse World, a guy with a middle part announced to nobody, "My rise to power begins here." "I heard this game can help me get my glory back," said an old man with gray hair who had clearly been lied to by an advertisement. "Looks like Yeisha Sanlang is making a comeback." I ducked and went sideways through the gap under everyone's elbows and out into empty grass because the village chief with the yellow exclamation mark over his head was buried under 400 bodies, and I had already done the math. Even if I clawed my way in there and got the beginner quest, so what? Then I would be one of 10,000 people killing the same monster. I opened my character panel instead, and my hands were not steady. Strength 3, Agility 3, Stamina 5, Intelligence 8, Spirit 5. 50 health, 50 mana, skill, magic missile, the free one everybody gets, and underneath it, talent skill, infinite flame blast. I stood there in the middle of a field grinning like a man who found a body part in his soup, and somebody nearby said, "What is that guy smiling about? Did he get a hidden quest?" In a starter village, with 10,000 people crawling over it, he is probably just angry he cannot get a quest at all. Correct on the smiling. Wrong on everything else. My whole panel was garbage. Strength and agility below a normal adult male, which is what happens when your body's previous tenant spent 8 months as furniture. But none of that mattered, because everyone else in this village had exactly one skill and I had a fireball that ignored defense. My inventory, 1 beginner staff and 10 copper coins. The staff description said, and I want you to appreciate the honesty here, this is indeed a staff, though it is almost useless except for being a bit heavy. I spent all 10 coins at the apothecary on 2 red potions and 3 blue ones, which was the entire pharmaceutical selection of the village, and then I walked out to find something to kill. The river was a slaughterhouse. Level 1 toads, red and about the size of a basketball, spawning into a wall of 100 players who had been standing there waiting with their beginner weapons up. A toad would appear, get about half a second of being alive, and then 12 ranged attacks would arrive from every direction at once with a total absence of sportsmanship. Every time I finished the 1.5 second cast on Magic Missile, my target was already a corpse and somebody else had the experience, because in this game, the kill goes to whoever lands the last hit, which meant every mage on that riverbank had given up casting entirely and was now beating toads to death with a stick. So I walked downriver, past the crowd, until the noise dropped off and the map opened up, and I have to admit that for about a minute I stopped being a strategic genius and just stood there. You could smell the water. There were flowers. Birds went over. This was a grade B helmet, the cheap one, 90% virtuality, and I could not tell the difference between it and being alive. Then I found the rabbits. Giant-toothed rabbit, level 2, 200 health, roughly the size of a wolfhound. I looked at it for a while. That is a rabbit? Somebody gave this thing growth hormones. I got it while it was chewing. 3.5 seconds of cast, 30 yards of air, and the fireball landed. -140. The rabbit screamed and staggered, and a number the size of my fist hung over its head, and then more numbers, small ones, ticking off it while it came at me, burning, stacking, all of it going straight through whatever passes for a rabbit's armor. True damage, I said. It really does true damage. Then it jumped at me and kicked me in the chest, and I lost 25 health, and more importantly, it hurt. Not game hurt. Actual hurt, the kind where you check yourself afterward. I killed it with the staff, took my 40 experience, and then sat down in the grass and had a serious conversation with myself about pain settings. They were right there in the panel, 1% to 100. Somebody at this company put in a slider for how much you would like to suffer. A true warrior faces the dripping blood. I set it to 1%. While I was in there, I also found 5 free attribute points I had not noticed because I had spent the entire tutorial reading my talent skill like a love letter. All 5 went into intelligence. Spell attack 29 to 31, and now the math worked. Fireball, missile, rabbit, dies before it reaches me. Every other person in this village had 1 skill and had to team up to kill things their own level. I could solo things 2 levels above me without getting touched. I was 7 minutes into a career. I was on my 4th rabbit, 1 missile from finishing it when an arrow came in from the side and took the kill. 19 damage. A stranger's 19 damage. I looked up. 5 of them. Textbook party, warrior, knight, mage, priest, archer, and the archer out front with the beginner bow still in his hand and a name over his head that I was going to remember for a very long time. Wandering Song Jian. He met my eyes and raised an eyebrow and did not say one single word of explanation, which I actually respect as a technique. So I started casting. System. During the newbie protection period, you cannot attack the other party. I finished the cast anyway because I was already committed and threw the fireball off into the grass where it set a small patch of the world on fire, and then I turned and left. I did not say anything to them. I memorized the names, all 5. Wandering Songjian, Zhaoyun the Skylord, Frontier Du Xuanwu, and the 2 who had not spoken yet. Behind me, one of them was giggling. Did you see his face, brother? He wanted to fight us. It was hilarious. I did not even know you cannot PK before level 10, said the mage. And even if you could, how is one squishy mage going to beat 5 of us? And then the archer, quietly, and this is the part that mattered. Forget it. I am not chasing. Leveling comes first. A pause. I thought that kid had 2 skills at level 0. That means an opportunity. I wanted to test him. Another pause. Did not expect him to be that decisive. Realized he could not PK and just walked. Which tells you something. He did not steal my kill because he was greedy. He stole it to see what I would do. Then he made a speech to his friends about how Apocalypse World was different from every virtual game before it, how the Federation was pushing it to be humanity's second world, how their old game had already been shut down and every corporation on the planet was moving in here, and how this was their chance. The priest went pink listening to him. They marched off feeling like heroes. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years is a saying I have always found a bit slow. I went and found somewhere quiet. Past the rabbits were Bladehorn sheep, level 3, 320 health, and their portrait frames had gone faintly red, which means they will hurt you if you get it wrong. I had 50 health total. The phrase 50 health total was doing a lot of heavy lifting in my life at that point, so I kept walking. Past the sheep was a valley with a waterfall in it, and in that valley, I found the single most beautiful thing I have ever seen in a video game. Demonized snail, level 4, 410 health, red named, which means it attacks first. And moving at a speed that made me want to check on it. Look, I know how this sounds. But I had a 3.5 second cast and 30 yards of range, and this thing crossed the ground like a rumor. I could kill it twice before it arrived. The first one nearly ended me anyway. Fireball, missile, and it was down to 9 health with its face about a meter from mine, so I swung the staff, and the staff did 8 damage, because it turns out a demonized snail has almost no magic defense and the physical defense of a bank vault. Grass, I said. It is over. Free trip home. Then a little 3 ticked off its head, the burning damage that had been running the whole time, and the snail stopped moving. Gained 123 experience, 200% bonus for killing a monster 4 levels higher, 123. Out on that riverbank, a party of 5 was splitting the experience from a toad worth 11. 15 minutes later, golden light came up out of the ground under my feet. Level 1. I reached under the snail, and the texture in my hand was different, and my heart did something stupid. Heavy snail shell, chest armor, stamina 8, strength 3, defense 4. Equipment requirement, physical class. Grass. I want to be clear that up to this point I had said grass approximately 9 times in one evening, which for a man who used to employ a personal calligrapher is a real fall from grace. I put the shell in my bag, dumped my new points into intelligence and spirit, and went back to work. And then, about an hour in, the game handed me the actual gift. I was precasting on a snail, and it turned its head at the wrong moment, and the fireball caught it right in the face, negative 237, in yellow. I stared at that number instead of running, which was a bad decision that happened to work out. Then I noticed the icon on my bar. Infinite Flame Blast had a gold ring around it, and the gold ring meant instant. I threw it. It left my hand with no cast at all and no mana and hit the snail again, and the snail simply stopped existing. I pulled up the combat log with my hands shaking a little. Negative 237. Critical hit. 143% bonus damage. And then I read my own skill description again. The line I had skimmed past on day 1 because I assumed it was late game garbage. Infinite. When your attack crits an enemy or hits a vital point, your next flame blast is instant and costs no mana. Vital point, not crit rate, vital point, which meant I did not need luck. I needed anatomy. I spent the next hour becoming a snail surgeon. Headshots crit. Then I found out heads were the amateur answer, because when I clipped the little antennae that slide in and out on top, the bonus went to 187%. A magic missile, the free skill they hand every mage on the street, hit a snail antenna for 93. By level 3, I was killing one every 10 seconds. Missile into the antenna, free instant fireball into the antenna. Next, somewhere out on that riverbank, 10,000 people were still fighting over toads. Level 4 came, and then I saw the cave. There were no snails within about 40 yards of it, and in this game, emptiness is a signature. I went and looked, and inside, moving with the same magnificent lack of hurry, was something the size of a car with a blue shell. Spirit summoning snail, level 5, rare monster, 5,000 health. Rare monsters spawn once per map, sometimes never. They come back on a cooldown measured in months. And they drop things that make people commit crimes. I stood at the mouth of that cave and ran the numbers, and the numbers said no. Best case, 6 seconds before it reached me, 6 instant fireballs, 1,400 damage. I was 2,100 short, and a rare monster moves faster than the trash version, and I had 90 health. It seems reliable teammates are still necessary, I said out loud, in the voice of a man who has 0 of those, and went back to grinding. Which is when I found the door. Up by the little waterfall, there is a cliff face, and a slab of rock sticks out of it and bends down and meets the wall on the other side, and between them, there is a gap I could walk through sideways. A gap a 5,000 health snail the width of a sedan absolutely could not. I would love to tell you I planned this for an hour. I planned it for about 40 seconds. Fireball into the cave. Second fireball off the free proc. Then I turned my back on a rare monster and ran, which is a thing that gets people killed, and I did not look back because the hate lock told me exactly where it was, which was directly behind my spine, gaining. I reached the gap with maybe 2 seconds to spare, turned, put a magic missile into its face for 113, got the proc, put an instant fireball into its head, and stepped through the door sideways. It hit the gap, stopped, and then, being a snail with the intellect of a snail, started going around. It worked, I said, to nobody, with both fists clenched like a lunatic. 2 seconds later it came around the rock, and I threw a fireball into it and walked back through the door to the other side. And that is how I killed the first rare monster in the world. Not with a build, not with a strategy, with a doorway. Back and forth like the king of Chin running circles around a pillar, 5,000 health coming down in fireball-sized bites, a giant snail following me around a rock with an expression of pure and growing hatred. It got to about 500 health before it stopped playing fair. It hissed, and 2 summoning circles opened beside it, and 2 translucent gray wolves stepped out. Spirit of the Gray Wolf. Level 4, 450 health each. I had 90. Holy crap, I said, which under the circumstances was restrained, so here was the bet. If summons die with their summoner, I could stand still, eat everything, and win. If they do not, I was going to find out in about 4 seconds in the most educational way available. I stopped running. I put a healing potion between my teeth like a grenade pin. Fireball, 5 stacks of burn, 100 health left on it, wolves closing, and I threw the last one straight down its throat. -40, +50, -40, the snail collapsed. Both wolves went out like blown candles half a meter from my face. Gained 750 experience. Killing a rare monster grants 10 world reputation, and then the sky said my name. Server-wide announcement. Player Chen Anshun is the first to kill a rare level monster. Reward, 1 level, 10 gold coins, and 1 class skill book. Seriously, I said, to an entire world that was now listening. A server-wide announcement? Should you not at least ask whether I want my name in it? Because here's the thing about being first at anything. Everybody who came second now knows where to look. Out there in the rest of the world, the announcement landed like a brick through a window. What is a rare monster? Does that mean legendary loot? Is the whole server getting told about this? Find this Chen Anshun. Recruit him into the Longteng clan. Tell him if he signs, he can have anything he wants. Money. Women. Tell the sisters that if anybody spots an elite or a boss, report immediately. This is our chance to put Scarlet Rose on the map. And somewhere on the other side of the world, a dark faction thief with a dagger doing lazy circles through his fingers said, "Interesting, Chen Anshun. I wonder how many seconds he lasts against me." I did not hear any of that. I was crouched over a corpse with my hand under it like a man checking a vending machine. 2 items. Spirit summoning ring. Excellent quality. Stamina 8, Intelligence 8, Spirit 8, Spell Attack 15. And a skill on it, an actual skill, on jewelry. Summons 2 spirits of the Grey Wolf, 1 level below you, to hold aggro for 60 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. I had just watched 2 of those things nearly chew through me. Now they worked for me. The second item was purple. I saw the word epic and my heart went somewhere near my throat, and then I read the rest of the line. The princess's necklace. Epic. Attribute. Hidden. Quest item. No quest. No hint. No name attached. Just a beautiful purple nothing sitting in my bag like a joke somebody would explain later. I put it in the corner of my inventory, put on the ring, dumped all 5 new points into intelligence, and I was level 5 with a spell attack of 108. Then I went into the settings and turned off the glow on my ring, and then I turned off my nickname, and then I turned off my level because I had been famous once before and I remembered exactly how much of it is people wanting things from you. The system also gave me a skill book, Malicious Polymorph. 1.5 second cast, turns the target into a small animal that wanders around for 30 seconds, cannot attack, cannot cast, heals fast, breaks on damage, generates no aggro at all, does not work on elites or above. I read that last line, filed it, and I want you to remember it because in about 90 minutes it is going to ruin 5 people's evening. On the way out of the valley, I glanced into the snail's cave one more time and caught a glint of metal I had walked past twice. A bronze chest unlocked, which was a mercy since mages do not get lockpicking. Inside, a pair of boots for physical classes and a potion recipe I could not learn. Could it be, I said, standing in a cave holding 2 things I could not use, that I have a base stat that is too low to display? Luck, 0. So I opened the auction house, which was, at that hour, a comedy show. Somebody had listed a torn rabbit pelt for 2 gold. Somebody else had a level 3 bow for 250 gold. Which is not a price, that is a man taking a photograph of himself. I put the snail shell and the boots up at something sane and added a note that I would take credits or mage skill books. The messages started immediately and did not stop. A wall of them. Low balls. A guild called the Pantheon offering me an elite contract site unseen, and one person who just said, "Hey sir, can I add you as a friend? There is a surprise in store," which is a sentence with a body count. 2 were real. One called himself Jubao Peng, which means something like wealth from all directions, and talked like a middleman, because he was one. The other one said this: current market rate is 1 copper for 1.8 credits, maximum. I can do 150,000 credits for the shell and the boots together. The auction house prices are inflated, and I think you know that. Also, if you find any warrior gear later, contact me directly. I will not shortchange you. His name was Halfblade Echo. I liked him within 4 sentences because he did the thing almost nobody does, which is tell you what the market actually is before he makes you an offer. I sold. System guarantee. Both parties confirm. Done. Your personal account has earned 150,000 credits. Current balance. 150,100. I sat down on the grass in a fake valley and looked at that number for a while. My mother earns 5,000 credits a month standing at a folding table from 4 in the morning. I had made 30 months of her life in about 6 hours of killing snails. That was the moment, if you want one. Not the fireball, not the announcement, that number. I went into the forest after that, because I needed something bigger to kill. Elwyn Forest. Red-bellied forest spider, level 8, 850 health, body the size of a wash basin, 8 legs, and a poison attack that took 80 a hit off a man who owned 180 health total. So I did the thing that made the ring worth more than every other item I would own for the next month. I summoned the wolves and let them be the tank while I stood behind them and did what I do. 60 seconds per summon, 6 spiders per summon, then 2 minutes of standing in a forest waiting for a cooldown like an idiot. While I was waiting, the sky spoke again. Server-wide, 3 players had gotten the first elite monster kill. Their reward was half a level and 2 gold, which was noticeably worse than mine, which told me everything I needed to know about the ranking of these things, and also that the system was handing out prizes for firsts, which meant there were a lot more firsts to steal. Then I found a spider hanging upside down in a tree and put a fireball into the underside of it. Negative 520. The abdomen, the soft part. It had been the abdomen the whole time, and I had been shooting spiders that were standing on the ground, which is like trying to find a man's chin by punching him in the shoes, level 6. And then, the game will shut down in 30 minutes. Please find a safe place to log out. Right. 12 hours a day, 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning, so the Federation gets its workforce back. I did not want to log out somewhere a red-named monster could eat me while I was frozen on login, so I jogged back toward the grassland to find a nice boring yellow-named sheep to sleep next to. That is when I heard a name I recognized. Do not mess with Sword Rain Studio or you will be stuck in this village forever. There they were, all 5. And they were 300 health away from killing something big and black with horns. Black Wind, level 4, elite monster, 2,000 health, the first elite in this village. And around them a ring of maybe 40 players who all wanted that last hit and were now not moving because Wandering Songjian had said 2 words, Sword Rain. and Sword Rain Studio is ranked in the top 100 in the entire Federation. Is that not the 5 scoundrels from Sanctuary? A young soldier muttered to the man beside him. They came here too? Keep your voice down. They will hound you like dogs. How will you ever live outside this village? Cool. So they had a name that worked as a weapon, and everybody knew it, and everybody stepped back. I stood in that crowd with my nickname hidden and 5 minutes on the clock and looked at the icon for malicious polymorph, and I remembered the line I told you to remember. Generates no aggro. Heals fast. Does not work on elites. Except it does not say it fails on elites. It says it is ineffective, and I was about to find out what a game means by ineffective when the target is already in combat with someone else. I cast it. The boss they had spent 10 minutes on turned into a small turtle. It is difficult to describe what a 2000 health elite monster looks like as a small turtle. Peaceful, round, regenerating several hundred health per second in front of a party of 5 who had just watched their entire evening turn into a pet. Their warriors smacked it and turned it back, but the bar had gone up and it was not coming down. Who did that? Step forward. Songjin stopped shooting. He turned around and swept the crowd, and the crowd did what crowds do, which is peel apart and leave one man standing in the middle of it. He recognized me, not by the name, because the name was off. He had seen my face 2 hours earlier. It is you. You think you are untouchable because you got lucky and killed a rare monster? Believe me, the second we are out of this village, I will kill you until you quit the game. I did exactly what he had done to me by the rabbits. I raised an eyebrow. I said nothing. Then their priest came stamping over with her hands on her hips. How can you be like this? We only stole one monster from you. Do you even know who my brother is? Then do you know who I am? I said it flat, with my chin up, and the whole clearing bought it instantly, because there are only 2 kinds of people who talk like that, and neither of them is a level 5 nobody. Songjan's face went hard, because he had just worked out that the guy in front of him was the one from the announcement. The priest looked at his expression and hesitated, and then asked the question that lost them the fight. Who are you? Which faction are you with? 40 people turned to hear the answer. I let it sit for exactly as long as it needed to sit. I glanced, very briefly, at the boss. I am your father. There is a particular silence a crowd makes when it is deciding whether to laugh. It made that silence. And then a scream came from behind them, because while their priest had been over here putting her hands on her hips at me, she had stopped healing, and the boss had spent that time doing what a 2000 health elite does to a knight with no support. I want to be precise about the order, because the order is the joke. The knight went down first, then Zhao Yun the Skylord, calling for help in a voice that went up at the end. Then the priest, who got about half a healing spell out before a sheep with knives on its head arrived at her personally. Then the mage. Then last, the archer. The army collapsed like a house of cards, is how I would put it if I were being kind. As he fell, Songjin saw a very large fireball go past his head into the boss. Chen Anshun, you just wait. I did not hear him. I was busy. 2 gray wolves, 1 elite bladehorn sheep at low health, and about 40 seconds before the world shut off. The boss dropped. I got the corpse. Then I saw that the 5 of them had dropped a piece of gear on the way out, and I went and picked that up too, because even a small fly is meat, and because I wanted the memory to be vivid for them. The screen went dark with my hand still on it. I took off the helmet in a bedroom on the 5th floor of an old building, and it was almost dawn, and my mother had already left for the stall, and I stood up to go find breakfast, and then my whole body locked. The panel came back, and it was different. Strength 3 in mana tempering, Agility 3 in mana tempering, Endurance 5 in mana tempering, Intelligence 8 in mana tempering, Spirit 28, Magic Power 280 out of 280, Conversion in progress. I watched the mana number drop by 10, and every other stat except Spirit went up by 1. Then again, 10 mana, 1 point in everything, and I felt it happen. That is the part nobody warns you about. My bones made a sound like somebody cracking their knuckles from the inside out, and the fascia across my back moved like a sheet being pulled straight, and there was a cold, clean feeling behind my forehead as my own thinking got faster while I was doing it. When it stopped, I read the panel 3 times. Strength 31, Agility 31, Endurance 33, Intelligence 36, Spirit 28, Magic 0 out of 280. The cap for a normal human is 10, so that was the deal. The panel is a manifestation of Spirit, so Spirit came out of the game with me, and there is no such thing as magic in this world, so the world takes the magic and pays me in meat. I threw a chop, a straight punch, a back kick, 3 moves I had bought from 3 different masters in a life that had a swimming pool in it. The floor had marks in it afterward. My arms had shapes in them that had definitely not been there when I woke up. Then I noticed the bead on the right of the panel had light in it again. Dull, not full, but charging. Levels in the game charge the wheel. which meant there were more talent skills where the first one came from, and I had a very simple business model now. Go into a game, get stronger, come out, become a superhuman, go back into the game, be stronger there too. I went to shower because I felt like a hand towel, and in the mirror was a stranger, taller, first of all, which is not a thing that happens in one night at 19, and the face that had come with this body, which had been fine, delicate, the kind of pretty that gets a quiet boy beaten up behind a school, had reorganized itself into something with edges, dark eyes, a jaw, a person. I got dressed in the only sportswear in the closet, which no longer fit anywhere, went to the kitchen, and found the insulated box with a day of food in it that my mother had cooked before dawn for a son who would not leave the apartment. I stood there holding it. I have taken over your body, I said to nobody, with my fist closed. So from now on, I will protect this family. Then I went out to find her, and downstairs I ran straight into Elder Liu from the second floor, out walking his bird. Morning, Elder Liu. Taking your bird for a stroll? He opened his mouth to answer automatically, and then his eyes came up, and then his eyes got very wide, and then the old man simply stood there holding a bird cage with his mouth open, because in 10 years the kid from the 5th floor had never once said hello first. I nodded and kept walking, because Rome was not built in a day, and neither is a reputation. Then I started to jog, and that is when I found out what 31 agility means. The road to the lake park was full of morning people, and I went past all of them without seeming to try, the way water goes past a rock. People turned around. One man actually stopped. 31 agility is 3 times a normal adult, and in the Deep Blue Federation, the only people who hit that are the ones who can afford gene optimization by the bottle. I was in a genuinely excellent mood right up until I reached the park gate. The stall was on the ground, the steamer baskets were in the dirt, buns everywhere. The soup pot with the dumplings in it was on its side, and the water was still running out of it across the pavement. My mother was sitting on the ground next to it, wiping her face with the back of her wrist, and there was a red handprint on her cheek. There was a ring of people around her pointing and murmuring the word bullying to each other, and doing nothing. Mom, who did this? It came out of my mouth without any decision on my part. First time I had ever called her that. She looked up slowly, the way people do when they have gone somewhere else in their head. Not yet 40, and you can still see what she looked like young, in the eyebrows. She blinked at me twice. Xiaoming, what are you doing here? I got down and got her up carefully, which is when I found out how light she is. Mom, I have figured it out. I am not hiding anymore. Her eyes went round. She reached up to touch my head the way she must have done 10,000 times and could not reach it, and looked confused about that, so I bent down so she could. Good, she said. Good, good. So you have thought it through. There is a long road ahead. It is not the end of the world to skip university. Mom is here. Then she remembered something and lowered her voice, gently, the way you approach an animal. Do not be sad about mailing anymore. Maybe one day she will change her mind. Mom, stop talking about that woman. It is not like I cannot find a wife. I will bring a few home for you to choose from. She laughed and swatted at me and started picking up her steamer baskets, and she said, have you eaten? Let me make you a bowl of dumplings. And I stood there and looked at the mark on her face. Mom, you still have not told me who wrecked the stall. Her hand went straight up to her cheek to cover it. Wrecked? What wrecked? Mom bumped into a rock and knocked it over. She was lying to protect me. That is the thing. In her head I was still a boy who would go get himself hurt. So I stopped asking her, and I turned around to the ring of neighbors, and I said, loudly and pleasantly, neighbors, handsome men and beautiful women, can anybody tell me what happened? And 40 people found somewhere else to look and started walking away, which is a thing I have now seen in 2 separate worlds, and it goes exactly the same both times. Hey, handsome, we saw it. 2 girls came out of the crowd. One with a round face and freckles who talked fast and looked at me a fraction too long, and one behind her with her head down and her hair over half her face. A man and a woman came to buy breakfast, the freckled one said, at speed. The woman ate a soup bun too fast and burned herself, so the man smashed your mother's stall and slapped her. The woman tried to stop him, but she was too late. Afterwards, she apologized and I think transferred her some money. You can ask your aunt. And then she looked embarrassed and hurried him off into the park. Thank you. What did they look like? What were they wearing? I smiled at her when I said it, and she stopped being able to talk. Which happens now, and it is going to keep happening, and I want it on record that I do not entirely hate it. Then a very quiet voice from behind the hair said, the girl has purple hair. She should be easy to recognize. Why do you not call the police? I looked over. All I could see was a pair of eyes, clear as anything, and then she dropped her head like a startled deer. There was something about her I almost caught and did not. Mom, pack up and go home. I will be back in a bit. She grabbed my sleeve. Xiaoming, forget it. Mom is fine. Come home with me. It is fine, Mom. I am not going to cause trouble. I will just look at them and then call the police. I took her hand off my sleeve and walked into the park. Hey, handsome, The freckled girl called after me. Can I have your contact number? Help my mom clean up the stall and she will give it to you. Deep in the park, under a big tree by the water, two people in training clothes were doing morning forms. The girl had purple hair in a high ponytail, which against a green park is about as subtle as a flare. The man was talking. Junior Sister Rofe, I hear you play Apocalypse World too. What is your nickname? Let us team up. Later. First tell me how to generate force properly on the last move of the Red Leaf Fist. Red Leaf Fist is simple. I will explain later. Junior Sister Rofe, listen, in Apocalypse World, you need somebody to protect you if you want to level fast, and it just so happens I am playing Lin Cheng Sheng. If you do not start teaching me boxing in the next 10 seconds, I am going back to the school. He got very serious about the boxing after that, because the girl was the school owner's daughter, and he was a guy who had been allowed near her because he was good at one particular form. I came around the tree with my arms folded. Only when the heart and mind are in harmony, the mind and spirit are in harmony, and the spirit and strength are in harmony, can you be invincible. They both spun around. Lin Changsheng looked me over. Cheap sportswear, sleeves too short. But something in my face bothered him, because he had felt that particular thing exactly once before, standing in front of his own master, who is a registered martial artist of the Federation. Which school are you from? Which master did you just quote? I made it up. Just now. Joking. You could watch the blood arrive in his face. Trying to show off in front of your betters? Let me see how tough you really are. And he kicked me in the stomach. Now, credit where it is due. That kick was above the human ceiling. That was gene optimization fluid, bought by somebody with money, doing exactly what it says on the bottle. It was also the slowest thing I had seen all morning. I moved about 8 centimeters and slapped him across the face. He did not get his hands up because his hands were not fast enough to be part of the conversation. He went down sideways, sat up with his eyes not quite tracking, and spat several teeth into the grass. I will fight you to the death. The gap between how he saw himself and what had just happened took his mind out entirely, and he came at me again with no plan at all, and I used the left hand this time, for symmetry. More teeth. He stayed down. The purple-haired girl finally shouted, "Stop fighting," from 6 meters away, which was a beautiful contribution. I stood there and let my pulse come down. 2 slaps for 1 slap, plus interest, and I had held them because I had seen the mark on my mother's face and the mark was small. He had not used force on her. He was a martial artist, and he had slapped a woman selling breakfast the way you would swat a fly, and it had put her on the ground. Then I looked at the two of them looking at me like I was weather and thought about the fact that the Federation has a functioning legal system and I had just knocked a man's teeth out in a public park. So I walked over to the big tree. I hit it once. The tree shook all the way up into the leaves. There was a fist-shaped hole in it. Practicing martial arts begins with cultivating character, I said, without raising my voice. Bullying the weak because you are strong is immoral, and it always comes back. I pointed at the hole. Can you take 20 years of my fist? Then I left, because you do not stay for the applause. Behind me, Lin Changsheng got up with the girl's help and limped over to the tree and put his fingers in the hole and went a shade of gray because it was an ironwood. Let us call the police, the girl said, or go to my dad. Look what he did to you. Forget it. I started it, so I am in the wrong. Besides, that man's strength is about at the level of a sect leader. I cannot afford to touch him. Then he remembered the stall at the gate and all the color left the rest of him. Was that middle-aged woman related to him? Damn it. I have kicked a hornet's nest. They decided to leave by the other exit. They got about 20 steps. You two, stop right there. I have just had a report about someone vandalizing the trees in this park. It was you. An old man with a red armband, who had appeared from wherever those men appear from, took them both by the arm and would not hear a single word of explanation. I did not see any of that. I was already back at the gate, working out how to convince a woman who has stood at a folding table since 4 in the morning for a decade that she does not have to anymore. She had not gone home. Of course she had not gone home. She had the stall back up and there were customers waiting and she was making pancakes and she was watching the park gate the whole time. And when I came around the corner, her shoulders dropped about 3 centimeters. Mom, I told you to pack up. We were going to, but those 2 girls helped so it went fast and it is still early. Then, to the man in front of her, in a completely different voice, which sides did you want with that? She was never going to leave until she saw me come back. So I worked the stall. I cleared tables, I bagged, I ran the payment terminal, and the queue moved twice as fast. Within 20 minutes, there were significantly more young women buying breakfast at my mother's stall than in the entire previous decade. The other vendors along the row were looking at us the way you look at a man who has brought a leaf blower to a chess tournament. Being too handsome is also a kind of suffering. I am aware most of you do not have this problem. We closed at 10. I pushed the cart and she walked behind me carrying a bag of the buns that had gone in the dirt. because she was not going to throw them away. She was going to give them to Elder Lu's big black dog. Halfway home, she asked carefully whether I had gotten taller. I do not know, Mom. Second puberty. She did not believe that for 1 second and did not push it. At the building, I parked the cart, put 100 pounds of ingredients on my back in one motion, and started up the stairs. She made a noise and ran forward with her hands out, and then stopped because I was 5 steps up and not breathing hard. She pinched my arm. Then she pinched it again. I got to the 5th floor and came back down, and she was standing at the bottom, wiping her eyes with her wrist and pretending she was not. Upstairs, once the groceries were down, I noticed and asked, Mom, why are you crying? Does your face still hurt? It does not hurt. Mom is happy. She smiled with her eyes full. After everything that happened, you shut yourself in that room. Now you have come back to yourself and changed this much. Mom is happy. I gave her a tissue and went into my room and came back out with the antique smartphone this family still uses because smartwatches cost money, and I showed her the balance, 150,100 credits. Look, Mom, even without university, I can make money, and this is just the beginning. Her face changed, not to joy, to the other thing. Xiaoming, where did that come from? You have been in the house for days. So I pulled up the official transfer record from Apocalypse World and walked her through the whole thing, item by item, and she read it, and then she read it again, and then she said, So you want to be a professional gamer in this Apocalypse World? Yes. She thought about it for a good 10 seconds. All right, son, go and do it. As long as you do not steal and you do not rob and you stand on your own feet, Mom will support you. I let a breath out I had not admitted I was holding, because the thing I had actually been afraid of was that she would think I was hiding in a game the way the last one hid in a room. Then I brought up the shop and she agreed so fast it surprised me. She had already run the numbers herself years ago. The stall rent at the park gate eats almost everything she makes. A storefront in our own neighborhood costs about the same per year, but has to be paid all at once, and she has never had all at once. Now she does. Elder Lu turned out to be the fastest information network in the district. We caught him on the 2nd floor going out to walk the dog, took the bag of dirty buns off our hands with genuine delight, listened to the whole plan, and then slapped his own thigh. You know what? That is like swatting a fly with a cow's tail. There is a fruit shop up for sublet near the east gate. Go look at it. Then, after a beat, gently, that is a good spot. With your cooking, Fenghua, you will be a star. He came with us and haggled on our behalf, which I did not ask him to do. 20,000 transfer fee, 60,000 a year. Landlord promised in front of witnesses not to raise it. Signed by 4 in the afternoon. Over lunch, she remembered something. By the way, son, do you know those 2 girls who helped me? The round-faced one asked me for your contact number. I do not know them. They are 2 lovesick women chasing your son's good looks. Get lost. She laughed and then looked puzzled. Which is strange, because when I went to give it to her, the other one, the one keeping her head down, said she already had it. Said she was your classmate, Shen Miaoxen. I put my chopsticks down. Shen Miaoxen. Of course. Here is what I could pull out of the previous owner's memory. In that school, there were 2 people nobody would sit with. Him, because he was first in the year and had a face that made other boys want to break it. And her, because she was second in the year and poor and had a large red birthmark across one side of her face, and girls that age are a specialized kind of cruel. So the 2 of them ended up at the same table in the cafeteria, day after day, for 2 years, entirely because there was nowhere else to sit. And of course, the school decided that was hilarious and called them the golden couple, in the way that is not a compliment. And the birthmark is nothing. That is what gets me. In this world, with this biotech, removing that mark is an outpatient afternoon. It costs credits. That is the entire barrier. That is the whole reason a top student spent her adolescence with her hair over half her face. Poverty is the original sin. Without money, there are a lot of things you can only sigh about. I did not explain any of that to my mother. I ate everything on the table and then asked her to cook more meat next time because I had a new metabolism. Then I spent the afternoon on the internet with the door shut, reading, and this turned out to be the single most profitable thing I did all week. Because it turns out that in the Deep Blue Federation, virtual gaming is a science with a literature. There are professionals with a hall of fame that has exactly 1,000 seats in it. There are technical posts. There was a blogger called Craves Spicy Squid, top 100 in the world, explaining a concept called micromanagement, and what it comes down to is this. These are not games you play with a mouse. These are games you play with your body and your judgment. You can dodge with your actual reflexes. You can use terrain. I had killed the first rare monster in the world with terrain and thought I was a genius. Turns out I had reinvented a thing every professional already knows, which is humbling and also excellent news, because it means there is a whole field of technique out there sitting on the internet for free. And with 36 intelligence, I read that field the way a photocopier reads a page. At 6 o'clock, I put the helmet back on, and the first thing I did was look at my panel, and then I sat down in a virtual field and laughed out loud for a while. Strength 37, Agility 37, Stamina 39, Intelligence 68, Spirit 20, 470 health, Spell Attack 170, Movement Speed 12.7. The real body had come into the game with me. Invincible, I told the grassland, and the grassland did not argue. I had a mage with the strength of a warrior, the speed of a thief, and the health pool of a knight, and I had gotten there by lying in a bed in an apartment with a duck on the ceiling, and then I worked out the awful part. Spirit turns into mana. Mana turns into every other stat, so every point I put into spirit becomes 5 points of me, which means every single free attribute point I have spent so far, 26 of them, all dumped lovingly into intelligence like an idiot, was worth 1/5 of what it should have been. I have never wanted to hit myself so hard in my life. Fine, nobody knew. Spirit only, from here to the end of the world. Players were staring as I walked past because I was moving through a starter zone at a speed that does not exist there. How is a mage moving like that? He is faster than the thieves. Maybe his real stats were just high when he came in. I thought he was some top player. Turns out he just got lucky. I went back to the village and finally took the tutorial quest because you cannot open the main quest line without it, and the tutorial quest was 15 red-skinned toads. I one-shot them in front of everyone. 171 damage on a monster with 100 health in a pond ringed with people fighting over each corpse. Holy crap, boss, how are we supposed to compete with that damage? Are you cheating? I am reporting you. Are you kidding? Apocalypse World is run entirely by the AI Deep Blue. How would it even have cheats? Everybody quietly relocated. My quest went very quickly after that. Then I made the rounds and picked up every quest in the village, and at the blacksmith on the east side I handed over a horn I had looted off the elite sheep. And the blacksmith's eyes lit up and he shouted something about the god of forging and gave me a quest marked difficult. Breaking through the shackles. Collect the black wind horn, 1 out of 1. The old blind man's treasure, 0 out of 1. Alligator snapping turtle blood, 0 out of 1. Ignore. Blood wolf's tail, 0 out of 10. I had no idea where any of it was, and one of the items literally had the word ignore appended to it, which is the game telling you something and daring you to notice. I went back out to farm, and that is where I met the single most important person of my first week, and he opened with the following line. Hey master, do you level people up for money? I turned around. A boy. Level 0 knight, beginner weapon, a face that had turned 16 approximately last Tuesday, which is the minimum age to be here at all. I turned back around and ignored him, because what is a kid like that going to pay? 200 credits an hour. He gathered himself up and said, I can pay by the level, 20,000 credits a level. Is that okay? I stopped what I was doing. 20,000 per level. 20,000 is too little? He took 2 steps back. How about I add a bit more? I stroked my chin like a man deep in negotiation and not like a man who had just found a walking bank in a starter zone. Since you are so sincere, I said gravely, it is not impossible. Then, because something in the way he said it bothered me, it is a little low, but fine. Do your parents know you are spending money on games? No. This is just my allowance. Besides, they do not care about me. He said it lightly. There was something behind it that went past very quickly. I stopped talking about the money. His name was Pebbleheart. He traded me 20,000 credits before I finished sending the party invite, and he had not the faintest idea who I was, which was a relief. He also had no idea how to allocate a single attribute point, and he looked at me with total confidence that I would know. So I stood in a field and read night builds off the official forums like a man cramming for somebody else's exam. Then I told him 3 stamina, 1 strength, 1 agility, quoting a Hall of Fame paladin as if I had thought of it myself. He leveled and immediately sent me another 30,000. It was 20,000 a level. Why did you send 30? I used to think each level cost the same amount of experience. Now I have seen that it goes up, so the rewards should go up too. He said this like it was arithmetic, which it is. It is also 10,000 credits, which is 2 months of my mother's income, described as a rounding error. I sent the extra 10,000 back. He noticed. He did not say anything about it, but he noticed, and he got about 8% closer to me for the rest of the evening, and later he told me why. The family's old butler had told him once that people who only ever want more money out of you cannot be your friends. So that is how I got my first teammate, not with a speech, by giving back 10,000 credits I could have kept. We went west and found freshwater iron-spined turtles, level 8, 1,000 health, the physical defense of a filing cabinet, and slow. 2 fireballs each. 2 players had already tried them and gone away swearing about defense they could not break, and one of them had wandered off saying that reasoning with an idiot is pointless, and they would understand after they had been hanged twice, which is the single best thing anybody said to me all week. We farmed turtles for a while. Pebbleheart got a chess piece and bought it off me at market rate, and I showed him my previous transaction log so he would know he was not being taken, and I want to be honest with you about why I did that. It was not kindness. It was because a rich, decent, slightly naive 16-year-old with a tank build is worth infinitely more as a friend than as a mark. Then the red text came up. The mass death of freshwater iron-spine turtles has awakened the armored alligator snapping turtle hiding deep in the lake. Enraged by your relentless killing, it is about to appear. Master, is there a boss? When it comes out, get far away. Do not die by accident. I am not compensating you for a level. The lake turned itself inside out. A whirlpool, a wall of water, and then something the size of a small car put its head out. Armored alligator turtle. Level 9. Boss monster. 120,000 health. I looked at that number and then I turned around and started walking away. I am not proud of it. I am not embarrassed by it either. 120,000 health at the rate I could put damage out is a project, not a fight. And then 2 words arrived in my head and I stopped walking. Fly a kite. Here is the whole trick, and it is not a clever trick. It is just the only trick. Infinite Flame Blast, when the proc is up, is instant. Instant means I do not have to stand still. It costs no mana, which means I can do it forever, and it has a 1-second cooldown, so if I am faster than the boss, I can throw 1 fireball every single second for as long as I like. The only requirement is that every single one of them hits a vital point, miss it, and the proc breaks, and I have to stand still for 3.5 seconds. Standing still is how you die. 120,000 health, 700 a hit. Roughly 170 consecutive perfect throws over the shoulder at a running target while running. Pebbleheart, get away and stay away. Then I put a magic missile into its head, got the proc, and started running around a lake. Boom, boom, boom. It came after me like weather. Every step it took, the ground reported it. Every second I turned my upper body without breaking stride and put a basketball of fire into the top of its skull, and a yellow 700 came off it, and I turned back and kept running. Pebbleheart stood at a safe distance and watched a man and a turtle go around a lake, and later he told me what he was thinking, which was, is this what the top players look like? No. This is what a man looks like when he has exactly 1 tool and has decided to use it 200 times in a row. At 90%, the turtle stopped, growled twice, and 2 ordinary iron spine turtles in the middle distance turned around and started crawling toward it. Shameless. We agreed one-on-one and you called for backup. No, you called for turtles. They were slower than everything else in the world, so I redirected 4 fireballs and they died before they arrived, and I made a note. Every 10%, it summons. At 50%, it roared at the sky, and a dome of earth-yellow light came down over its shell, and my damage was cut in half, including the burning. It had a shield wall. Fine. Time is the one thing I had, because it could not touch me and it had no ranged attack. I actually said that out loud. Lucky this thing cannot attack from a distance, or this would be really hard. At 20%, it turned around and roared directly at me, and my screen went sideways. Negative 243, and a dizziness icon over my head, and my body stopped being mine, and 120,000 health of angry reptile started closing the gap with its mouth already open. It is over. And in the last half second, with my character frozen and my brain running at whatever speed Intelligence 68 runs at, one thought arrived from a great distance. I have forgotten something. Spirit summoning. The ring. The ring I had been wearing for a day and a half and had never used once, because since the moment I put it on, absolutely nothing had lived long enough for me to need it. The stun broke, and I hit it, and 2 level 6 gray wolves came out of nothing directly into the turtle's face. I had 100 and change health left. 1 hit. That was the whole margin. I got distance. The wolves lasted maybe 12 seconds, which took the boss down to 13,000, and then they were gone, and I had no second summon, and I drank my last healing potion, which restored 50 health, which was less comfort than the act of drinking it. Then, at 10%, it went berserk. Red light plus 50% damage, and faster. Whatever you do, I said to myself, in the voice of a man about to be very unlucky, do not let it stun you again. It stopped. It growled. Negative 245, and the icon, and my body locked, and this time there was nothing left in the bag. Looks like I am dedicating my virginity to a giant turtle. I was trying to move anyway, out of pure spite, when something small ran past me and hit 120,000 health of monster with a hammer. Crusader Strike, negative 11, 11 damage, out of 120,000, from a level 6 knight in starter gear who had been specifically told to stay away and who knew exactly what was about to happen to him. The turtle turned and hit him, and he went into the air like something falling off a truck, minus 285, and he was gone before he landed, and his portrait in the party list went gray, and that stupid, pointless, mathematically meaningless 11 damage bought exactly 1 second. The stun broke inside that second. The jaws came in, and I did the thing I had read about that afternoon on a forum written by a man calling himself Craves Spicy Squid. In free mode, you can dodge with your body. I threw myself sideways into a roll that no game before this one would have understood, and the mouth closed on the ground where I had been. I came up running with a sliver of health, and I will admit it, delighted, because that changed everything. If the real body comes into the game, and the real body has my martial arts in it, then the day somebody breaks through my spells and gets in my face expecting to find a squishy mage, they are going to find a man who has been paying masters for a decade. Then I killed the turtle. 3%, 2, 1, and the last stack of burning damage came off. And 120,000 health of armored reptile made a sound like a building settling and went down. I sat down on the grass with my legs out in front of me. Golden light came up under me, and 20 meters away, golden light came up under a corpse, because Pebbleheart had refused to release his soul, because he wanted to see how it ended, which meant he was in range, which meant he got the experience. A dead body lying on its face lighting up with level up glow is one of the funniest things I have ever seen. Gain 12,600 experience. Killing a boss-level monster grants 50 world reputation. Server-wide announcement. Players Chenan Shun and Pebbleheart are the first to kill a boss-level monster. Each will be rewarded with 1 level, 10 gold coins, and 1 rare skill book for their class. In team chat, my dead teammate was typing like a man on fire. Wow, that was awesome, you are amazing. God, did you hear that server announcement? We are on TV, we are famous. Master, release your corpse and get over here, I typed. I need you to open the boss. Out in the rest of the world, this one did not land like a brick, it landed like a bomb, because most of the server was level 4 with a starter weapon, and a lot of them still needed 3 friends to kill a level 5 monster, and the sky had just told everybody that somebody had killed a boss on day 2. Am I hallucinating? Report this. This is cheating. He killed a lord-level boss without even leaving the starter village. What is he going to do out in the world? Kill world bosses. This Chenan Shun name looks familiar. Has he been on TV more than once already? And then the video appeared. Titled, and I did not choose this title, exclusive. Watch how the first Shadow Whisper of Apocalypse soloed a Lord-level boss. 1 credit to watch. Several 100,000 views inside a few minutes, still climbing. Somebody had filmed me. From distance. From behind cover. Starting late. Quality bad. You could see a giant turtle roaring and a health bar as long as a bridge, and a mage in a robe with his name and level hidden running with a movement speed that a thief would kill for, throwing 1 fireball a second, each of them landing for 700 and change. You could see the moment the wolves showed up. You could see a small knight run into frame at the end and get deleted. The cameraman signed it, 1 leaf 3 witherings, and wrote a paragraph calling me the #1 Shadow Whisper of Apocalypse World, which is where the name came from, and which I want on the record I did not pick. Under the video, thousands of people demanded I be banned, including, prominently, 5 specific people who had recently spent an evening dead on a hillside. The reports went nowhere. The reason they went nowhere is the single most interesting thing anybody said that whole day, and nobody noticed it at the time. Apocalypse World is not run by a company. It is governed entirely by the supercomputer Deep Blue. My character panel was generated by that AI scanning me. It cannot rule my numbers illegal, because that would mean contradicting its own logic, and if you make that thing contradict its own logic, you get consequences nobody wants. Sit with that sentence. It sounded like customer service. It was not. In the end, the reasonable answer came from a player called Riverland Sowsgrain, top 50 in the Hall of Fame, a mage, and he wrote it out cleanly. This is a rare skill. High damage. Instant after a critical hit. It has to be triggered. It expires within a few seconds if unused, and it must be re-triggered, so it is not invincible. It has limits. Then he added, but it would not be difficult for the man holding it to become a master. The forum pinned it. And a large number of people quietly started wondering which Hall of Fame Legends alternate account I was. I was not reading any of it. I was reading my prize, skill, magic shield. Instantly creates a shield absorbing 200 plus 150% of spell damage. 60 seconds. 30-second cooldown. 20 mana. Cooldown shorter than duration, which means it is not a shield. It is a permanent state of being, as long as I remember to renew it. I put it on and touched it, and it felt like the inside of an eggshell and did not interfere with breathing at all. And I thought about the fact that I had spent this entire game 1 bad second away from dying, and now I had a wall I could carry. Pebbleheart came running back at level 6, face flushed, waving his arms. Master, did you hear the announcement? We are all famous, and there are tons of rewards. Do not get excited yet. Let us go see what the boss dropped. And then I made him open it, and he stopped dead. Master, you should do it. You killed it by yourself. You should open it. He said that while staring at the corpse like a dog at a table. Go. Stop dawdling. Besides, without your slide tackle at the end, I would not have had time to dodge. He rubbed his hands together, pointed at the corpse, checked my face one more time to make sure this was not a trick, and said, "Then I am really going to drive. Crown of Iron Thorns, helmet, epic, stamina 67, strength 40, agility 7, 500 health, an active stun, and a passive that reflects 10% of everything that touches you." The description said, "The glory of Ironthorn will never fade, long live the Violet Empire," and underneath it, the requirement, level 9, physical class. There was a 2-second silence, and then 2 different noises happened at once. "Master, it is epic gear. Why the hell is it another physics major?" Because that is my running joke with this game, and it started here, and it never stopped. Every single time I put my hand under a corpse, the world hands me something magnificent for people who hit things with their arms. The second item was mine at least. Tide Caller, a little starfish. Intelligence 8, Spirit 5, and an active that instantly restores 40% of my mana and gives me 50 spell attack for 30 seconds. Level 9, garbage stats, and I want you to remember this stupid little starfish because I am still wearing it 200 levels of story later, and it is one of the 3 most important items I own. Then I looked at the purple helmet and at Pebbleheart and did the arithmetic in public. I am a magic class. This can only be sold. Do you want to consider it? He pointed at himself with both hands. Master, are you saying you are going to sell it to me? I did not hear that wrong. Then, troubled. How many credits would that be? I only have a little over 10 million in my account. If it is more, I have to ask my mom and she will start nagging again. I want to note, for the record, that I had to physically stop myself from reacting to the phrase only a little over 10 million. I did the honest thing. I pasted the stats to Halfblade Echo and to the middleman and asked both what it was worth because I did not know and because I was not going to guess at a number in front of a kid who would pay anything. Halfblade Echo came back first. Bro, you are kidding. If you can find epic gear, I bet everybody went and picked one up. Then, immediately, that crown is perfect for warriors and it is the first epic in the game, so I can do 1.8 million credits, which is 100 gold. The middleman came back with 500,000 and an explanation about how it was low level, so buyers were not offering much. So now I knew 2 things: what the item was worth, and what the middleman was. I showed Pebbleheart the honest offer. Master, sell it to me. I will pay 2 million. He added 200,000 credits, unprompted, to a number he had just been told was the market price, because that is who he is. Then he also handed me the 10 gold coins the system had given him as his first kill reward, and would not take them back, and when I argued, he said none of it would have happened if I had not been there. So that is my second teammate, a 16-year-old with more money than sense and considerably more decency than either. While we walked, gold light came off him, and I asked about the skill book he had won. Holy Shield Technique. 15 seconds. Immune to all attacks. Generates massive aggro. 5-minute cooldown. I stopped walking because I have a fireball that never runs out and he has 15 seconds of being God. Pebbleheart, I said, how would you feel about a permanent team? He scratched his head and said the thing that told me I was right about him. Master, are you really going to build a permanent team? Do you want me in it? And then, immediately after, I can guarantee I will be online every day, but I have never played games before. Will I be a burden to you? 16 years old, first virtual game of his life, an epic class token in his pocket, an invincibility button on his hotbar, and the first question out of his mouth is whether he will slow me down. I gave him a pair of leather pants I could not use and told him he was member number 1. Deeper into Elwyn Forest there were apes. Azure Ape, level 9, nearly 1,000 health, 3 meters tall, and much faster than something that size has any right to be. I missed, repeatedly, because at that speed a fireball has travel time and a moving head is not where you last saw it, which is where I learned the second half of range combat, the half the technical posts call prediction. You are not aiming at a monster. You are aiming at the place a monster will be, and to know that you need its movement speed, and the travel speed of your own skill, and the ground, because a slope changes everything. It sounds simple. It is not simple. It took me about 40 apes, but once it clicked, it stayed clicked, and I could put a fireball into the exact centimeter I wanted from 30 yards at a full sprint, and my critical damage stopped being a lottery and became a decision. Then I heard a howl. Bloodwolf, level 10, 1100 health. A pack of them, each about the size of a young bull, and one lying under a tree licking a paw with the specific arrogance of an animal that is never lost. I put a fireball into its skull. -435. White numbers. Why is its head not the weak point? The wolf answered by getting up and biting me, which my new magic shield absorbed entirely, which was frankly a wonderful moment for me and a confusing one for the wolf. I killed it. I killed 6 more. My mana bar started sliding, because the whole engine of my build is the free proc, and without a vital point the proc does not come, and without the proc I am paying full price for every fireball and rebuilding my shield after every wolf. So I stood in a forest and thought about wolves, and then a saying came out of the back of my head from a book in a life that no longer exists. A wolf has a head of bronze, bones of iron, and a waist of tofu. I found a wolf out for a stroll, put the fireball into the side of its lower back, and got 783 in yellow, which is a good moment to note that the 2 most useful things I have brought from my previous life to this one are, in order, 40 years of paranoia and 1 piece of folk trivia about wolf anatomy. I was 9 tails into a 10-tail collection quest when the pack parted. Terrorclaw, level 11, elite, 5,500 health, twice the size of everything around it, mane down its neck, 4 white claws, and a portrait frame with gold trim, which in this game means boss. I looked at the health, and I looked at the fact that it could cross 20 yards in a single jump, which meant that at absolute best, I would get 1 vital hit before it was on top of me. I thought about calling Pebbleheart, then I decided not to, because he was busy, and because if I am honest, I wanted to see if I could. So I stalked it until it wandered somewhere open, threw a fireball into its kidney, and it cleared 20 yards in 1 bound and was in my face before the sound arrived. 2 gray wolves came out of the air and ate it. That is the actual answer, by the way. The ring. It let me stand off to the side of a monster and hit the exact spot I wanted, which is the difference between doing damage and doing 4 times the damage. Every player in this game was looking for a better staff. I was looking for a better angle. Kidney, kidney, kidney. Its health bar went down like a bath emptying. At 30%, it stopped and pointed its nose at the sky and howled, and every blood wolf within 60 yards answered. Holy crap, this was supposed to be one-on-one. Why is it a brawl? A dozen of them coming at me. Boss 3 seconds from dead, and if I stayed, I would be killed by the crowd. So I did the one thing nobody expects. I polymorphed the boss. An 11-level elite turned into a small turtle and wandered in a circle. Then, because gray wolves are stupid and would happily break my own polymorph by biting it, I cancelled my own summons and I ran. I got out with the whole pack on my heels, went and sat down in ape country to get my mana back, and worked out the actual answer, which was arithmetic. At 30%, it calls for help. The nearest wolves are more than 2 seconds away. So I do not need to survive the reinforcements. I need to be doing more damage per second so that it dies inside the gap. So, use the stupid starfish. 50 spell attack for 30 seconds, and stand closer, 10 yards instead of 30, so my angle on the kidney is cleaner. Round 2, 986 on the opener. It howled for backup at 30%, right on schedule, and I did not move, and the last 2 fireballs took the rest, and I turned around and ran with a dozen wolves 5 yards behind me and came back later for the corpse. The Blood Wolf King dropped my 10th tail, which I want you to appreciate because I had spent an hour on 9 of them. Let me see if this one is thicker. It's stacked with the other 9. It was identical. The game has no sense of occasion. It also dropped a cloak. Wolf cloak, stamina 15, agility 10, and 1 line that made me stop breathing for a second. Cruel. Increases critical hit chance by 1%. 1%. Pitiful. Meaningless to anybody else in this game. I run on crits. Every crit is a free instant fireball. Every crit is the engine turning over. Somebody had just handed me 1% more engine, and cloaks are the 3rd rarest slot in the game after trinkets and rings, and I still had 2 unread messages because I never opened my friends list. The first was Half-Blade Echo, politely asking whether 1.8 million had been too low and offering 2 million and a negotiation. The second was the middleman. He had gone to enormous trouble on my behalf, he said. He had worked hard to find buyers. So even if I did not sell, I should give him something for his effort. And then, in case I had missed his meaning, he wanted me to know that the Seahai Trading Company knows a great many important people, and that offending them would make it very difficult for me to move an inch in Apocalypse World. I read it twice, to be sure I was not being unfair. Then I blocked him. I have run a corporation. I know exactly what that message is. That is the sound a man makes when he has decided your success is a debt you owe him. I wrote back to Half-Blade Echo and apologized honestly and told him the item was already given to a teammate. He replied instantly. Sold it? What a pity. No worries. Let me know if you have extra gear later. I am the guild leader of Dawnwing. We can discuss the price. The leader of a large guild, who had just lost a bidding war to a 16-year-old, saying no worries to a nobody. That is the second man I met in this game who told me the truth about a price before he made an offer. I set a notification on his messages, which at that point put my friends list at a grand total of 2 people, and went to find some fish. The fish were terrible. Radiant fishmen, level 8, 850 health, huts by a lake, a village of them, and they are linked. Every single one. I put a fireball into one patrolling murloc, and every murloc within shouting distance stood up at once, screamed something in fish, and came at me in a wave. Damn it, this monster cannot take a joke. Pebbleheart, who had already found this place, was running before I turned around. Brother Ming, I told you they were a bit difficult to deal with. I poked one earlier and only got out by using Holy Shield. You did not explain it clearly. I did not know you meant this kind of difficult. But standing at the edge of the map, watching 30 murlocs go back to their huts, I did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic was beautiful. 2 gray wolves, 800 health each, last about 10 seconds against a mob. His Holy Shield lasts 15. That is 25 seconds of somebody else being the problem. My fireball, with the starfish up, kills a murloc in 1 hit. 25 seconds. 1 murloc per second. Pebbleheart, your Holy Shield is 15 seconds, correct? 15. During those 15 I am immune and I hold aggro, but you cannot kill all the murlocs I pull in 15 seconds, right? I was not listening. I was clenching my fist. Let us do it this way. Aggro 1, 20 plus murlocs come, hold the fireball, drop the wolves at the exact moment they arrive. Pop the starfish, then 942, 964, 927, 1 per second, each one a single yellow number into a smooth fish skull, and because they die instantly, none of them ever gets far enough into the fear behavior to scatter, so the crowd stays a crowd, which makes it easier. 10 seconds in, the wolves went down, and Pebbleheart was already moving, without being told, straight into the middle of 30 monsters with a golden eggshell coming up around him. 28 murlocs a wave, 2 waves, and the quest was done. Their screaming is the worst noise in this game. I want that on record. I killed about 60 of those things and I could still hear them an hour later. Then Pebbleheart, staring out at the water, said, Brother Ming, do you see that hut deep in the lake? It is nearly 3 meters and the design is nicer than the others. I wonder if there is a boss inside. There was a boss inside. Old Blind Eye, level 10, elite, 6,000 health, 2 meters tall, even hunched over, gray-white, spines up his back, stirring a very large pot with a stick. And around him, hundreds of murlocs, all of them linked to each other, and if he shouted, every one of them would come. To be safe, I said, we clear every ordinary murloc within range first. Then even if he calls for help, there is nobody left to answer. It took 6 or 7 waves. It was tedious and it was correct, and I want to point at it because that is the entire difference between the people who beat this game and the people who die to it. Nobody clears the room first. Clearing the room first is boring. Then the boss. Fireball into the side of his head, the meat falls out of his mouth, he screams something in fish and comes at us with a short spear. And of course, 4 murlocs we had missed came boiling out of a hut because there are always 4 you missed. At 30% he turned red and grew, and then he started spinning with the spear. Whirlwind slash, every half second, on a 2-meter monster with a polearm. The gray wolves, which had been holding for a comfortable 10 seconds all evening, lasted under 2. Pebbleheart, invincible, now. Golden eggshell, boss immune, and we killed it inside the 15, and it dropped a hat. Old Blind Eye Patch, level 10, magic class, stamina, intelligence, spirit. Description, look at me, do I not look like a one-eyed bandit? No treasure. The one thing I actually came for, the old blind man's treasure from the blacksmith's chain, was not there. I went and kicked the corpse twice, which did not help. Could it be a drop chance, like the eyeballs? Because if so, the quest was over. This boss respawns on a week, and I was not going to be in this village in a week. Maybe the quest item is not on the boss, Pebbleheart said brightly. Maybe an ordinary murloc stole it. I laughed. Then I stopped laughing because I had just noticed the hut. 3 meters tall. Nicer than the others. And I had killed a rare snail 2 days ago and found a chest in its cave afterward because things in this game have homes and homes have things in them. I walked into a fish shed, bare walls, and a plain wooden box in the corner, Old Blind Eye's treasure, and a crystal shard. The treasure was a blue crystal ball the size of my fist with absolutely no attributes whatsoever, which tells you everything you need to know about what fishmen consider treasure. They like shiny. The crystal shard was a necklace for physical classes, and I traded it straight to Pebbleheart, and when he tried to pay me, I told him to stop, because we were teammates now, and we were going to allocate by need, and that is a sentence you say once, and it either becomes a guild or it becomes nothing. Then back to the village to turn in everything at once, and the blacksmith took my 10 wolf tails and a horn and a blue ball, and asked me to pick a weapon, and offered staff, one-handed sword, or dagger. I took the staff. Not because it is the mage answer. Because in this game a low-level staff has stupidly high physical attack, and my strength was going to keep climbing forever thanks to the feedback loop, and one day somebody was going to get past my spells expecting a squishy mage, and I wanted a club. Shadow Staff. Physical attack 90, magic attack 45, stamina 55, intelligence 37, and a chance on hit to add 20% shadow damage. Golden light came up under me, and the quest experience pushed me to level 10. Player level has reached 10. Please go to the village chief to receive the quest to leave the village. I did not go anywhere. I stood in a blacksmith shop and put everything on at once and read the panel. Level 10. Health 1340. Spell attack 332. Physical attack 177. Movement speed 14.1. Critical hit chance 1%. 2 days ago, I had 50 health and could not kill a rabbit without getting kicked in the chest. Then I looked at myself and turned off every visual effect on my gear because I was glowing blue and green from 6 items and it looked cheap. If any other player in that village had known that a man was hiding blue quality effects out of embarrassment while they were fighting over white commons, they would have queued up to fight me in real life. The village chief had a box, and in the box was a diamond of clear crystal, and he explained the problem in the tone NPCs use when they are about to ruin your evening. The teleport array has not been used in a long time, so they took the core out to save energy. To leave, the core goes back in, and the array restarts. Fine, let us restart it. Is there a difficulty? He pointed into the distance. Deep in Elwyn Forest lives a ferocious and powerful ape. The energy of the array will draw it here. System, Kermok. Epic. The village chief needs to reactivate the teleport array. He cannot be disturbed during the process. Do you want to help him? Note: failure to complete this task may have unpredictable consequences. Please choose carefully. I have been reading contracts for a very long time, and I want to tell you that the phrase unpredictable consequences is doing an enormous amount of work in that sentence. I hesitated, actually hesitated. Brother Ming, is the mission difficult? I shared the text with him. He read it, patted his chest and said, "It is just an epic mission. What is there to be afraid of? Brothers, let us go together." Which is how a 16-year-old talked me into starting a war. The old man carried the crystal to the array and pulled a staff out from somewhere and started casting, and a 60-minute progress bar appeared over the village, and then the sky went red for everyone. Region notice. Player Chen Anshun has triggered the quest to leave the village. Kermok will arrive in 15 minutes. All players are requested to defend. Region notice. Destroying the teleport array will fail the quest, and it will take 1 week to trigger again. Region notice. The first village to successfully activate its array will reward every player in it with 1 level. 10,000 people found out simultaneously that a stranger had put their entire week on the table and also offered them a free level. It is that Chen Anshun again. Who exactly is he? I have to go back and help, or it is another week in this village, and by then it is too late. Brother Wandering, it is that kid again. Should we go back and help? They came in from every leveling zone in the map. Level 0 newbies, level 5 veterans, the ones who had been out fighting sheep, all of them pouring back toward the array, and around us the crowd started pointing. Is that guy with the eye patch Chen Anshun? He does not look that impressive. Are you stupid? Look at how much gear he has, and he triggered the leaving quest, which means he is level 10. This game has been open 2 days. We are 4. Then, 15 minutes later, one roar came in over the whole map, and the resurrection point lit up with white lights, and the people coming out of it were screaming. Monsters are attacking. Level 9 apes to the south of the village. There were thousands of them. Gray apes out of Elwyn, wall to wall, and they had come in over the toad pond and simply erased the level 0s who were standing there. And they were not attacking. They were milling, waiting. Then the second roar, and every ape turned toward the village at once, and behind them something came up out of the trees. Kermok. Level 12, Lord Monster, 500,000 health and a tag next to the name cannot be attacked. He was 2 stories tall, and he was not looking at us. He was looking at the array. Charge, the boss is on our doorstep, and the graveyard is right there. What are we afraid of? 10,000 people went in. I want to describe the damage numbers because they are the whole point. Warrior's Strike, Magic Missile, Balanced Shot, Crusader Strike, and above the apes, 1, 8, 24, 16. The highest number I saw in the first minute of a 10,000-man battle was a little over 30. Meanwhile, 1 pounce from an ape took most of a player's health bar off. They died in waves. They came back and died again because there is no death penalty inside the starter village, which meant that for the first time in the history of that map, there was an army whose only real weapon was that it could not be killed permanently, and gradually the good ones surfaced. An archer put an arrow in an ape's eye for 201, and the crowd around him actually gasped because a triple-digit number was a legend at that point. A warrior, a rogue, and a priest held a full-grown ape between the 3 of them without a single wasted motion. Somebody started giving orders and announced himself as Scholar Wuji of the Immortal Dynasty, and the whole shapeless mess began to have edges. I got a fireball into an ape that was about to land on a priest, negative 1242. Every player who saw that number stopped moving, which is a dangerous habit in a battle, and several of them found that out immediately. The priest opened her eyes, worked out that she was still alive, worked out who had done it, and thanked me in a small voice, and then I actually looked at her. Look, I am going to be honest, because this whole account is worth nothing if I am not. Her name was Fading Ember. She was a level 1 priest in a starter robe in the middle of a stampede. She had the kind of face that stops a sentence, and I sent her a party invite about 4 seconds later while telling myself it was for the 10% party experience bonus. System. Player. Fading Ember has declined your party invitation. She was standing right there, not moving, just standing. I have been the wealthiest man on a planet, and I have been declined by more women than I care to itemize, and I want to say that the second one has always stung more, and that has not changed across worlds. So I went and killed apes, 1 per second, for a while, and did not think about it. What I did not know was that off in a corner of the battlefield, a skinny archer had started a live broadcast. 1 Leaf 3 Witherings. Same man. Title. Shocking. The first monster siege in Apocalypse World. Violent mage dominates again. And the man is good at his job, I will give him that, because he did not just point the camera at me. He cut to a squad of 3 holding a line. He cut to the thief who was everywhere at once, stealing last hits with a smile. He cut to Kermok standing in the distance, and to ordinary players charging into something that would kill them, again, on purpose, because there was no penalty, and because they had decided this was theirs. His stream went to the front page, then it was pinned by the official account. Then the viewer count went past 100 million people watching at once, and the only reason the server did not fall over is that the thing running it is not a server. At 15 minutes to the deadline, the words "cannot be attacked" disappeared from Kermok's name, and he started walking. 10,000 people hit him at once. Miss, dodge, parry, -6, -12. Most of them could not break his defense at all. Level 12, and to most of that army he did not even display a level, just a skull, and his name was so red it was nearly black. He answered by putting his arms into the ground. Thunderstrike, a 20-yard circle of white lightning. -678, and about 100 people turned into light at once, and every melee class in Reach simply ceased. He roared and kept walking, because we were not the objective. The array was the objective. What is even the point? We cannot break his defense. What the hell is parry? I clearly hit him in the knee. In the stream, 100 million people watched an entire village lose, and here is the actual reason it was going wrong, and it was my fault. That quest is designed to fire when most of a village is level 8 or 9, so that ordinary players can scratch him hard enough to hold his attention for 15 minutes until the array finishes and he goes home. I had triggered it on day 2, at level 10, because I had eaten every first kill bonus in the game, so nobody in that village could take his aggro, except one person. I want to be clear that I did not do this out of heroism. I did it because I had spent an evening working out that Kermok was slightly slower than me, and because I had already done this exact fight on a lake with a turtle, and because I had a backup plan, which was Pebbleheart standing well out of the way with 15 seconds of invincibility to buy me an escape. Then I put a fireball into his eye socket for 1299. He stopped, he turned his head, he locked on, and I started running around a village with a monster the size of a building behind me, throwing 1 fireball a second over my shoulder, keeping the gap above 25 yards because his known skill has a 20-yard radius, and I do not gamble with rounding. 1258, 1203. 2562, when the shadow effect on my staff and my 1% crit chance both decided to show up at the same moment. Between me and the thousands of people chipping at him for 6 damage a hit, he was losing about 2,000 health a second, and there were more than 10 minutes left, and for the first time it looked like arithmetic instead of a disaster. In the stream, they had opinions. Is this the power of the #1 Shadow Whisper of Apocalypse World? How does a mage run faster than a rabbit? What am I even doing as a thief? Did a real-life Transcendence Fist Master log into this game? Only somebody whose body is past the human limit moves like that this early. That last one caused an argument, because in the real world, there are fewer than 10,000 registered Transcendence Fist Masters in the entire Federation, and each of them is functionally a superhuman with a government file. Nobody, including me, thought about it for more than 3 seconds. At 70%, Kermok stopped and made a sound in his chest, and a skull appeared over every head within 30 yards, and 30 yards was exactly where I was. Fear. My body stopped being mine. He crossed the gap in one stride and hit me. 201, then 96 of fall damage after I bounced, 900 damage through a shield, one more and I was going back to the graveyard, and a golden eggshell came up in front of me. Pebbleheart had been distracted watching, snapped out of it, and ran across a battlefield to stand between me and a lord monster. 15 seconds of immunity, while a 2-story ape hit him with everything it had, and I stood behind him and put everything I had into it. When the shield ended, Thunderstrike killed him instantly, and the boss came back to me, and I was already running again. Then I did something I am not embarrassed about. I shouted in the local channel that I needed a heal. Plus 42, plus 25, plus 34. Priests I had never met started throwing me numbers, and my health came up, and I thought, quite sincerely, that people are all right. And then a voice cut across the crowd. This guy has a grudge with Sword Rain Studio. Everybody, do not heal him. Hey priest, open your eyes. Did you not hear what Brother Wandering said? Do not make a mistake here. Mess with Sword Rain and you will not move an inch outside this village. Every heal stopped. Not most, every one. Because Sword Rain Studio is top 100 in the Federation and has Hall of Fame players in it, and the average person in that crowd is here to relax after work, and offending a professional studio means never having a peaceful evening again. 5 people had turned 100 healers off with one sentence. One person spoke up. A warlock in the middle of the crowd, disgusted. What arrogance! If Sword Rain is so capable, why do they not just unify the virtual world? The priest with her hands on her hips went straight at him, and then he told them who he was, which was the vice president of the Immortal Dynasty, a guild of 100,000 people, and the entire Sword Rain group folded and evaporated back into the crowd inside 4 seconds, because the only thing a name is good for is finding out whose name is bigger. I was still running with half a health bar and no healers, and Kermok was still behind me, and I noted every one of those faces for later, and I noted the warlock too, for a different list. Then, plus 26, 1 heal, a small one. I risked one glance back, and there was a level 1 priestess standing in the open, casting heal minor injuries on me over and over in front of the entire village and everybody from Sword Rain, and every time her mana ran out, she would run out of the fight, sit down, drink, and come back. She had declined my party invitation 2 hours earlier. Now, that is a fairly cheap thing to be moved by, a heal for 26, but I want you to understand the context. 100 people had just been told to stop and had stopped. She was level 1. She had nothing. She had been in this game for 1 evening, and she had already worked out that she was going to be hunted for it once we left the village, and she did it anyway. I invited her again. System. Fading Ember has joined the team, which is my 3rd teammate, and I did not ask her why she said no the first time, because I had a 2-story ape to deal with. At 50,000 health, Kermok went berserk. He got a story taller. He hit Thunderstrike on the spot and wiped the field, then feared everything at range, including me, and Pebbleheart came in with the shield and got 5 of the 15 seconds wasted on my fear timer, and the moment his shield ended he was deleted, and then the ape crossed 30 yards in one jump and landed on me. I got the wolves out just in time. They lasted 4 seconds, 20,000 health left on him, and then the roar came again, and I could not move, and there was nothing left in the bag, and the last thing I saw was beast combo, negative 1,326. Negative 2,333. The world went black and white. You are dead. Do you wish to release your soul? That is my first death in Apocalypse World, for the record, and I would like it noted that it took a Lord monster with 500,000 health and 2 consecutive crowd control abilities to do it. I released, checked my gear at the graveyard, and got very lucky. 1 item dropped, the red leather shoes, the worst thing I owned. And then Pebbleheart's message arrived and my mood changed completely. Brother Ming, are you dead? Come quick, somebody is trying to finish it off. Which should not have been possible. Kermok had never once cared about anybody but me, because his aggro belonged to whoever did meaningful damage, and nobody else could do meaningful damage, unless somebody had been holding something back. I ran for the west gate. The west gate was blocked, not closed, blocked, by a dozen players standing shoulder to shoulder in the archway, with the 5-man group in the middle of them, and wandering Songjian smiling at me over their heads. I tried to push through. You cannot push through a dozen bodies. Outside, I could hear it. The boss is almost dead. Hurry and finish it. Chen Anshan is dead. This is a golden opportunity. Charge. Do not hide your skills. Lord bosses drop epic gear. This is your chance. I turned around and ran for the north gate, which is longer, and while I ran, I finally understood. Taunt. Every warrior in this game has taunt. It is a basic skill. It forces the boss to look at you for a second regardless of damage. An entire village full of warriors had been standing there for 20 minutes with a button that could steal a Lord monster, and not one of them had pressed it, because for 20 minutes they had all believed it was impossible to kill. The second I died and the bar was almost empty, they pressed it. By the time I got there, one warrior would taunt, Kermok would kill him, turn back toward the village, and the next warrior would taunt. a conveyor belt, and the boss still had a few thousand health because they had wildly overestimated how much damage a mob of level 4s does. They saw me coming and a delegation formed. Chenanshan, we are fighting this boss. You should stay away. You have got so many first kills already. Leave one for the regular players. We are all just casual acquaintances here. Let us not go to extremes. It will be more comfortable to meet each other outside the village. And I recognized one of the warriors on the taunt rotation as Zhao Yun, the great hero of the 5-man group, which told me who had organized this and told me that the gate had not been an accident, so they blocked me out of a fight and then tried to shame me out of it. I would like everyone to understand my position. I am not a good person. I am a man who was raised by a city and who has never once in 2 lives confused a moral argument with a moral position. Moral pressure works on people who care what you think of them. All right then, I said. But I dropped a piece of gear. Who picked it up? Give it back and everything is negotiable. The knight in front glanced behind him. Okay, Chen Bo, bring me those shoes. I put the shoes on. I stepped aside, and they looked at each other, and I could see the smiles going around because they had done it. They had talked the monster out of the fight. Kermok dropped to 5,000 health, then 3, and they got greedy and packed in. Pebbleheart and Fading Ember arrived beside me, and I put a hand up before either of them said anything and typed in team chat, and Pebbleheart nodded about 9 times, and Fading Ember, who was quiet, looked up at me and smiled. At about 2,000 health, Pebbleheart stood up and shouted, "Let us all team up and kill it. Whoever lands the final blow keeps it," and charged into the middle with his golden shield, lit up like a lighthouse. Every single person there looked at him, including the ones who had been hiding at the back waiting to snipe the last hit, and a fireball wrapped in blue water elemental light came out of the crowd at the boss's head, -1502. Chen Anshun, do you dare break your promise? Kermok made a noise like a mountain sitting down. Gained 36,666 experience, gained 333 world reputation, server-wide announcement, players Chen Anshun, Pebbleheart, and Fading Ember are the first to kill a Lord-level monster, and will be rewarded with a special class change token. Fading Ember went from level 1 to level 6 standing still. Pebbleheart went to 8. And then 100 angry players surrounded me, and I want you to know that I had prepared for this specific conversation. You say I broke a promise? What promise? I said everything was negotiable. You never came and negotiated. I looked genuinely surprised because I am good at that. You do not think giving me my shoes back meant I was not going to help, do you? No, surely not. The stream chat had a war about it. Half of them said my word was worth nothing. The other half pointed out, correctly, that we had literally never discussed anything and that using real-world moral pressure to take somebody's boss is its own kind of theft. And the second half won, because in the Deep Blue Federation, people admire strength, and the argument "I am weak, therefore I am right" does not have much soil to grow in. I did not care. I was looking at a corpse. 3 items. Kermok's heart, trinket, epic, strength 200, 5% critical strike, and a 20-yard fear on a 2-minute cooldown. Level 12 requirement, physical class, a rare warrior skill book, and a small metal disc with the word epic on it. Guild token, an officially recognized token that allows you to establish a guild upon use. Damn it. What bad luck. 2 epics and a rare skill book off the first Lord monster in the world, and once again, the game had looked at a mage and handed him a bag of gifts for a bodybuilder. Pebbleheart actually said sorry to me about it, gently, like a man consoling a friend at a funeral. Then a slender archer appeared at my elbow and asked me to show everybody what I got, and half the village leaned in. I could have said no, but I had just spotted the 5-man group standing in the crowd, and I have never in my life been able to resist this particular kind of pettiness. So I posted the stats of the Heart of Kermok and the guild token in public and said, in the voice of a disappointed man, "Ugh, bad luck, all that effort, and I only got 2 epic quality items." There was a sound from the crowd like a wave hitting a wall. And then something interesting happened, which is that the people who actually understood the game stopped looking at the epic trinket entirely and started looking at the token and started messaging me privately, and the guilds behind them were names I recognized from the forums. The highest private offer inside about 4 minutes was 50 million credits. In my previous life, 50 million was a rounding error on a quarterly report. In this life, it was a floor I could stand on for the rest of my existence, because Apocalypse World is not a game to those people. It is the second world the Federation is building on purpose, and being the first guild to exist inside it is the kind of thing that buys you a decade of reputation, and reputation is the only currency that scales, which is when a voice arrived at my shoulder. Chen Anshun, somebody wants to talk to you. If you want to stay in Apocalypse World, come along. Wandering Songjian, smiling with the cold half of his face, pointing at a group in the middle distance. There was a tall thief standing in the middle of the 5-man group, and they were arranged around him the way people arrange themselves around a man who pays them. I recognized him too. He had been standing behind the boss at the end, dagger out, waiting to steal the last hit, and my fireball had beaten him to it by about half a second. I did not go over. I have found that the single most useful thing you can do with a man who has arranged a scene is not walk into the middle of it, so he came to me, which cost him something, and he opened like this. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the main members of Sword Rain Studio, ranked 816th in the Hall of Fame. Oh, a Hall of Fame expert. You wanted to see me? He liked that. He looked away at the sky, arms folded, and delivered the offer he had clearly written on the walk over. I have heard about your feud with the prodigal son and the others. They did some things that were inappropriate, but they are still Sword Rain. So here's what we will do. Join Sword Rain and sell us the gear that boss just dropped, and I will make sure all your grudges with them are wiped clean. He said it to the clouds. He genuinely did not believe there was a version of this conversation where I said no, and I want to be fair to him. Based on how this world works, he was mostly right. Just the gear? I said. There is also a guild token. Of course you will hand it over. Still looking at the sky. As compensation, I can let you join Sword Rain Studio. Then he finally looked at me and saw my face, and something behind his eyes rearranged itself. What? You do not want to? I could have made a speech. I have made speeches. I once opened a factory with one. It is not that I am unwilling, I said. How about this? Lend me your girlfriend for a couple of days and everything we just discussed is negotiable, and I turned around and walked off. There was a pause of about 1.5 seconds behind me. I did not, are you asking for it? Then, louder, at my back, Chen Anshun, do not regret this. Do not think getting one rare skill makes you a master. The virtual game world is not as simple as you think. And to his people quietly, once we leave this village, watch him. I want him to know that in the virtual world, high damage is not everything. I did not hear that part. I did not need to. I had already worked out what kind of man he was from the way he stood. He was, I later learned, the kind of man who once got taunted in a game and responded by killing that player down to level 0 and then hunting his entire guild until they expelled him and he deleted the account, which is genuinely impressive commitment for an insult. Somebody buy that man a hobby. Then the archer came back and he was nervous and he introduced himself properly this time. 1 Leaf 3 Witherings, level 6, the man who had filmed both videos. Boss, I am so sorry. It is my fault for asking you to show your gear, that is why you offended Sword Rain. And he meant it, which I did not expect. Also, I posted the video of you soloing the turtle, and I streamed today's fight, so I made some credits off you. I am transferring all of it over, I hope you do not mind. System, 1 Leaf. 3 Witherings has initiated a transfer. Balance, 10,180,110 credits. 10 million credits. From a man I had never spoken to, who had filmed me without asking and who could simply have kept it and never mentioned it. I sent it back. So I am famous across the entire apocalypse world now, and I have a nickname, Shadow Whisper. He said boss about 4 times in a row and explained that he collects gossip for a living and cannot help himself and that he had to change his name once already after exposing a wealthy player's business and getting a kill order taken out on him across an entire game. I told him no more videos of my skills because I have enemies now and I cannot afford to have my abilities published, and he agreed so fast he nearly bowed. Then, 10 minutes later, another transfer arrived, 6 million, with a message saying he had thought about it and we should split it because it was money made by filming me without permission and it would not be fair for him to keep all of it. I kept that one. He had earned the argument. I went to hand in the quest. The village chief was not a village chief anymore. He was standing by the array in white robes with the bearing of an archmage, and when he saw me, his whole face changed. Thanks to the warrior's efforts, I activated the array. And because we were the first village to do it, I have received a blessing from the main god. Every player in village 888 got a level, and the entire map cheered, and Pebbleheart hit level 9 and a helmet appeared on his head, a ring of iron spikes, because he had just become the first player in Apocalypse World to wear epic gear. I got nothing from that, because I had triggered it, which is the kind of joke the universe likes. And then the old man said, "Warrior, to express my gratitude, I have a gift." He handed me a wooden box that looked about 400 years old. This is the title deed to a shop in Greenfield City, the last property of my Morello family. I have made a lot of money in 2 lives, and I want to tell you that I looked at that deed for about 2 seconds before something in the back of my head woke up and started taking notes, and that it took me another 2 days to work out why. I stepped into the array and the world folded, and I came out somewhere with real streets. Greenfield City. Wide roads, white buildings, trees along the sidewalk, guards on patrol who turned to look at me because I was the first player they had ever seen. Server-wide announcement. Player Chen Anshun is the first to leave a novice village. He will be rewarded with 1,000 world reputation and a special piece of equipment. Server-wide announcement. A player has left novice village. The system will begin its first update after the game shuts down and the true apocalypse world is about to be revealed. Server-wide announcement. This update will last 72 hours. The true apocalypse world. I stood on a street in a beautiful city and looked at those words and did not enjoy them at all. Then I opened the reward. Kalen mask. Mask special. No durability, no requirement. Equipment slot. Face. Does not occupy a slot. Attribute. Unknown. Requires identification. Description. As the greatest assassin in history, his deeds should be passed down. The first item I had ever seen in this game that did not know what it was. I listed the guild token on the auction house with a starting bid of 888 gold and a buyout of 9,999. Added a note saying serious buyers could message me and sat down on a bench to wait for the world to turn off. Then I woke up in an apartment and my whole body seized and mana tempering started again, and I want to describe the next part carefully. 620 mana to convert. 62 points of every stat. When it stopped, I put my hand on the edge of the bed to sit up. The bed broke, not creaked, broke, snapped in the middle and folded down onto the floor. Xiaoming? What happened? Nothing, Mom. Something fell over. Then I stood very still in the wreckage of a bed and worked out that I could no longer safely use furniture. At breakfast, my mother told me we were going to see Uncle Li. Uncle Li is Liu Jianjun, the neighborhood police officer, and the entire district calls him Liu the Limp behind his back because he has a limp and because he has never once in his career made an exception for anybody. He is also the man who took care of this family for a decade because my father was his comrade in arms. The shop needed permits. He works inside the system. That was the entire reason for the visit, on paper. And walking there, past hover cars full of people with more money than sense, I thought about the fact that I now had enough credits to buy one, and would rather buy a game pod, and that this is the difference between a man with money and a man with a plan. Liu Jianjun answered the door. Square face, sharp eyes, an actual presence, and he calls me by my full name every single time. And behind him, rubbing his eyes, came a little giant, 2 meters tall, easily, a face like an open door. Brother Ming, what brings you here? Did you come to see me? Liu Xiong. He is Liu Jianjun's only son, and he was born with something wrong with him that slowed his development and something else that made him strong in a way that is not normal, and the two of us grew up in the same stairwell. When the previous owner of this body was small and pretty and quiet and being taken apart by other boys, Liu Xiong is the reason it never went further, and he never once actually hit anybody because he was afraid he would kill them, so he just stood there being enormous until they left. He failed his exams too, so the two of us are, as he put it once, unfortunate brothers. He also had a job. First day, odd jobs at a martial arts school. I went with him. 2 reasons, and only one of them was friendship. The other was that I now had 30 plus in every stat and a body I could not fully control, and a martial arts school is full of equipment designed to be hit as hard as possible. Red Leaf Martial Arts School. I stopped in the doorway and looked at the sign, because I had heard the words Red Leaf recently in a park from a man I had knocked the teeth out of. Surely not. Inside there were 100 students moving in unison, which is genuinely impressive to watch, and at the front of them, a young man in a red training uniform who noticed us immediately and came over at the specific speed of somebody who has decided to enjoy this. What do you people do? You do not look like students here. Liu Xiong, being Liu Xiong, was so eager that he pulled out his job form and shoved it forward and very nearly put it in the man's face and then apologized about 6 times. The man snorted, took it, glanced at it, and dropped it on the floor. Then he looked up at Liu Xiong because he had to look up, and I watched something ugly happen behind his eyes, because at Red Leaf, he is the one everybody looks up to, and somebody had just walked in that he had to physically tilt his head for. Not just anybody can work at Red Leaf. Even doing odd jobs, you have to be capable of something. A sideways glance. So tell me what your skills are. Do not tell me that apart from being this big, you are completely useless. Liu Xiong blinked at him. Because it is a cleaning job. What are you standing there for? If you cannot answer, go home with your pretty boy. Red Leaf does not hire useless people, and Liu Xiong, who has never hit a human being in his life, put a fist the size of a casserole dish up in the air because he does not mind being called a big oaf. He minds when somebody says pretty boy about me. He has been fighting that particular word since we were 7 years old. I put a hand on his arm, and he did not move, and he looked back at me with an expression of pure confusion because I have never in 12 years been able to move him. You said you wanted to see what he is capable of, I said. How about the two of you have a strength contest? The man in red looked at me like I had told a joke. Compare strength? With me? Do you know who I am? Then, to the hall, cheerfully. Come and look, everybody. This big clumsy idiot wants to test his strength against me. I am so scared. What should I do? 100 students laughed and came over. They had opinions. Comparing strength with the senior brother, who is nearly at martial artist level, truly overestimating yourself. Those two country bumpkins probably do not even know what gene optimization fluid is. He has good raw material. Unfortunately, he is a frog in a well. And in the middle of them, keeping his head down and going a shade of gray, was Lin Changsheng, who had spent yesterday afternoon spitting teeth into a park lawn. It really is the school those two mentioned, I said, mostly to myself. What a coincidence. The senior brother, whose name was Gao Qifeng, set the terms. If I lose, I can apologize. But if you lose, you crawl out of red leaf. Yes, crawl out, said 100 students, because 100 students will say anything in unison. I looked at Liu Xiong. Xiong, are you confident? He pushed his anger down into his chest and patted it and said the truest sentence he owns. Brother Ming, you know, when it comes to strength, I have never been afraid of anybody. He was 14 when he bent a piece of rebar 2 fingers thick in front of some boys to make them leave me alone. They went to the force gauge in the corner. Gao Qifeng unbuttoned his uniform and a student took it off his shoulders for him like a valet, and he warmed up and then he hit the pad. The column went up and stopped, 1,912 kilograms. The hall lost its mind. That is tens of points of base strength in Apocalypse World. That is a man who is going to be certified. Senior brother, senior brother. So, did you learn something? Is there any need for a competition? Liu Xiong walked up to the machine. No warm-up, no stance. He had watched it once and understood the interface and he punched it. The column went past 2,000 while everybody was still laughing. He does not even know how to generate force. Then it kept going. 2,967 kilograms. You could hear the air conditioning. Apologize, I said, into a completely silent room. You are willing to accept the loss. Gao Qifeng looked at the number. Then he looked at it again. Then he said the words that decided everything that happened next. This result does not count. The machine is broken. You can leave now. We will not hold you responsible for damaging school equipment. And this time, when Liu Xiong went for him, I did not stop him. Here is the thing about Liu Xiong. He is enormously strong and he does not know how to fight, and those are two completely different subjects. He threw a straight punch at the man's chest, a fist the size of a child's head with nothing behind it but arithmetic, and Gao Qifeng stepped back, let it go past, and kicked him in the lower spine, down, in one move, and the hall howled. Ha ha ha, that is it? That is all of it? Senior brother is amazing. What a waste of terrifying strength on a big oaf. Then Liu Xiong got up. He brushed himself off and walked back in like nothing had happened, and this time he stopped throwing haymakers and just came forward, and Gao Qifeng hit him with everything he knew, over and over, from every angle, all of it technically excellent, and none of it did anything at all. That is the part they had not accounted for. He does not have technique. He has hit points. A dozen exchanges in, Liu Xiong was actually hurt and had not landed anything, and I was moving to end it, and Gao Qifeng got impatient, which is what happens to a man who cannot solve a problem in front of an audience, and threw a flying kick. Liu Xiong took it in the chest and caught the ankle. I watched a man's face change from confident to arithmetical to horrified in about a third of a second as the floor came toward him. He got his right arm down to break the fall. The sound was very clean. His forearm bent at an angle forearms are not for. Senior brother! Students ran in. He sat there sweating with his arm in his lap and looked up at Liu Xiong, who was standing over him with a stupid, uncertain expression because he genuinely had not meant to do that, and Gao Qifeng said, "Cripple these two. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility." 100 students turned around. I put my hand on Liu Xiong's shoulder and moved him behind me. "Xiong, rest, I will handle it." And then, to 100 people, "I want to take on 100. Somebody screamed the name of a technique and came out of the crowd in a jump kick, changing direction twice in the air, aimed at my throat, and the students around him were already applauding. Excellent! Fang Haoyu's killing move. As expected of one of the best students, I could not take that kick. Look, that pretty boy is terrified. I was not terrified. I was calculating whether I could do this without killing anybody, which is a genuinely new problem for me, and one I was still bad at. I moved 8 centimeters and he went past, and I stepped inside and put a shoulder and an elbow into his chest. He went 3 or 4 meters through the air, hit the crowd, and took several of the people who tried to catch him down with him. There is a specific silence a room makes when it has just recalculated. "Do not be afraid," Gao Qifeng shouted from the floor. "There are only 2 of them. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. There are enough of us. Fellow disciples, let us ask the master for help." And 100 people came at us at once. I want to be precise about the next part because it is the only fight in this entire story where I was genuinely trying not to hurt anybody. Liu Xiong had height, reach, and the ability to absorb absolutely anything and no idea what he was doing, and it did not matter in the slightest. He just walked into people and they stopped being upright. I had every style a very rich man could buy from every master who would sell, and a body running at 5 times human, and I had to spend the entire fight doing the equivalent of driving a truck through a supermarket without breaking any of the eggs. Nobody died. That is the achievement I am most proud of, and I want it noted because if either of us had let go for 1 second, there would have been a national news story about Red Leaf Martial Arts School. Somewhere in the middle of it, 2 people came out onto the balcony above the hall. "What a natural-born dragon and elephant," the man said, watching Liu Xiong. Then he watched me, and his eyebrows came down. "What style is that boy using? Iron wire fist? No. Beast imitation? Similar, but no." The purple-haired girl next to him grabbed his sleeve. "Dad, that is the man who beat up Lin Changsheng yesterday at the lake park." "Oh? Why?" She stuck her tongue out at his tone and told him everything, and got to the part about the middle-aged woman whose stall got smashed and who got slapped, and stopped because she had just heard herself say it. Could it be because of her? Her father went very quiet. A martial artist bullying an ordinary person, how could he possibly do that? Then, at his daughter. "And you, I never imagined that I, Wen Jiwan, a hero of my generation, would have such a spoiled daughter." And then he jumped off the balcony. I want to be fair to Wen Jiwan because he is going to become an enormous part of my life. He is a registered martial artist of the Federation, which means he is one of maybe 2 men in our entire city with that certificate. And he came down off that balcony and opened with the same technique his student had used, and it was a completely different technique in his hands, unpredictable and untrackable and impossible to simply step out of. I blocked it with both arms and got moved back 2 steps, and there was something in it. Not force. Something inside the force that went through the muscle and hit the bone and stayed there stinging for a couple of seconds. Internal energy, actual internal energy, in a world with hover cars. That is the moment I stopped being bored. We went for several dozen exchanges. He was faster than anybody I have fought in either life except me. His moves were not more sophisticated than mine, and his raw strength was not close, and the only thing keeping him in the fight at all was that strange internal force soaking up whatever I put into him. I felt myself starting to get precise, which is a bad sign for the other person, and I was about to switch to something considerably less friendly, and he shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Young man, please stop fighting. I, Wen Jiwan, surrender." The hall went silent again for the 3rd time in 20 minutes, because they had all just watched a certified martial artist, a man who is legally a superhuman in this federation, publicly concede to a 19-year-old in cheap sportswear. His hands were shaking slightly. He put them behind his back. I found that quite endearing. Then he turned around and asked the room what had happened. Everyone's eyes went to Gao Qifeng on the floor, holding his arm, saying nothing, because what could he say? That he had lost a strength contest and refused to pay, and then set 100 people on the winners. Wen Zhiyuan pointed at a random student and told him to tell the whole thing, and the student, under that gaze, told the whole thing, including the number on the force gauge. Then Wen Zhiyuan said this, and I have thought about it a lot since. Literature is judged by one's conscience, and martial arts by one's virtue. Gao Qifeng. You broke your promise and you incited your fellow disciples, so, as you said, you bear all the consequences. He looked at the ceiling and sighed. Pack your things and leave Red Leaf. I will speak to your family about it. The hall erupted, because Gao Qifeng was their strongest disciple, and his family funds this school, and Wen Zhiyuan had just thrown away both. Gao Qifeng looked up, and Wen Zhiyuan did not look back at him, and he understood. He looked around at 100 people who had worshipped him for years, and every single one of them found something else to be interested in. Even the purple-haired girl he had been quietly in love with was not looking at him. She was looking at me. He got up. He walked out. At the gate, he punched the doorpost hard enough to make the frame jump, and turned once to look at all of them, and left without saying a single word from beginning to end. Remember him. He comes back. Then Wen Jiwan called Liu Xiong and me into the lounge, and half an hour later the 3 of us came out looking pleased with ourselves, and he cleared his throat and made an announcement. From today, this young man Li Ming will be your martial arts instructor. You all saw, and pointing, as for Liu Xiong, I intend to take him as my last disciple. Then, to 100 students he had just watched me put on the floor. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? They looked at each other, and then, in unison, because they are teenagers, and because the only thing that outranks pride in a martial arts school is results. Coach Li, senior brother Liu. Lin Chengxing quietly decided to transfer schools that afternoon. Here is what I actually got out of that deal, since 100 people calling me coach after I put them on the floor is funny but not useful. 500,000 credits a month, which I did not care about. Access to a training hall full of federal-grade equipment, which I cared about a great deal because I had a body I could not control and a bed I had already destroyed. And Wen Jiwan agreeing to teach me the secrets of Ming and Anjin, internal force, the thing that went through my arms and hit the bone. Because with mana tempering running, my body was going to keep climbing forever, and if there is a technique that multiplies what a body can do, I want it before I need it. Liu Xiong got taken as a last disciple and 100,000 a month, and for a kid who has been told his whole life that he is slow, being told he has a natural-born dragon and elephant physique by a martial artist did something to his posture that I could see from across a room. In return, I taught them Xingyi. That is the part nobody expected, including me. This world inherited the essence of internal force, but the actual boxing has decayed. The forms are crude, so I stood in front of 100 students and gave away techniques that cost a fortune in a world that no longer exists, and they went at it like starving people, and within a week Wen Jiwan was hanging around my classes inventing reasons to be there so he could copy it. He is a martial artist and the owner of the school and a man of enormous dignity, and he was absolutely stealing my boxing, and both of us knew it, and neither of us said anything for a long time. Then I bought 2 game pods, not helmets, pods, the million credit kind, 99% virtuality. One for me, one for Liu Xiong, and he argued about it for 20 minutes until I told him I needed him inside Apocalypse World, and then he shut up and privately decided he was going to keep up with me if it killed him. And then the 3-day update ended, and while I waited for 6 o'clock, I looked at the crystal bead on my panel, which was full. Second talent draw. The lotus opened and there was a small transparent figure sitting cross-legged in it, and it came into my head and unpacked itself. Infinite invisibility technique. 3 seconds to go invisible, 20 seconds of duration, broken by hostile action or damage. While active, you can see other invisible units. It reduces your threat. In the last second before you go invisible and the last second after it ends, you take 80% less damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Trait, infinite. Your invisibility has no cooldown. So I can play thief as a hobby, I said, in an empty bedroom, and my thief hobby counters actual thieves. Then I read the update notes and stopped being pleased with myself because the update notes were the most important document anybody put in front of me that month. 1. The world's 5 senses are being deepened. 2. NPC intelligence unlocked further. Quest guidance removed. Non-main quests will now develop in an open manner, which means no more yellow exclamation marks. Which means from now on, the only way to find anything is to behave like a person in a real place, and every single lazy player in the Federation had just been quietly demoted. 3. System assistance mode and free mode. Choose once. Cannot be changed. 4. Game currency and real currency now exchange freely. Macro controlled by the AI Deep Blue. 5. The ratio of game time to real time is now 3:1. I read that 5th line about 6 times. 3:1. 12 hours of night becomes 36 hours in there, which means playing this game does not cost you a day. It gives you 2. Which means every other virtual world on the market is now dead, and every human being in the Federation is about to move house, and the thing they are all moving into is a place that has already told me its name, Apocalypse. I logged in and Greenfield City was in bloom, birds and flower beds and off-white towers, and my panel said, Strength 75, Agility 75, Stamina 77, Intelligence 106, 1680 Health, Movement Speed 17.5, and then I went to change class, which is where this stopped being a game about numbers. The class change hall had career trainers standing around arguing with each other. When I walked in, the warrior trainer shouted about an adventurer arriving, like a man who had been waiting years for it, and immediately tried to sell me on being a warrior. The dwarf archer told him to stop being rude in front of a noble mage. Then they had an entire argument about whether warriors are crude, while I stood there. They are not scripts. That is what I want you to take from this. They are not scripts anymore. I found my mage trainer upstairs in a reading room. Blonde, elegant, entirely absorbed in shelving books, and I stood there for a while being polite before it occurred to me that she was not going to trigger because there is no trigger anymore, and I had to actually speak to her like a human being, Serafina. She turned around and looked me over and said, "An adventurer? Already at the level for a class change?" And then, "So tell me, what kind of mage do you want to become?" The 3 normal options came up. Fire, destructive, fragile, arcane, versatile, tanky, summons things, damage a bit weak, frost, control, survivability, mediocre damage. Then I took out the special class change token I had won for killing Kermok. Her expression changed. She actually reached out and took it out of my hand. It is a special job change token. I have not seen one of these in years. and the three options were replaced by a tiered list, green at the bottom rising to gold at the top, and the higher you went, the fewer entries there were, and at the very top of the gold tier there was exactly one. Battle Mage. Adventurer, Seraphina said, and there was an edge in it. Do not tell me you have chosen Battle Mage. The token is one use. Green and blue classes you can probably pass. Purple, epic tier, she cannot even offer, only hint at. And the gold one at the top, the legendary one, nobody has completed since the first generation died, and if you fail the trial, the token is gone and so is your only chance at a hidden class. Her advice was to take blue, be careful, and walk away with something much stronger than a normal class. Her advice was completely correct. I will choose this one. She rolled her eyes at me. Actually rolled her eyes. Adventurer, your expression tells me you have already decided. Excellent, beautiful lady. Battle Mage. She looked at me for a while and then said, all right then. I hope you will not regret it, and opened a portal with a city on the other side of it. Battle Mage is a legendary class. I cannot help you change to it. I can only give you a clue. She handed me a letter. Go to Storm City, the Imperial capital. Take this to my teacher, Heretic Lyra. She may have some clues. System, Job Change Quest. Epic, The Legacy of Battle Mage, Part 1. Legend has it that Battle Mage is a cursed class, incredibly powerful, yet constantly plagued by misfortune. You, who wish to defy the gods, seek to follow in their footsteps. I did not hesitate for even 1 second, which in hindsight tells you a great deal about me, and stepped through. Storm City is what a capital looks like when a war has been fought over it and lost and then won back. Enormous, old, and heavy, with the specific weight of a place where things have actually happened. I asked a guard where I could find Heretic Lyra. Lady Lyra is one of the greatest mages in the history of the Storm Empire, and her whereabouts are unknown. Cool. Great. Love that for me. So I walked, for an hour, through what turned out to be almost the entire city, asking people, checking towers, and eventually I ended up standing under a statue of Emperor Gareth in the central square having a small crisis about whether the first step of a legendary class change is simply impossible. Then something said, meow. There was a black Persian cat on the statue. It came down off it and started walking in front of me with the specific, unhurried arrogance of an animal that has never in its life been told no, and a piece of an old world clicked into place in my head. Black cat, blasphemer. And then I remembered that I had seen that cat at least 3 times in the last hour in 3 different districts, and that a city this size does not do that by accident. So I walked up to a cat and bowed. Honorable Lady Lyra, greetings from afar, your apprentice mage. The cat stopped mid-step. Light, and then a woman. Black robe, brown curls, 2 crystal snakes hanging from her ears, and a manner that made the guards at the edge of the square lower their eyes without being told. Adventurer, how did you recognize me? Now, the honest answer is that she had walked in front of me 4 times like a woman waving from the far end of a train platform. Beautiful lady, I said instead, your elegant demeanor shines as brightly as moonlight in the night. Even as a Persian cat, your noble bearing could not be concealed. I want it noted that this worked instantly and completely. Her lips did something and she said, with visible enjoyment, wise adventurer, it seems I appeared before you a few times and you noticed the anomaly. Then she explained, she had felt Seraphina's letter the moment I entered the city. And she watches everybody who comes for this class change, and if they do not meet her requirements, she simply does not appear, and they wander around a city until they give up and never find out why. I was the first one in years she had bothered to show herself to, because Battle Mage was originally a mythical class. The first generation had the body of a warrior and the destructive spellwork of a mage at the same time, and the gods were afraid of them, and when the first generation died for reasons nobody will say out loud, the class was cursed down from mythical to legendary and never recovered. What is left of the inheritance is incomplete, only the melee half survives, and to take it, you need the body for it. I am a mage with the strength and stamina of a warrior, because of a light screen in a bedroom on the 5th floor of an old apartment building. She had been waiting a very long time for somebody who looked like me. Of course, adventurer, she said, when I asked whether she could change my class. And only I can. As a blasphemer, why not create new enemies for those hateful gods? She smiled when she said it, and there was something behind the smile that I will describe as instability and that she would probably describe as a hobby. Then she pulled her robe open at the collar. There was a diamond of clear crystal set into her chest, and half of it had gone black, and the black half smelled wrong even through a screen. Do you see, adventurer? This is why they call me blasphemer. The curse has taken half my divinity. Here is the story, and it matters later. She was 1 step from becoming a god. She had the divinity. She needed authority, and she could not find any, so she went and tried to take it from a god called Celestia, and she badly underestimated Celestia, and Celestia cursed her. When the crystal goes fully black, she becomes a cat permanently. Right now, she gets 12 hours a day as a person. Madam, I said, do you want me to break a god's curse? I am a level 10 mage who has not changed class yet. She rolled her eyes at me, which I am told is not standard behavior for an Imperial NPC. Do not be afraid, little mage. The divine realm is closed. No god can descend without the chief god's permission. She handed me a small black cat statue. All you have to do is kill Celestia's projection and bring me her essence blood. System. Job change quest. Legend. The Legacy of Battle Mage, Part 2. And then, because she is not entirely careless with her assets, she casts something on me. Blasphemer's Blessing. Health plus 100%, mana plus 100%, speed plus 100%, spell attack plus 100%, 24 hours. That is the only help I can offer. Good luck, adventurer. Then black mist came off her and there was a cat again, and it walked away down a marble staircase without looking back. I fed mana into a statue and a portal opened, and I want to note that the statue crumbled behind me because it was a one-use key, because of course it was. On the other side there was a castle. Two things stood at the gate like door gods. Cat-headed, human-bodied, 3 meters tall, cat god guardian, level 10, elite, 9,000 health each. Intruder. This is not a place for you. I had not even finished looking at them, and both of them were moving, so I used my brand new invisibility for the first time in my life, and I have to tell you, it is one of the strangest sensations in this game. The colors go down, the world goes flat and quiet, like you have stepped one room sideways out of it. The monsters lost me completely, ran a few yards, shouted something in cat, and went back to standing at a door. I walked out to a safe distance and thought about it properly. I polymorphed one of them. It became a small turtle, and the other one did not react at all, because polymorph generates no threat, and I want to note that this single property is worth more than most epic items in this game. Then I aimed a fireball at the other one's head. System. Please select either System Auxiliary Mode or Free Mode. Once selected, the mode cannot be changed, right at that moment. Mid-cast, in front of a 9,000 health elite, with a turtle wandering in a circle behind it. System Assisted Mode. Your attacks are completed by the system and corrected to lock on to the target. Damage is calculated from your panel. Cannot cause critical hits or other special effects. Free Mode. You have complete freedom of movement. Attacks do not lock on. You choose the position and the aim. Damage fluctuates based on your skill completion rate. Critical hits and special effects are possible. This mode is more difficult. Please choose carefully. There was no decision to make. My entire build is built on hitting exact points on moving bodies. In Assisted Mode, Infinite Flame Blast is a slow fireball with no proc, which is to say, garbage. Free Mode. The instant I selected it, something came off me. That is the only way to describe it. A restraint I had not known was there let go, and my whole body relaxed by about 10%. Then I cast the fireball at the Guardian's head. Miss. The fireball hit the doorframe. I want to be honest about the next 4 minutes. They were humiliating. I had aimed at a head, and there was now a scorch mark on architecture, and a 9,000 health elite was coming at me, and I had to burn my wolves to survive an encounter I had opened with total confidence. Magic Missile, negative 893, yellow, a crit, and pathetically low for a crit, because with the blessing my spell attack was 800 and the number should have been triple that. Then, miss, then a clean hit for 765, in white, no crit at all, because I had hit the chest. I killed it eventually, and it took a dozen seconds it should not have taken, and then I sat down outside a castle in a place made by a goddess, and read the combat log like a man reading his own medical results. Here is what free mode actually is. Every skill has a completion rate, not a hit or a miss, a percentage of how well you performed it. Under 60%, even a critical hit lands like a slap. At 90%, you finally do the damage your panel says you do. Above 90, the damage keeps scaling up. So the number on my character sheet is not my damage. It is my damage if I am good. And there was more, because I sat there and took the spell apart syllable by syllable and found that some of the syllables in Infinite Flame Blast can be overlapped, and that if you overlap them, the incantation is shorter. 3.5 seconds became 3.4. That is a small number. Hold on to it. It gets much smaller and it matters enormously. Also, your accuracy drops while you are moving, which is why my third fireball at a running target had missed the head and broken my own proc chain, so I stood outside a castle and practiced. For hours. That is the part nobody puts in the videos. There is a corridor inside that castle with a pair of 9,000 health elites every 30 yards, hundreds of them. I killed every single one. The first 50 were work, and the next 100 were practice, and by the end I could put a fireball into a specific point on a moving target while running backward at a full sprint. My completion rate sat at 90% and would not go higher no matter what I did. Occasionally it touched 94 and the damage spiked. Negative 3064 on a monster that had eaten a 700 crit an hour earlier. That corridor is where I actually became dangerous. Not the fireball, the corridor. Then there was the loot, and the loot is where the running joke stopped being funny and became a lifestyle. 211 pieces of equipment came off those guardians. My bag has 200 slots. I had to start leaving things on the floor. All of it, every single item, for physical classes, because cat god guardians are warriors, so of course they drop warrior gear. I also picked up about 100 scrolls called Graceful Cat that give plus 15 agility for 30 minutes, and I want you to remember those too, because they are about to matter more than the entire 200 pieces of armor combined. At the end of the corridor, the world opened into a garden, an open-air garden, flowers, sunlight, stone tables everywhere, and at every stone table, a group of monsters sitting like it was a wedding. Cat God Priest, level 11, elite, 7,000 health, a caster. Cat God Fanatic, level 10, elite, 8,200, with a shield. And patrolling between the tables, pairs of guardians with a big black panther walking at heel. I looked for the boss, and there was no boss. The garden simply ended. So I went to work on the tables, and on the second table, something extremely good happened. The priest dropped a shoulder piece for a magic class. Radiant Silk Mantle. Stamina 12, Intelligence 8, Spirit 6, and a line under it. Bright Light, 1 out of 8. A set. 3 pieces gives 100 spell attack. 5 pieces gives 5% critical strike chance. 8 pieces gives a shield that absorbs 2,000 damage on a 2-minute cooldown. 5% crit. I have 1%. I have been running an entire career on 1%, and a cloak I got off a wolf. I looked out at a garden full of stone tables with a priest at every one of them, and I felt a specific, wonderful clarity descend on me. I killed everything in that garden. Along the way, I learned things. The fanatics have a charge with a range of 8 to 25 yards, so if you stand inside 8 or outside 25, they simply cannot use it and have to walk, which is the sort of information that separates a bad death from a boring win. The panthers are trivial and drop a black cat as a pet, which I got, and which does absolutely nothing except follow me around, and which I have never once unequipped. And somewhere in the middle of it, I hit a panther with a fireball at 93% completion in the vital point and got a critical hit on top of it. Negative 9,245, in red. I had never seen red before. I stood there in a garden with a small black cat rubbing against my leg and did the arithmetic on that number. Skill completion adds 30%. Vital point roughly doubles. Critical doubles again. Multiply them together and a level 10 mage is doing 5 figures. That is outrageous, I said out loud to the cat. Then I collected all 8 pieces of the bright light set, put them on, and my stamina went up 122. My intelligence went up 102, and my critical strike chance went from 1% to 6%, which does not sound like anything. For me, it means the engine now starts itself. I was standing there admiring myself when the garden went dark, the flowers stopped smelling, the light drained out, and a voice came from the middle of the lawn. I think I smell a living person, and also a repulsive odor. Shadow of Celestia, level 12, king-level monster, deity, 1,200,000 health. She was a thief. Black leather, 2 beautiful daggers, and a physique that I would describe accurately if I thought it would improve the story. And in the middle of that, my friend's list flashed, and it was Pebbleheart. Brother Ming, after I took out the class change token, all these hidden classes appeared, and I have to choose. Which one should I take? I looked at 1,200,000 health, and I looked at my own health, which was 5,000 with the blessing up, and I typed, do what you can. The rarer the hidden profession, the harder the change. Then I put my hand on the wall of a garden and worked out how I was going to kill a god. First, I crushed 6 graceful cat scrolls because I had 90 odd of them and they were free. Agility to 100, movement speed to 19, then the blessing doubles it, 38 movement speed, on a level 10 character, in a world where the fastest thief alive is running around at 12. That was the whole plan, not damage, speed. If she cannot touch me, I have infinite time. And if I have infinite time, then 1,200,000 health is not a wall, it is a schedule. I put a fireball into her face. Negative 5,185. Who dares to trespass on the territory of the gods? She drew both daggers and came at me, and I was already running, and thank every god in that garden, she was fast, but she was not insane, because she was a level 12 boss, and I was a level 10 mage with a stolen buff. Then it was a bath emptying. One instant fireball per second into her face, and once the burn stacked 5 times, she was losing 500 a second, just standing still, and my staff kept rolling shadow damage every 7th hit, and now that I had 6% crit, the red numbers came often enough to feel like weather instead of a miracle. 10,127 once, on a level 10 character, 99%, 98, 95. At 90, she stopped chasing and threw a dagger at my back. I turned sideways with genuinely excellent timing and it hit me anyway. Negative 1,986 absorbed. Lock-on skill. You cannot dodge a lock-on with footwork. So I did the obvious thing, which is that I stopped trying to dodge with my body and started dodging with the world. 10 seconds between throws, and there is a tell. She raises her hand first, and that garden is full of stone tables. Bang! Her dagger went into a slab of rock 2 feet from my head, and I sat behind it and drank the moment in. I have a small complaint, which is that her dagger reappears in her hand instantly after she throws it, and I would like somebody to explain the physics. But it did establish something important, which is that even in a virtual world, in free mode, cover is cover. This is a real place with real geometry, and you are allowed to use it. 70%. She threw 2 daggers instead of 1. I hid behind the same table. 1 dagger, 2 daggers, the table does not care. 50%. New line, and I want to quote it because it is the only warning I got. Mortal, you think this is all the power I possess? Black mist came off her and she disappeared. Negative 1,967, absorbed. Negative 1,538, absorbed. My magic shield rippled and shattered, and my bright light shield went to nearly nothing, and there she was, standing behind me, both daggers in my kidneys, both eyes going red for the next one. I rolled, I ran, I did not stop running, and I still turned around while running to put a fireball in her face, because if the proc chain breaks, I have to stand still for 3.5 seconds, and standing still is how you die. She could not catch me, but she could do that again whenever she wanted, and eventually she would do it at the wrong moment. So I thought about it for exactly as long as it took to remember what I was carrying. Invisibility does not only make you invisible, it makes you able to see invisible things. It is just stealth. It is not as if nobody else can do that. The next time she started the line, I hit invisibility on the first word and kept running, and 3 seconds later, the garden went flat and gray and quiet, and there she was, crouched down, sprinting at my back in a low predator run, considerably faster invisible than visible, and completely, beautifully visible to me. I turned around and put a fireball in her face. Negative 5,261. She broke stealth and her speed dropped, and I want you to appreciate that a boss designed around one mechanic had just met the one class in the world that owns that mechanic as a hobby. 40%. 30. At 30, she stopped playing thief and became a black cat 10 feet long with red eyes, which is a genuinely alarming thing to watch happen, and considerably faster. So I kited her through the stone tables instead of around them, because every time she had to go around one, it cost her half a step. 20%. No enrage. I actually thought about how lucky that was. 10%. She enraged. Bigger. Faster. And now, instead of going around the stone tables, she went through them. Every table she smashed was a table I could not hide behind. Every table she smashed also slowed her for half a second, which was the only window I had to turn and shoot. So the endgame of that fight was a very simple and very stupid loop. Run. Reach a table. She breaks the table. In the fraction of a second, the stone is still in the air. Turn. Fireball. Run. And the tables were running out. 8%, 7, 6, and I looked around at a garden that used to have 20 stone tables in it and now had one. Boom, chips of stone in the air, table gone. 2%, which sounds like nothing and is 30,000 health, no cover, no slow, and now she is faster than me. I burned spirit summoning, 2 gray wolves, and I want to be honest, at that point in that fight, 2 gray wolves were 2 puppies standing in front of a truck, negative 2,123. Negative 2,341, both of them, instantly, they bought me 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, I took 1% off, and she came at me with 10,000 health left on her bar, and I stood still. That is the decision. That is the whole fight. I stopped running with a berserk deity 3 steps away and no shields left, and I hit infinite invisibility technique, which takes 3 seconds to complete, because of one line in the description that I had read a week earlier and filed. In the last second before entering stealth and the last second after the skill ends, damage taken is reduced by 80%. 1 second in, she hit me and my magic shield went. 2 seconds in, she hit me again and the rebuilt shield went and I lost 2,000 health. 3rd second, negative 897, 80% reduction, alive. It worked. I put a fireball into her head and watched 4,000 health left on a boss with 1.2 million evaporate, and somewhere in the back of my mind I was already hearing the server-wide announcement about the first legendary kill in Apocalypse World. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will happen. Negative 5,164. Then the burn ticked, and her health bar stopped at 1 health, and it stayed at 1, while 5 stacks of burning damage rolled off her and did nothing at all, which is a very particular kind of sentence to read in a game. That is not a mechanic, that is a script. Shadow of Celestia turned back into a woman and walked unhurried to the center of the garden, and my character stopped being mine. Mortals, do not try to fathom the power of the gods. Now experience true divine power. Then she started a summoning cast with a 30-second bar, and I stood frozen and watched a countdown that I understood perfectly. No way, I said to nobody. They said the class change was hard. It cannot be this bad. 30 seconds later, the black mist came up and her name changed. Celestia. Level, ? Mythical monster. Old god. Health, ? She stood there for a few seconds sorting through the memories of her own shadow, and then she was in front of me without crossing the distance. You lowly ant, you seem to have some connection with that bitch Lyra. System, the power of the gods has rendered you immobile. You choose silence in the face of questioning. System, Celestia was annoyed by your attitude, and she glared at you. System, you are dead. She looked at me, and I died. I want to say, for the benefit of everybody who has ever complained about a difficulty spike, that if I could have opened my mouth I would have sold Lyra out on the spot in complete detail, with dates. I am not proud. I am extremely not proud. The system specifically noted that I chose silence, which is the single most unfair sentence anybody has ever written about me, and then there was no release your soul prompt, which meant it was not over. Celestia, after all these years you are still as shameless as ever, using divine power on a mortal. A portal opened in the air. A leg came through it, and then a woman in a black robe with brown curls, and she looked at a goddess the way you look at a stain. It is you, Lyra. Of course it was me. I finally managed to trick you after all this trouble. And I lay there dead on a lawn and understood the entire quest at once. The class change is not kill a projection. The class change is be strong enough to force a shadow down to almost nothing, so that the thing behind the shadow has to come out personally and cross a boundary it should not cross and arrive weakened. I was bait. I was extremely effective bait. Lyra put a beam of light through the black mist, and Celestia screamed and got away anyway, and Lyra frowned and said, I did not expect her to escape again. There will not be another chance like that. And then she bent down and picked something up off the grass and said, luckily, we still have this. Then she flashed to my corpse and looked at it, and I felt like she was looking into me rather than at me. What a weak yet adorable adventurer. System. Heretic Lyra has cast time warp on you. I came back on my feet with exactly the health I had died with. And halfway through the portal back to Storm City, another notification arrived that had nothing to do with any of this. System. Guild token auction successful. You have won 9,999 gold coins. After deducting a 10% handling fee, the remainder has been transferred to your inventory. Somebody had bought the first guild token in the world at the outright buyout price, which is, in market terms, insane. The bidding had been crawling upward toward 4,000 because every major guild in Apocalypse World had quietly agreed with each other not to bid it up, which is a cartel and which was working perfectly. And somebody had walked in and paid 9,999 gold to end the conversation. Nearly 200 million credits. His name was Zenith Cloud, and I did not know it yet, but I was going to be tripping over that name for a long time. He was a handsome mage with slightly narrow eyes standing in a starter village, holding the most valuable object in Apocalypse World, and when he was done looking at it, he tossed it to a woman standing next to him and said, hold this, I need to get out of the newbie village first. Like a weed he had picked up off the roadside, the woman was a priestess, aloof, beautiful in the way that makes people describe you as a white lotus, and she caught the token and held it very tightly, and he told her that when he stood at the top of Apocalypse World, their families would have no reason to stop them getting married. She said nothing at all, and her knuckles went white on a 200 million credit object. Remember her too. I came out of the portal inside the Storm City Palace, which is a place I had not been able to walk into 2 hours earlier because there were guards on the door. Lyra was sprawled on the throne. Beautiful lady, I said. This appears to be the royal palace. You guessed right. She turned something over in her hand and it glinted. First of all, congratulations on completing the quest. Next, I will help you change class to Battle Mage. Then she stood up. Let me reintroduce myself. My full name is Lyra Silverwood. I am Emperor Gareth's half-sister and the only princess of the Storm Empire. Every guard along the wall inclined their head very slightly when she said it. I bowed like a gentleman while internally recalculating my entire strategic position because there is a very large difference between having a friendly hermit mage and having a member of the imperial family. Then she came down the steps with a longsword that had not been in her hand a moment earlier and put it on my shoulder. In my name, Lyra Silverwood, I bestow upon you the title of Baron of the Storm Empire. System. You have become a Baron of the Storm Empire. Your reputation with human factions has been raised to honored, and your reputation with other light factions has been raised to friendly. Golden light came up under my feet, and it was not a level. I want to explain why this matters, because at the time, I thought it was flavor. Reputation in this game runs from hated to worshipped, and it decides everything. What quests you can get, what merchants will sell you, what prices you pay. And it is slow. It is the slowest thing in Apocalypse World. She had just moved me an entire tier with every faction on our side of the map in one sentence for free as a thank you. Thank you for your generosity, madam. May youth and beauty always be with you. She laughed behind her hand. All right, adventurer, with your sweet talk. Let us begin the ceremony. System. Job change quest. Legend. The legacy of Battle Mage. Final. Note. Due to the special nature of the job change medium, the pain setting will be ineffective during the process. I read that twice. 3 questions arrived in my head at once. The pain setting does not work. Does that mean it is going to hurt? Is this a video game? Half an hour later, I was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a hexagonal stone platform in the palace garden, covered in inscriptions, ancient enough that the carvings had gone soft. And she told me what the divine blood was actually for. It purifies her curse, yes. But there is more of it than the curse needs, and the excess gets spent on me, rebuilding my foundation, which in game terms means all base attributes reset and redistributed. Every one of those 26 wasted points I had shoved into intelligence on day 1 like an idiot. Given back. I sat down on that platform so fast she had to tell me to wait. Then she called out the blood. Blood of the gods, mythical item. A single drop, gold, hanging in the air, and when her staff touched it, light poured out of it into her chest, and the black in her divinity started retreating like frost off a window. She made noises about it that I am not going to transcribe. I looked at the ceiling and thought about interest rates. Then the light came to me, and the incantation started, and I want to tell you exactly what a legendary class change feels like, because I had prepared myself for pain. It does not hurt. It itches. Every cell in a body being flushed and filtered simultaneously from the inside, and the itch goes into the bone, and you cannot reach it, and you cannot move, and it goes on and on and on. I would have taken pain. I would have taken quite a lot of pain. Somewhere in there, I finally understood the noises she had been making, and I want everybody to know that I forgave her completely. System. Job change successful. You have obtained the job Battle Mage. System. After being baptized by the blood of the gods, all your basic attributes have been reset, and you have gained an additional 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 stamina, 50 intelligence, and 50 spirit. Server-wide announcement, player Chen Anshun has become the first mage player to complete a class change, and out in the world, the reaction to my name had finally reached its final form, which I have to say I enjoyed enormously. Somebody new asked who Chen Anshun was, and the answer they got was, oh, that one. He is the reason for most of the server-wide announcements since launch. You will get used to it. 55 free points, all of them into spirit. Then I logged out, because my cheat needed feeding. 1,000 points of mana went into that tempering. The other ones had taken minutes. This one took the whole night. Intelligence hit 100 first, and the moment it crossed, something went through my forehead like a nail, and I lost consciousness entirely, which had never happened before. The rest of the stats crossed 100 one after another while I was out, and my body convulsed on a broken bed in a small room for hours, and black paste came up out of my skin. I want to be clear about the smell. I have smelled a lot of things in 2 lives. Nothing has ever come close. I woke up at dawn feeling like I was floating. Opened my eyes, took one breath of my own bedroom, and nearly threw up on myself. I got into the shower in a state of pure panic and turned it on and scrubbed for half an hour and went through most of a bar of soap, and I was very careful with the shower head because I have already destroyed 1 bed this week and I did not want to explain plumbing, which was not enough because the smell had gotten into the room and my mother opened the door. Son, did you eat something bad? Why does it smell so strong in here? She had her hand over her nose and she was opening a window. It is not that. Xiong gave me a packet of self-heating snail rice noodles and I was hungry this morning. There was a pause. When did you start eating those? She said, and went away muttering. And I stood in a shower with my hands over my face for a while. Then I looked in the mirror. Taller again. The proportions had gone somewhere past athletic into the region that makes people uncomfortable. The skin looked fragile and translucent, like it belonged on somebody delicate, and when I flexed anything at all, you could feel what was actually under it. And there was a smell coming off me. A good one, a natural one, which is not a thing that happens to men who have just been in that shower. Born without flaws, with a naturally fragrant body, is a phrase that arrived in my head from an old book and that I refused to say out loud in company. And then there was the other thing. Somewhere behind my eyebrows, there was something cool and small and moving, and when I paid attention to it, it went where I told it. Strength 165, agility 165, endurance 167, intelligence 170, spirit 162, magic power 1 out of 1,620, 1 point of mana. In the real world, in a world where there is no magic, where the entire mechanism of my cheat exists because magic cannot survive here and has to be converted into meat. 1 point had survived. I stood in a bathroom in an old apartment building with a duck-shaped water stain 3 meters away and looked at that number for a long time. Could it be that magic does exist here? I said to the mirror. And I have simply crossed the threshold where I can feel it. Then I shook my head and went to breakfast, because you cannot solve that at 7 in the morning. At breakfast, my mother stared at me until I put my chopsticks down. Mom, what? Do you not recognize me? Son, how did you get even more handsome in one night? I feel like the biggest stars in the Federation cannot compare to you. Of course, Mom. Do you not know whose son he is? She was delighted for the rest of the meal and stopped asking questions, which is the single greatest quality a mother can have. At the school, Wen Jiwan was pretending to supervise and actually waiting for me. I got about 4 steps into the hall before his daughter arrived at my elbow in a red training uniform she had clearly selected with care. Li Ming, you play Apocalypse World 2, right? How many levels have you got? I just started. Level 2. Wen Ruofei is the school owner's daughter. She is purple-haired and small and extremely aware of it, and ever since the afternoon I put 100 of her father's students on the floor, she has attached herself to me with the confidence of a girl who has never once been told no by anybody. Her father, a certified martial artist and a man of enormous dignity, was aggressively enabling this by inventing reasons to remove Liu Xiong from the room. She is also, I should mention, in a guild called Scarlet Rose, all women, run by a Hall of Fame player who is apparently one of the 3 most beautiful people in the virtual world. And when Ruofei talks about her the way other people talk about religion, then Wen Jiwan took me into the lounge and got serious. You are going to Dragon Capital for martial artist certification the day after tomorrow, correct? You know an awful lot for a man who swears he did not call the Public Security Bureau. He drank tea for a while and did not answer that. Then, quietly, do you know why martial artists have the status they have? Because they are strong and they represent the direction human individual power is going? He shook his head. That would make them admired. It would not give them what they have. I thought about the director of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau turning up at my door in person. I thought about the way he had said that having 1 more martial artist would help our city's status and its allocation of federal resources. Allocation of federal resources, because a city has 1 more strong man in it. Elder Wen, stop circling. What are you telling me? I am telling you that every registered martial artist has signed a confidentiality agreement and I cannot say anything. He looked straight at me. So I will say the one thing I can. When you go for the certification, do not hold back. The stronger you perform, the more you will receive. Do not hold back. It is a certification. I do not even know the standard. Take this. And he punched me in the head from a sitting position with everything he had. I caught it without moving my feet and, I am told, without changing expression. He looked absolutely delighted, took his fist back, and sat down. It seems my intuition was right. Your strength far surpasses mine. Ah, Elder Wen, you tested me. Then, clutching my forearm theatrically. Ow. That was hidden force. My hand is broken. I have worked so hard coaching your students, and this is how you treat me. His eye twitched. Stop pretending. I have told you what I can. Then seriously, as I was standing up, I do not know how you became this strong, but I am not lying to you. The Federation now attaches enormous importance to powerful martial artists. As long as you are strong enough, you do not have to worry about anybody harming you. There is a sentence to walk out of a room with. He also told me one more thing that evening, over a drink, in the tone of a man passing on a rumor. The very best martial artists have started converting physical strength into internal energy, actual ki, their whole body sealed and round so that ordinary firearms cannot hurt them, running up walls. And this only started happening within the last year. Before that, no matter how much gene optimization you drank, nobody could cultivate chi. Ever. I thought about a single point of magic sitting behind my forehead in a world with no magic in it. Spiritual energy revival is a phrase from cheap novels in a world that no longer exists. I put it away and went to teach 100 teenagers how to punch. At 6 o'clock, I lay down in the pod and my class had 4 new skills in it. War Soul, passive. Increases resilience by 10% and by 10% more for every additional hostile target near you to a maximum of 50%. Reduces damage taken by 10% and by 10 more per additional enemy to a maximum of 50%. Allows you to overcome class barriers, master all warrior weapons, and learn 3 warrior skills every 10 levels. Read that again. The more enemies there are around me, the tankier I get. Up to half. Dual cultivation of battle and magic. Passive. Your normal attacks deal 110% physical plus 110% magic as mixed damage and reduce the target's defense by 20%, which means my basic swing counts both of my attack stats at once. Unyielding battle intent. Passive. After death, you may choose to perfectly resurrect on the spot. 7-day cooldown. Warrior's Descent. Active. All active and passive skill effects increased by 100%. 20% lifesteal. Immune to control. 30 minutes. Cooldown, 3 game days. I sat in a virtual garden and read those 4 descriptions and understood finally why a legendary class change is designed to kill you. And then Lyra, who had been waiting on her throne this whole time because I had logged out in the middle of the ceremony and left an imperial princess standing there, told me there was more. Battle Mage was originally a mythical class. You should know that the first generation were true godslayers. And then, looking down at me, Chen Anshun, are you willing to follow in their footsteps and recreate that glory? System. Main quest. Myth. The glory of Battle Mage. Uncover the secrets of the first Battle Mage's death, break the curse, and restore what was lost. I accepted it, obviously, and I want to note that the quest does not unlock properly until level 50, which tells you the scale of what I had just signed. And then she did something I did not understand until much later. She put her left hand over her own chest and pulled. A rune came out of her, red, glowing, condensing slowly, and while it formed, her face went white. She was taking it out of her own divinity, the divinity she had just spent an entire quest line and a god's blood repairing. This is a little help I can give you personally. I hope you can grow up quickly. Blasphemer's Power, Rune, Mythology. Grants the passive skill Blasphemy. You deal 3 points of spell damage for every point of intelligence and gain 2 points of defense per point. Usable at level 15. Then she lay down across the throne, pale, and stopped looking at me, in the manner of a woman seeing a guest out. You have quite the attitude, I muttered on my way to the portal. One day, I am going to win you over. I did not notice her face. That is the honest version. I was annoyed at being dismissed, and I walked out, and it was days before it occurred to me what it costs a woman one step from godhood to tear a piece out of her own divinity for a level 10 stranger. Down in Greenfield City, I bought 3 mage skills, and I did not buy damage. Blink. 25 yards instantly, and it breaks stuns and roots. Slow spell. Minus 70% movement, 10 seconds. Ice Ring spell. Freezes everything within 15 yards of me, 8 seconds. All instant. Because with Infinite Flame Blast doing the damage forever, the only thing I will ever actually need to buy is the ability to decide where other people are standing. And then I went and did something that made an entire room laugh at me. The warrior trainer, Andre, remembered me as the polite one and asked what I needed. I was lucky enough to switch to a hidden class, and it lets me learn 3 warrior skills. His eyes went the size of dinner plates and half the queue turned around, and I very quickly stopped talking because a room full of strangers had just leaned in. All right then, I can teach you, but due to the rules you will not be able to learn it. You will just be wasting the money. Army Breaking Charge. Charges 8 to 25 yards, stuns for 1 second, hits everything on the path. Power of Tenacity, passive, stamina plus 50%, damage taken minus 10%, healing received plus 20%. Berserk Power, passive, strength effect plus 50%, damage plus 10, attack speed plus 20. The core passive of the shield tank and the core passive of the berserker on a mage. How was it? Said Andre, grinning. Did you succeed? I let my face fall. It did not work. Oh well, what a waste of silver coins. And I walked out of a class change hall to the sound of 30 warriors laughing at me, wearing plus 50% stamina and plus 50% strength. Then, Fading Ember messaged me, and the message made me put the joke down. She had her own class change quest, an epic one, and she needed help, which was fine. What was not fine was the second message. She had gone to Lakeside Town, which is the only safe zone on the level 10 to 25 map, and a group of players had been following her around the town for an hour, and they could not attack her inside the guard perimeter, so they were doing everything else instead. I got there in half an hour. They were standing outside the town hall, and I heard them before I saw them. Haha, young Master Cucumber, did you see that? When I used army breaking charge, the wind blew that girl's robe up. If she had not covered herself in time, a shield warrior called Big Wolf Dog, telling it to a hunter and a warlock, all three of them delighted with themselves, all three of them wearing the tag of something called the Hyena Battle Group. Fading Ember came out of the hall and stood next to me and did not say anything at all, which somehow made it worse. Hey Ember, is this your boyfriend? A squishy mage? I thought you were calling somebody important. I said nothing. Hey mage. Ever thought about joining the Hyena Battle Group? Just get this girl to give you her contact details. She is a real gem. Trust me, you will not be able to resist. Fading Ember looked up, worried, and I turned around and gave her a perfectly pleasant smile, and her ears went red for reasons I did not have time to investigate. Then I walked over to the shield warrior. He assumed I was coming to accept. He had actually started to smile. I gave him the finger and walked away, and took Fading Ember out toward the logging camp, deliberately slowly, and sure enough, three of them followed us out of the safe zone. I stopped in the open. I put Fading Ember well back. I waited. What, have you come to your senses? Or is this a last-ditch effort? There are no guards here. I gave him the finger again. He charged from 25 yards. His warrior's strike hit my shield for 46 absorbed, which is roughly the damage a cat does to a door, and the system politely informed both of us that since he had attacked first, my entire team could retaliate for 30 minutes with no consequences at all. Blink. Ice ring. The warlock froze in place. Then I hit him in the head with a staff. Negative 3,205. He fell over with his eyes open and a curse still coming off his fingers. The shield warrior, who has short legs and had used his charge, turned around and ran for the safe zone, which is when I found out that the mage class is not merely strong against shield warriors, it is comedy. Slow spell, 70%. He went from running to walking through wet cement. Then I polymorphed him into a small green turtle. I stood there with a level 1 priestess who had spent an hour being followed around a town, and I said quietly, "Do you want to get some of your own back on this one?" "I want to," she said, "but I do not think I can win." She thought I meant a duel. She was going to try too. I explained. She went pink. She took her staff, walked over to a turtle rotating slowly in the grass, hesitated, looked back at me, got a nod, and hit it on the head. Negative 22. The turtle turned back into a shield warrior in midair. "So you are that Chen On Shun. So what? I will fight you to the..." Polymorph. Negative 23. "If you are so capable, do not use that skill. We can go one on a polymorph. Negative 24. "Damn it, can I at least get to the point?" Polymorph. Negative 22. "Brother, spare me. I will never." For half an hour, she got faster at it. She started enjoying it, and then she started enjoying it visibly, and by the end, there was a small priestess with a flushed face bringing a stick down on a turtle with real enthusiasm, while a shield warrior got out 1 word and a half of dignity per cycle. Eventually, the polymorph stopped working, because the game gives you diminishing returns and then immunity, which is a fair rule. So I slowed him and blinked to him and froze him and waited out the immunity and did it again. At the end of it, he simply stood there, not running, not swearing, facing the direction of Lakeside Town with the expression of a man who has been shown something about himself. I killed him with 1 fireball because further education would have been cruel. "How about it?" I said. "Did you get your revenge?" Little priestess finally came out of it, went the color of a stop sign, and could not look at me for about a minute. I would like the record to show that this is the woman who had already stood in the open in front of 10,000 people and healed me while an entire studio told them all not to. The quest NPC was a sergeant in a watchtower called Gorok Thamar, and he was the single most exhausting NPC I have ever met. He gave us the quest, which was to go into a caveman lair and rescue a soldier called Kyle, and then he turned around and jogged out of the tower without waiting for either of us. Why do these NPCs not wait for people? And why does he not prepare anything? We caught him at the bottom. He said, "There is no time to lose. We have to hurry. Kale is waiting for us," and jogged off again. It is not a timed quest. I checked. We ran after a middle-aged knight through a red canyon for half an hour, and while we ran, I did something I had been thinking about since I came out of the Cat God Garden with 200 pieces of gear I could not wear, and 2.5 spare sets of bright light. I sent her a contract, not a gift. A contract through the system notary, and I want to be honest about why. She is the only healer I have. In her white starter robe, she healed for about 100, and the NPC we were escorting was losing 1,000 a hit. If she was going to be worth anything, I had to fix her in the next 5 minutes, and the gear I had was worth about 500,000 credits, and I do not hand 500,000 credits to somebody I have known for 4 days. The terms, the set is hers to use while she is on the team. She cannot trade it. If she leaves, she returns it and compensates me 10 times its value. She signed it in about 2 seconds. I actually stopped running. Are you not going to think about it? This means unless you have a lot of money, you are tied to my team. What is there to consider? Besides my best friend, I do not know anybody else. It is fine for me to stay on your team. Then she smiled at me, which she does not do often, and added, "Besides, I think you are a good person. You would not cheat me. You have helped me several times already." I stood in a canyon holding the worst possible response to that, which is that I had just made her sign a 10 times penalty clause. Her healing went from 100 to 395 with the set on. Then, the sergeant charged into a group of cavemen, Stonejaw Skullbreakers and Stonejaw Summoners, level 12, and this is where I first got to use the actual Battle Mage kit, and I want to describe it because it changed how I play forever. I charged, not blinked, charged. Army breaking charge into a group of monsters, which stuns everything on the path, and then Ice Ring, which freezes everything within 15 yards, and then I hit them with a stick. Because with Berserk Power and Power of Tenacity running, my physical attack was 780 and my health was over 6,000, and dual cultivation of battle and magic means my basic swing does 110% of my physical attack plus 110% of my magic attack in one hit. 2,000 damage a swing. On a normal attack, on a mage, negative 3,218 when I hit one in the head. I had so much fun with the stick that I stopped throwing fireballs even when the proc was up, and I finally understood exactly why a small priestess had gone so pink, hitting a turtle for 22 damage. My only complaint was that a two-handed staff is slow. I made a note that day, in a cave in a canyon, that I should find a one-handed weapon. Hold that note. It gets answered spectacularly. Then we found what was left of Kale. Little Priestess got there first, because her quest gave her a visual cue on clues, and she ran ahead to the campfire in the middle of the caveman camp where a large piece of meat was roasting, and then she bent over and started gagging, because Apocalypse World has a comfort setting on by default that quietly turns anything unpleasant into something else, and hers had just failed to catch up, and the thing on the fire was not meat. The system has a filter, I told her, that automatically transforms things around you into something else. And then, because I had been thinking about this for 3 days, "But I do not recommend you use it. Treat this place as a real world." She looked at me. Her hand was already on the settings menu. "It is the only way you will ever notice anything. Every quest guide in this game was removed in the update. Everything that is left is detail. If you let the game soften the details for you, you will walk past every single one of them." She closed the menu. She did not turn the filter on. She made herself not think about where the meat came from, which is a harder thing than most people who play this game have ever had to do. The sergeant came over and knelt down and made a sound I do not particularly want to describe, and then very carefully collected what was left. "Poor Kale, you still have a 3-year-old daughter." And then, up on his feet, "It was that wretched Bonebreaker. I will destroy it." Korgath the Bonebreaker, level 12, Lord Monster, 320,000 health, standing on a stone platform with a double-headed axe, saliva coming off it, and a pile of fresh bones in one corner of the platform that I made a point of not looking at while Fading Ember was standing next to me. Our Brave Quest, NPC, 10,000 health, top-tier gear, charged straight up onto the platform and was thrown into a corner in one scripted swing before we had finished walking into the room. "Adventurers, hurry and kill this murderer." Wonderful, thank you, extremely helpful. So this became a kiting fight, which by now was simply my job. Missile into the face, proc, fireball, fireball, 1 a second, running backward around a stone platform in a cave. He hit for 900 through my shield, which meant he could break it in 3 swings, which meant I could not stand still. At 70% he stopped and put the axe into the floor. Great earth tremor. The entire cave started shaking. 312 damage a second, everywhere, for 10 seconds, and Fading Ember's set shield went, and then her health went with it, because she was standing in a cave, and the floor is what a cave is made of. Ember, get back, heal yourself, and stop hitting the boss in the heels. Because she had been, this entire time, following behind an enormous caveman and tapping his ankles with a stick for damage that could not penetrate his defense at all, in single digits, and I had nearly dropped a fireball when I noticed. Then I looked at the stone platform, 3 meters high, with a ramp on one side. I ran up the ramp. He followed me up the ramp, and I jumped off the other side and used blink in midair to kill the fall. And he stopped. He stood on top of the platform, entirely capable of walking back down the ramp, entirely incapable of stepping off a ledge, because whatever writes the pathing for a Lord Monster did not include the concept of jumping. Then he used Great Earth Tremor on the platform, at nothing. I want you to picture 2 players standing on the floor of a cave watching a 320,000 health Lord boss shake an empty stone platform for 10 seconds. "This method really works," I said, and touched my nose, and looked at Little Priestess to make sure she was watching. "Brother Ming, you are amazing. How did you come up with this?" Which is exactly why I looked at her first, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. 65%, 55, 45, up the ramp, off the ledge, tremor at nothing, back up, At 30 he went berserk and started using a fear shout, which does nothing to a man who can rebuild a shield and blink out of it. At 1% his health locked. Damn it. Another plot death. And out of the corner of the platform, the sergeant, who had been lying critically wounded for the entire fight, stood up like somebody had injected him with something, shouted about the holy light, and threw himself at the boss. Cutscene. The Bonebreaker picked him up by the throat. He struggled, then light came out of him, and the boss went down with it. 2 epics. A 2-handed axe called the Power of Korgath, and a recipe. And Fading Ember, who was party leader, gave me both of them before I could open my mouth. Why? We should have one each. Of course I will give it all to you. It is not suitable for my profession. Besides, you were the one fighting the boss. I want to point at that moment, because a lot of people in this story are about to try to buy me. She had a Lord Boss corpse and the loot rights to it, and she handed me everything in it while wearing gear I had put a 10 times penalty clause on. Afterwards, the sergeant collected Kale's bones, and with the 2 of us standing right there, beheaded the boss. Then he said, "Warriors, Korg is dead. I will return to town and bring this good news," pulled out a town portal scroll and vanished, and we stood in a cave looking at each other. We walked back to a town square where they had hung the head of Korgath up on a frame, and every NPC in that town was standing around it smiling. That is what they meant by NPC intelligence unlocked. Back in the city, I did the 3rd thing on my list, and the 3rd thing was the Mercenary Guild. 10 gold coins. A hall full of players doing the same thing because guild tokens are so rare that in the entire world, fewer than 5 guilds existed. Name of the mercenary group? I had thought about this on the walk over. Every single thing that has happened to me in this world came out of a light screen in a bedroom, and every gift that light screen has given me has the same word in front of it. Infinite Battle Group. The clerk handed me 10 badges, gold sword design, quite pretty, and I discovered they are equipment. They pin to your clothes, take no slot, and give 1% critical strike chance. 1% crit, free, on a badge, for 10 gold. Not bad, I said, pinning one on. I did not expect founding a mercenary group to come with that. 10 gold well spent. Then I sent invites to Pebbleheart, to Fading Ember, and to a player called Steel Peak. Pebbleheart. Ha ha ha, our team is finally official. Infinite Battle Group, what a cool name. Fading Ember. My best friend wants to come to Greenfield City and join too. Steel Peak. Who are you, and what Infinite Battle Group? Guess who I am. Steel Peak. You think you are so tough? Tell me who you are, or I will crush your balls. I had to sit down. You Lu Xiong, want to have a go at your brother Ming? System. Steel Peak accepts the invitation. Hey brother Ming, do not mind me, I am here, add me as a friend. 12 years I have known that man, and I had never once heard him threaten a stranger, because he has spent his entire life terrified of what he can do to people. Give him an anonymous chat window, and he turns into a bar fight. Then I went to get the mask identified, and that is where I met the 2nd most useful NPC I own. Serafina told me equipment that needs identification is old, and old things need an archaeologist, and she gave me coordinates, and the coordinates were a small river outside the city wall where a tanned, bearded dwarf in a wide hat was fishing. Grizz Stonebeard, archaeology master, and as it turned out, a fanatic. I flattered him. It worked. He agreed to identify my mask for free, for Serafina's sake, and told me to wait until he had finished with the float. Then the float went down, and he pulled a box out of the river. Damn it, said the dwarf. Why can I not catch my delicious silver-scaled bass? I watched him take a piece of equipment out of a box he had fished out of a river. Master Stonebeard, why are you catching gear instead of fish? That got me a laugh that came up from his boots. That is nothing. The legendary fishing master Finn Oceanstrider once caught a demigod sea monster. Fishing, it turns out, is a life skill and also a discipline with legends in it. You can pull up fish. You can also pull up items, gear, quest objects, and rare mounts. Sometimes you pull up a monster. That is a really interesting skill, I said, and I actually meant it. I will learn it when I get back to the city. And a dwarf looked up from his rod with genuine warmth and said, Great, it is rare to find a human interested in fishing. You do not need to go back. I will teach you. System. Fishing Master Grizz Stonebeard is teaching you fishing skills. System. You have learned fishing. Because it was taught by a fishing master, your fishing level has increased by 1. Current level, intermediate. I want to note this carefully, because it is the single highest return on investment of my entire career, and it cost me 1 honest sentence about a hobby. Then he took the mask, he rubbed it, then his face changed, and he said, This is impossible, and got out actual tools, and started peeling something off it, and underneath the grime, there was a skin-colored mask as thin as an insect wing, and I could not tell you what it was made of. It really is it, the Mask of Kalen, the greatest assassin in history. Here is the story, and I need you to file it because it comes back at the very worst possible moment. Kalen Shadowfell was born into an assassin family of the Orc Empire on the Dark Faction. He believed the weak should be protected, which is not a popular position in an assassin family, and it got him thrown out. He did not defect to us. He founded his own organization instead, the Blood Dagger, and stayed out of the whole war. Then the Void Races came, and Kalen took the Blood Dagger onto the battlefield and personally assassinated the Demon Lord who was running the invasion. A mythical monster with the strength of a low god, and the Demon Lord cursed him as it died, an addiction to magic that would eventually turn him into something else. So he walked away from his own organization, alone, so that when he fell, nobody would be standing next to him. Nobody has seen him since. The Blood Dagger looked for him for years. "Human mage," said Grizz Stonebeard, handing it back with a warning in his voice. "I do not know where you got this, but you bear the risks that come with it. If you ever enter Dark Faction territory, the Sagudro family may hunt you." "As a member of the Light Faction," I said, "a threat from the Dark Faction means nothing. I will fight them to the end." "System. Because of your righteous answer and firm stance, Grizz Stonebeard has a very good impression of you. Current favorability 20. I want to be honest with you. I said that because it was what he wanted to hear. But I have noticed something about this world, and it has made me a very large amount of money since. If you talk to these NPCs the way you would talk to a person, they behave like people. They like you, or they do not. They remember, and a favorability number is worth more than any item you will ever loot." The mask identified assassination. When out of combat for 2 minutes, your next damaging attack is a guaranteed critical hit. Hidden reduces your presence and lowers your threat level. Mask allows you to have another identity, including but not limited to race, nickname, or even gender. No stats. 3 effects, every one of them a knife. Guaranteed critical hit. For a man whose entire build is a chain reaction started by a critical hit and an identity, an entire second person, on demand. I was walking back to the city thinking about exactly how many crimes I could commit with that third line when a cold wind came from behind me and my head went heavy. "System, you have been affected by the stun skill of player Shadow Hair." She came around in front of me while I was frozen, and I got a very good look at her. About 1.5 meters. A thief, in blue leather, small, and looking at the mask in my hand, the way a customs officer looks at a suitcase. "Give me this mask and I will not kill you," she said. "If you agree, blink." Now I want to be fair to Shadow Hair, because she is going to be a permanent fixture in my life, and I do not want to misrepresent our first meeting. She had been standing near that river, invisible, for the entire conversation with the dwarf. She had heard exactly what the mask was. She had waited for me to get out of the NPC's aggro radius, and then she had opened with a control skill and a threat instead of a fight, which is correct play and shows judgment. The problem is that I had 8,000 health and she thought I was a mage, so I closed my eyes. You could see her eyebrows go up, and then she vanished. Ambush. Kidney shot. 520 absorbed. 216 absorbed. Her opener, the one that is supposed to leave a mage dead or dying, took nothing at all off me, and she did not panic, which I respect. She immediately chained into another control, and while I was stunned and she was behind me lining up the finish, I blinked out. And blink? So what? I am going to expose your mask today. Then she went invisible again and started circling and settled in behind me to wait for the perfect moment, which is when I used infinite invisibility technique and the world went gray and quiet. She stood up out of her crouch and looked at empty ground with an expression I would frame if I could. Did they log off? I was standing about 2 meters behind her at that point, watching a thief in a stealth crouch scan an empty road for a man who could see her perfectly, and I want to be honest and say that I did the next part purely because it was funny. I lined up the staff. 80! I shouted it right in her ear and hit her in the backside at the same time. Negative 1,723. She went about 1.5 meters forward, face first. Not even fully grown and already trying to rob people, I said. Look what happened. You tried to steal a chicken and lost the rice. A dagger had dropped out of her. Venezis's sacrificial dagger. Level 10, fine quality, and 3% critical strike chance on it. I picked it up and spun it a couple of times, badly, on purpose, and admired it out loud where she could hear. I want to note that she did not release her corpse. She lay there and watched all of it. Half an hour later, she was standing in the gate of Greenfield City waiting for me. Give me back my dagger. She had 1 dagger at her waist instead of 2, and she was biting her lower lip and trying to look ferocious at a man she had to tilt her head back 90 degrees to see. And the overall effect was of being threatened by a very cross tiger cub. Why should I return my spoils? Also, you attacked me first. Fine, I admit I was wrong. Besides, you are a grown man. Why are you arguing with a little girl? She is, I should say now, 20 years old and a sophomore at Dragon Capital University, and I want everybody to be extremely clear that she deploys the little girl argument as a professional tool, and that it has clearly worked on a great many people. It did not work on me, so she switched instantly. Besides, I am a professional player. Go and ask around what happens to people who mess with shadow hair. You can forget about leveling in peace. Oh, somebody quite formidable. In that case, we are sworn enemies. I would like to see what happens. And I walked past her. She followed me for 10 minutes, through 3 districts. When I used invisibility to lose her, she found me again in under a minute, which told me she knew every street in that city, which told me she had done her homework, which was the first thing I actually liked about her. Hey little girl, you have been following me for ages. Have you not had enough? Then the tone changed to pleading, which was so obviously the third strategy in a list that I nearly applauded. I know you are Chen Anshun, a big celebrity. You already killed me once. Can you not let it go? It is a level 10 blue item. Is it really that big a deal? Besides, it is not unusual to lose gear in PvP. Were you not trying to take my equipment too? But I did not get any of your equipment, and you hit me. You hit me there. And she went red. Then she dropped every act at once, which was the moment she went from an annoyance to a person. All right, name your price. I will buy the dagger back. You could have done that earlier. I would not have asked more than 10 gold. Silence. Because 10 gold was fair and was in fact below market, and she did not have it. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, she started crying in the middle of a main road, and 40 players turned around to look at me. I want to describe my emotional state accurately. I felt like a monster, and I had done nothing wrong, which is a very specific injustice, and I am still annoyed about it. Then I thought about Pebble Heart and Liu Xiong, who at that moment constituted a team consisting of a tank, a healer, and a warrior who had been playing games for 2 days with no damage whatsoever. And here was a professional player who had opened on me with a flawless stun ambush kidney chain in free mode and who had found me across a city 3 times. You can have this back, I said, taking the dagger out. But you know what it is worth. I cannot just hand it over. I spun the dagger once, properly this time, the way you spin a knife when you have been taught, and it went around my hand like a butterfly, and she stopped crying to watch it, and I would like it noted that a professional thief was visibly annoyed at how well a mage handled her own weapon. You are really giving it back? Tell me the condition. My condition is that you help my guild members level. For free. She stopped, crossed her arms, took 2 steps back and got extremely dignified about it. What do you want to do? No way, forget it. I looked at her for a second. What are you thinking about? I said help my guild members level. That is all? No other conditions? She signed a system notarized contract inside 10 seconds, which tells you what she had assumed the conditions were going to be, and which tells you something about the last several games she has played. I gave her the dagger and a mercenary badge and a party invite in the same motion. You joined a guild to work off a debt and you expect loot as well? What are you thinking? And that is Shadow Hair, member 4, acquired by hitting her in the backside with a stick and then making her cry in the street, which I want on record as the most efficient recruitment I have ever performed. Hey, where are you going now? I am not called Hey anymore. You can call me Commander. Behind me, quietly, a 20-year-old professional gamer muttered, Guild leader, wait until you get stronger and I will beat you to a pulp. Now. The last piece of that day is the one nobody saw coming, including me, and it is the reason I could later afford to pay 10,000 people a salary. I had a title deed in my bag from an NPC village chief, the last property of the Morello family, and to activate a deed you have to see the magistrate, and the magistrate has a butler, and the butler is a rigid old man who informed me that this was rest time and that anything at all could wait until his master woke up. You cannot bribe a man like that. I know, because in my first life I have tried, twice. So I opened my character panel and equipped a title, Baron of the Storm Empire. So it is the esteemed Baron. Please forgive Carter's rudeness. Please come with me. I will inform Lord Magistrate immediately. 180 degrees, in 1 second. Because in this world, as in every world I have lived in, power is not what you have. It is what people have already decided about you before you open your mouth. The magistrate of Greenfield City is called Theron, and he took me into a study where there was a map of the entire city on a table, and every district on it either glowed or did not. The lit areas are occupied or not for sale, he said. The dim areas are currently vacant or rented. He put my deed against the map, and a large patch lit up, and it turned out the Morello family's last property was in almost the best commercial location in the city, between the teleport plaza and the bank. Congratulations, Baron. You are now officially the owner, with the authority to renovate and upgrade. Then I asked the question that made my entire fortune. Thank you, Magistrate. Are any of these other unclaimed properties for sale? Of course. If you have enough gold coins, you are permitted to purchase. Other adventurers are not yet eligible. I want you to sit with that sentence. Ordinary players can rent. Only people with status can buy. Status means a noble title, or a military rank, or enough world reputation to have earned one. Every player in Apocalypse World, hundreds of millions of them, all able to rent, and exactly one of them, at that moment, with a title. What are the prices? He walked me through it, indulgently, the way you explain money to a child. That plot of yours, 36 gold, because it is a shop in a good location. These small ones and the remote ones, 5 to 30. Then he looked at me with an expression that said, very politely, do you actually have any gold coins? I pointed at a spot near the south gate, on the road to the leveling maps. 13 gold, then near the class change hall. 18, then near the cathedral. 15, then a large remote one. 9, then next to the mercenary hall. 24. And when my finger started moving again, he actually reached out and stopped my hand. All right, my baron. Where exactly do you want to buy? My time is very precious. I smiled. I want them all. What? All of them? Baron, do you really possess that much wealth? Deceiving a magistrate has serious consequences. So I tipped a few hundred gold coins onto his table. I have made a lot of men change expression in my life, and I want to tell you that watching a magistrate's blue eyes fill up with gold reflection is in my top 5. 21 locations in Greenfield City, 16 of them prime, under 500 gold out of the nearly 9,000 I had just been paid for a guild token by a young man who threw it to a girl and told her to hold it, and Theron, counting his gold, said something that I have thought about many times since. However, there is one thing I must tell you. Although those shops are in good locations, there is not much foot traffic, and it will take a long time to recoup the cost. He was being kind. He genuinely felt sorry for me. Then I got on the teleport network. I did the same thing in Ireland City, and in Oran, and in 33 others because the Human Storm Empire has 36 secondary capitals, and I had a title that worked in every one of them, and none of those magistrates could refuse a noble, and several of them thanked me for contributing to the municipal budget and bringing life to their empty houses. I ran out of gold about 2/3 of the way through, so I converted the credits in my personal account too. All of it. The 10 million from a video, the fortune from a helmet, everything. When I came back to Greenfield City, I had less than 5 gold coins left, and I could not have bought a healing potion. 618 title deeds. I put them in a bank vault I had expanded to 2,000 slots, and they nearly filled it. 2 of the properties came with a small complication, which is that they were already leased. One in Ireland City, to a large guild called Dawnwing, whose leader is a warrior called Half-Blade Echo, who once told me the honest market rate for a snail shell. And one in Orange City, to the first guild ever founded in Apocalypse World, run by a man called Zenith Cloud. The man who paid me 200 million credits for the token that founded it was renting his headquarters from the man he bought it from, and neither of us had known. Both of them were going to find out on rent day. The reason I did this is not complicated and it is not clever. I have run commercial real estate before, and I had noticed 3 days earlier a small line in a system message when I stepped into a private manor. Enter a private residence to gain an energy boost effect. 3 minutes of rest gives you 1 minute of double experience, which means if you log out inside a property you own or rent, you come back after a 36-hour game night with 12 hours of double experience waiting. Nobody had posted that on the forum, which meant somebody had found it and kept it because that is what you do with an advantage. So I did the opposite. I sent it to 1Leaf3 Witherings and told him to publish it and to leave my name out. He wrote it up as a public service and it went to the front page and thanked me in the comments without knowing he was thanking me. And every single player in the Federation went to a magistrate's hall at the same moment. The magistrates, watching demand spike, quietly tripled their prices and sold out anyway in an afternoon everywhere. And when the dust settled, the only rentable commercial property left in the entire human empire belonged to a goblin working for me at 10 times the market rate. The forums caught fire. It was called a scam. It was called an official scheme to bleed players. People organized boycotts. They held for about a day. Then one player quietly rented one, and within half an hour, all 617 were gone. Because double experience is worth more than money to a player, and because the big guilds pay 10 gold a month without blinking, and because 36 main cities is not very many cities when your player base is measured in hundreds of millions. Click handed me the bag afterwards. System. 10,648 gold coins have been obtained. Who understands the feeling of getting rich overnight? I do. I have done it twice now, and the second time is better, because the second time you know exactly what to do with it. I gave the goblin 11 gold on the spot because I had promised him 1 a month and there was no reason to be stingy with a creature whose entire species is built out of arithmetic, and he jumped up to catch it in midair and performed an actual dance. Then I took every coin of the rest and did the whole thing again. Theron nearly came off his chair. By the supreme god, Baron, you still wish to purchase real estate? He tripled his prices on me too. It did not help him. By the end of it, I had 1,001 title deeds, and I owned essentially every purchasable shop and property in all 36 secondary capitals of the human empire, and I had spent about 20,000 gold to do it. There were a few scraps left, nothing worth walking to. And here's the part that matters, and it is not the money. As long as Apocalypse World is running and those cities do not fall, that is a monthly income, which means I can pay salaries, which means when the time comes, I can afford to build something that is not a group of friends. I told Click the plan on the walk over to the Morello shop, where he was going to build an auction house. He listened to the whole thing about scarcity and demand with his eyes turning slowly into currency symbols. Then I explained the commission, 1,000th of everything he ever collects, untouchable, including by me, and a creature who had been sold into a cage by his own cousin stood up straight for the first time. What a wise and great master. Time is money. I will go and process the applications immediately. I should explain where the goblin came from, because I skipped it, and it is a good story. 1,000 properties need a manager, and I was not going to be that manager, and I did not want a player doing it either, because players quit and players talk. So I asked Serafina where I could hire an NPC steward, and she told me Greenfield City does not have that service. And then, because her favorability with me was over 40, and she was genuinely trying to help, she said, "You could check the old town. There are black market dealers there. Maybe they have something that fits your requirements." The old town is what is left of the part of the city that was occupied once, and it is a slum, and it is full of NPC children who are thin in a way that the rest of the game is not. I bought bread and water from a shop and handed it out, and got several thank yous and 0 quests, and a group of players standing nearby laughed at me for it. Look at him, another self-righteous fool. Is there a hidden quest waiting for him? There was not. I was not trying to trigger anything. I have been the child sitting on that street in a different world, and it costs 3 copper to buy bread. One of them, a brown-haired boy, told me where the dealer was. In a tavern cellar, there was a goblin called Piruk, and goblins in this world are famous for exactly 2 things, engineering and greed, and when I introduced myself with my title on, he went instantly, visibly nervous. I heard you have a way to get certain contracts, Mr. Gearfang. You must have received false information. I only sell normal goods here. Really? Then I should go and check with Magistrate Theron. Perhaps I really did get a fake message, and I took out a single gold coin and started rolling it across my knuckles. His eyes went with it like a cat with a laser. Ah, I am sure I have what you need here. What he had was a list of contracts on beings who had lost their freedom over debts, and it was an ugly list, and most of it was warriors and blacksmiths. I told him I did not need muscle. I needed somebody who could count. My God, these are the best I have. There is one more. This is my last treasure. One entry appeared. A goblin. Click Cogsworth. Epic grade. 25 gold. Description. A trader of the goblin race who lost his memory after taking a dream potion. Fortunately, he retained his talent for business, and so he was put under contract by Piruk. I read the dealer's full name off the sign above his head. Fimble Gearfang. Mr. Gearfang, do you know this one? He is my kinsman, said the dealer cheerfully, at full volume. He made a mistake that caused great losses. This will definitely meet your requirements. We offer genuine products at fair prices, and we treat everybody honestly. 25 gold from a man who had 4. So I sold Halfblade Echo 7 pieces of cat god loot for 30 on the spot because I owned 200 pieces of warrior gear and no money, which is the most accurate summary of my financial life at that point. And then I opened an iron cage in a cellar, and a green creature about 1 meter 20 tall with pointed ears uncurled out of the corner of it and looked all the way up at me and said, "My God, you are so tall, my master." I renegotiated the terms of his contract in the street outside, not out of sentiment, because I have run a company and I know precisely what you get from a man who is owned and precisely what you get from a man who is paid. 1 gold a month, plus 1,000th of everything he ever collects. Untouchable, including by me. That is the entire trick. That is the whole management philosophy. And a goblin who had been sold by his own cousin walked out of that alley with his head up, and inside a week, he had personally out-earned the magistrate of an entire city. Now, back to the part where things caught fire. I was on my way out of the auction house site when I spotted an archer in the street with green light coming off half his gear, and I followed him because I was wearing a mask and carrying an axe, and wandering Songjian could not have picked me out of a lineup. He went into a tavern and sat down to wait for somebody, and I sat in the corner and ordered an ale. The somebody was a warlock, 20-something, calm, with an unmistakable sadness sitting behind the calm. "Such an air of importance," said Songjian. "No wonder he is a renowned alchemy master in the holy domain." Then, straight to business. "So, do you want to join Sword Rain Studio? Do not worry, we can handle your conflict with the Brotherhood Alliance." The warlock said nothing for a long time. Then evenly, what are the benefits? Sword Rain Studio. No, Sword Rain Guild now. We will provide resources and level your professional skills. You will earn 15,000 a month. A pause. Of course, in return, every potion you produce in Apocalypse World belongs to Sword Rain, including the ones I develop myself? And Song Jian's eyes lit up because that question told him what he was buying. Of course. But we can give you a 1% commission plus a year-end bonus. How about that? Extremely generous, comparable to elite Sword Rain players. 1% of his own inventions. The warlock did not answer, and I watched an archer put down the sugar and pick up the stick. You had better think this through. You have no choice but to side with Sword Rain. He stood up so he could look down. The president of the Brotherhood Alliance has a kill order out on you. As long as you stay in the virtual world, you will not be able to play normally. You will not even be able to leave town to gather herbs. I want to describe exactly what that is for anybody who has never seen a professional at work. That is not recruitment. That is a man walking into a room where somebody is already drowning and offering them a rope with a bill attached. Is this guy a crafting specialist? Alchemy? I said it from the corner. Song Jian jumped. The warlock did not even look up. Of course, I am a descendant of a family of traditional medicine practitioners. We have declined, but we still have some ability in pharmacology. And when he said the word pharmacology, his whole face changed, and I made my decision on the spot. If you are not satisfied with Sword Rain's offer, I said, standing up, you can find me at coordinates 217584. I sent him a friend request and walked out with click. What is your name? You dare interfere with Sword Rain? Do you not want to stay in Apocalypse? System. Player Chen Anshun has invited you to become friends. I did not see his face when that popped up. I am told it was worth seeing. He caught up with me at the shop, and he was cautious, and the first thing he said was, I have offended a powerful force. Are you sure you want to recruit me? You do not need to worry about those things. That is my business. You focus on your pharmacy. Then I handed him a contract, and he read it 3 times because it did not make sense to him. All resources provided, including rare recipes, and then the payment terms with 2 options. 1. 100,000 credits a month, and everything he produces is mine. 2. No salary at all, and 10% of the profit on every single thing he ever makes. He took the second one without hesitating, which is the only correct answer, and which about 1 man in 20 has the nerve to pick. I, Chen Anshun, have never been afraid of anybody. You will find out soon enough. Then I gave him 10 of my last 12 gold coins for starting capital and 2 epic grade recipes I had been carrying around uselessly, and I told him to go and level his profession. I found out much later why he wanted so badly to build something. His girlfriend took his savings and then helped her new lover run him out of an entire game. That is why he took option 2. Option 1 is a wage. Option 2 is a name. His player name, incidentally, is not a potion king, and I want everybody to appreciate that a man in that much pain still chose a joke. Then I went to find my team, and my team had gone quiet, which is how the Zongheng family got their hands on them. Here is what happened while I was buying property. Pebbleheart and the others had gone out to Twilight Wilderness and stolen a boss back off a family guild called Zongheng, about 100 players, all from the same university, tight-knit and prickly about it. I had personally punched their leader, Sea Guardian Fang, off his feet at the start of that fight, and my 5 had beaten 28 of them in about 80 seconds. So they had watched my manner, followed my people, and waited until they were halfway to a dungeon. 100 players, and more arriving, and then somebody very clever stopped them from killing anybody. They pinned my 4 in a rotating chain of control instead. Ice ring, then a charm, then a slow, then another ice ring, and around so that nobody was ever free for a single second. And then they stood in a circle and jeered, and half a dozen people got out cameras and filmed it from good angles. And every time the rotation came around to Fading Ember, somebody polymorphed her into a small animal, over and over, specifically her. Because it is not about damage. It was never about damage. The video is the point. The forum post went up while I was inside a shop. Chen Anshun and his girlfriend were tricked. The title of the first Shadow Whisper of Apocalypse is undeserved. I opened it, and there was a live stream, and in the middle of it, Sea Guardian Fang leaned into the camera, pointed at a level 13 priestess who had been polymorphed 9 times in a row, and said, Chen Anshun, you must be watching. We are waiting for you. Ha ha ha. The comment section had opinions. His girlfriend and his brother are getting bullied like this and he does not show up? What a coward. What trash Shadow Whisper? He got lucky for a moment. Honestly, anybody with a functioning brain would not go. It is obviously a trap. How would he beat hundreds of people? And my friend's list started filling up. Pebbleheart. Brother Ming, I used Holy Shield to sneak into the dungeon while they were not looking. You absolutely must not come. It is a trap. 1 leaf 3 witherings. Master, I saw the post. Please do not go. Halfblade. Echo. Brother. As long as you are alive, you can always come back. If you cannot make it in Greenfield City, come to Ireland. Dawnwing will help you get your revenge. Not a potion king. Boss, that one who loves snail rice noodles is from the hyena battle group. They are connected to Sword Rain. Be careful. Every single person who knew me told me not to go. I want to be very clear about my reasoning, because it was not courage. I have a real body that has been through mana tempering 4 times. If I am not fearless in the real world, fine. But if I am going to be careful in here as well, then what exactly did I sign a contract with a princess for? I did not answer a single message. I ran. They had done a good job of picking a spot. Open ground near a dungeon entrance, hundreds of players from 2 guilds, and a ring of spectators outside them who had come for the show. And in the middle, right at the front, the shield warrior from Lakeside Town. Hey, Big Oaf, where is your boss, Chen Anshun? Why is he not here to rescue you? Is he really that spineless? Liu Xiong, frozen in an ice ring, glaring at him with actual murder on his face. You bastard. If I met you in real life, I would beat the shit out of you. And Big Wolf Dog laughed until he bent over, and then he ran a few steps closer, turned around, and started wiggling his backside at my best friend. Come and hit me then. I am right here. Come on, face me. The crowd started chanting, hit him, hit him. Somebody found a good camera angle, which is where I came in. The axe came out of nothing at head height and went down. Negative 4,624. As you wish, I said. There was a silence of about half a second, and then Sea Guardian Fang started screaming. Chen Anshun! It is Chen Anshun! He is here! Charge! Kill him! Countless ranged skills came in from every direction at once, and by the time they landed, I was not there. Are you looking for me? He turned around into my face. He had seen my damage. He knew exactly what one swing did. He threw himself sideways on the ground in an entirely undignified roll and shouted, "He is here! He is here!" into a crowd of 800 people who had all been aiming at somewhere else. Then it stopped being a battle. Here is the mechanical truth of that fight, and it is not that I am a genius. War Soul. 50% resilience with 5 enemies nearby, which halves every stun and every root and every fear they put on me. 50% damage reduction on top of my defense, and I was surrounded by 800 people, which meant the passive was permanently maxed, which meant the more of them there were, the less any of them could do. They had built the perfect conditions for the class they were trying to kill. Charges landed on me for 48, absorbed. Warriors hit me for 48, absorbed. The stuns lasted a quarter of a second. And I went through them at a movement speed of 35, which is roughly 3 times what any of them could manage, and I killed the healers first, and then the ranged, and I did it with army breaking charge into the backline and ice ring and 1 instant fireball a second, and my first magic shield never broke. Somewhere in there the aura around me turned red, because in this game killing players raises your sin value, and a red name is a mark, and I noted it and ignored it. The spectators had a word for it, and I did not hear it at the time, but I have read the thread since. Fried fish. As in dynamite in a lake. Then Sea Guardian Fang found his brain and changed tactics, and I have to give him credit, it was the correct call. Stop attacking, use every control skill you have. Xiaolong, stop polymorphing the priestess and put it on Chen Anshun. The whole field stopped trying to damage me and started trying to hold me still, because if they could chain the controls tightly enough, the damage would not matter, which is a good plan, and which is why I stopped being visible. Infinite invisibility technique. I vanished in front of 800 people, and the world went gray and quiet, and every single hidden thief in that army lit up in front of me like lamps, including one standing near the back with a name I now recognized. Loves snail rice noodles, who is the leader of the hyena battle group, and who was at that moment looking around with an expression of complete bewilderment at the place where I had been. No wonder they call it the hyena battle group, I said, walking up behind him. Negative 4,210. Then I threw the fireball in my hand into a healer, gave the entire field the finger, and disappeared again before anybody had finished turning around. That broke them, not the deaths, that. Because from that moment on, every one of 800 people knew that a giant axe could arrive out of empty air at any second from any direction, and they scattered, and once an army scatters, you are no longer fighting an army, you are doing chores. Sea Guardian Fang stood in the middle of it, watching his university friends turn into light, and did the last thing he had, which was to turn to the spectators. Everybody saw it. Chen Anshun's attack power is terrifying. He must have top-tier gear, and he has killed so many people that his sin value is enormous. Kill him once and every piece of that gear drops. Every piece. Whoever gets it becomes the next Shadow Whisper. That is genuinely clever. That is a man with nothing left, trying to buy his own life with somebody else's greed. My gear is so good, I said from beside him. Do you not want it? I had put the axe away. He backed up. Ming, Chen Anshun, you are just relying on equipment. If you are so capable, take it off and fight me. I showed him a great many teeth. Okay. Negative 1,436. My fist went into his chin and he went half a meter into the air. I caught his leg on the way down, pulled him to the ground, and put a foot through his face. Negative 1,436. And as everything went black for him, he got to hear the last thing I said. I am sorry. In combat mode, you have to unequip your weapons. Then I stood in an empty field with about 2,000 pieces of dropped equipment scattered around me and looked at the ring of spectators and spun the axe once. What, do you want to get involved as well? Come over here and ask if this axe is sharp. They left, very quickly. One of them, on the way out, loudly declared to nobody in particular that Sea Guardian Fang was vicious for trying to drag them into it and that he personally had always supported Shadow Whisper. I collected 1,500 pieces of gear off that field, which is a number I want you to hold on to, because it means roughly 2,000 players died there, and then I found out that not all of them had been from Zongheng. Some of it had come off people who were only standing at the edge to watch, because a Ring of Flames does not check guild tags. I left their gear where it fell. It is not much of an apology, and I know it. The rest went into the team warehouse, and Pebbleheart had to buy 5,000 extra slots to hold it, and he sent me about 9 messages in a row that got progressively less coherent. My God, Brother Ming, how many players did you kill? The team inventory is overflowing. Then, once he had finished being impressed, Brother Ming, now that you have killed that many of Sword Rain's people, you have completely broken with them. What are you planning to do next? I had a red name at that point, which is a genuine problem. It means the guards in every city will attack me. It means I cannot log out in my own manner and lose the double experience. It means if anybody kills me, I drop every item I am wearing. I will not attack unless attacked, I told him. I will be actively hunting Sword Rain Guild members. Stay out of the city. Keep Shadow Hair with you. Have her sneak out and find me their leveling spots. Then, because I had had about an hour to think about it while collecting 1,500 items off a field, after this, it is time for the Infinite Battle Group to officially recruit. Wait for it. But first there was a dungeon, the Wailing Mine, level 15 to 20. The first dungeon in Apocalypse World, and the entire Light faction had been trying to clear it for 2 days. At the entrance, my whole team was waiting, and so were about 400 other people, and half of them were staring at the red aura coming off me. My God, look at the aura on Shadow Whisper. How much sin do you have to accumulate to get that effect? Which was said by somebody hiding in stealth in the crowd, deliberately loud, to get everybody looking at my red name. So I went invisible, walked up behind him, and killed him. Say what you want to say to my face, I said, standing over a corpse. Do not resort to these underhanded tactics. And every single person in that clearing found something else to look at, except one group. They did not look away. Their leader nodded to me and smiled. Azure Dawn, president of the Aurora Guild, which is top 100 in the virtual world, 100,000 members, 10,000 of them on contracts, and a Hall of Fame player himself. And he had chosen Greenfield City, which meant this city was already his, and he had come out here personally to look at me. I nodded back and walked into the dungeon, and behind me one of his lieutenants said, President, that Chen Anshun is arrogant. He did not even greet you. And another one, a knight, defended me. He is new to virtual games. He has probably never seen the president's name before. Azure Dawn said nothing at all, which is what a man like that does, and then got a message and told them to hurry up, because Sword Rain Guild had reached the 3rd boss. Inside, my team stopped dead about 10 meters in. It is dark, it is cold. There is knocking coming from somewhere deep in the tunnel, and the sound arrives before anything else, and there are little lights that move. Fading Ember and Shadow Hair had both quietly relocated to behind the men, and Pebble Heart was gripping his shield with both hands. The atmosphere is well made, I said, at full volume. It is like a horror movie. The echo went all the way down the tunnel and came back, and everybody jumped, and Shadow Hair called me something I will not repeat. Then I gave Liu Xiong the Heart of Kurmok and the Leap of Faith skill book, and Shadow Hair was on top of us before the purple light finished, with her face about 4 centimeters from an epic trinket, 200 strength, 5% critical strike, and an active control. This is overpowered. Then, immediately, tilting her head back 90 degrees to look up at Liu Xiong. Hey, giant man, I do not have any good gear yet. How about I borrow this for a few days? And Liu Xiong, who has never been able to say no to a single human being in his entire life, started going through visible physical distress. No, I said on his behalf. Why does an assassin need a strength trinket? She glared at me with real feeling and vanished into stealth. Then the first pull, Ghost Miner, level 15, elite, 21,000 health. Shadow Hair came out of stealth immediately. This does not make sense. These have 20,000 health. That is 3 times what the forum said. Everybody turned and looked at me. Why are you all staring at me? I am not a monster. Pebble Heart cautiously. Brother Ming, you did not set it to hard mode, did you? Oh, the dungeon mode? Of course. Hard. Our team is that strong. The sound 4 people make when they all face-palm simultaneously is very satisfying in a cave. Nobody had cleared this dungeon on normal difficulty yet. We were doing hard, on our first attempt, with 2 players who had been in a virtual game for less than a week. If nobody has objections, I said, shall I begin giving instructions? I got 4 nods that were not really nods. Pebbleheart, hold the monsters. Ember, heal. Everybody else, attack. Let us go. Then I started casting, and nothing happened behind me, and I turned around to find 4 people staring. What? Is there a problem? Shadowhair, flatly. Anybody can command like that. That is just a bunch of people rushing in. Which is correct, and which I am not embarrassed about, because the actual strategy in that dungeon was that I had 8,000 health and did 20,000 damage a wave, and the tactical genius portion of the evening was going to be handled by arithmetic, except in one place, and the place was the first boss. Tuscan Fang, level 16, 200,000 health. A kobold the size of a cart with one enormous gleaming gold tooth in a mouth that was permanently open. He did not attack when Pebbleheart pulled him. He ran to the wall. There was a niche in the wall with 5 candles in it. He lit one, and then he came at us. Nothing changed. No buff icon. No visible effect. Everybody attacked. At 80%, he went back and lit another one. And then he hit Pebbleheart, and Pebbleheart's health bar dropped by 20% more than it should have. Every candle is 20% attack power. 5 candles. So Tuscan Fang is not a boss. Tuscan Fang is a test. He is standing there asking whether your tank can take 100% more damage than he opened with, and whether your healer can keep up. And if the answer is no, the game politely tells you to leave and come back when you have a real group. At 40%, Pebbleheart put his damage reduction up, which exactly offset 1 candle. At 20%, with 2 candles left in the niche, I remembered something. The trash mobs had been dropping candles. A white common item with a description that said, and I am quoting, the kobolds seemed to have a particular interest in it. Stone. Take out the candle from before. Throw it to him. He did it without asking a single question, which is the entire reason he is on my team. Tuscan Fang stopped, picked it up off the ground, and stood there holding it. The candle, my candle. And he did not go back to the niche. Ever. Because he had one, and he was happy. 200,000 health of boss, diffused by littering. That is what I mean about detail. The candles are on the trash. The description tells you. If your filter is on and you are farming a corridor with your brain switched off, you loot a white item called candle and you vendor it, and then you wipe on a boss 20 minutes later and post on the forum that hard mode is unbalanced. He dropped a trinket, glimmering candle, intelligence 50, spirit 50, and a chance on attack to give 120 spell damage. Fading Ember and I both wanted it, and here's how I got it, and I want it on the record because I am not ashamed. Ember, let us roll. Lowest roll takes it. Brother Ming, you take it. I will not roll. No. Roll. I do not want anybody calling me a heartless guild leader. And I glanced sideways at Shadowhair while I said it. Fading Ember rolled 99. I rolled 2. There was a silence, and Pebbleheart opened his mouth to console me, and I started laughing. Ha ha ha. What did I say? What is mine, is mine. 4 faces. Shadowhair's expression could have stripped paint. Do not look at me like that. I do not have any black-hearted equipment. Think back to exactly what I said. And Pebbleheart slapped his forehead so hard it echoed. Ha 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 ha. Brother Ming said whoever rolls lowest gets it. He already predicted he would have bad luck. I have learned something. I have learned something. For the record, 50 spirit on that trinket is 50 points in every single stat I have, in both worlds, permanently. Fading Ember would have gotten faster mana regeneration. I could not say that out loud, so I cheated at dice using grammar. The second boss was Boss Grimshaw, an ogre caster with 2 enormous dogs, Blind Spot and Frostbite, 60,000 health each. I polymorphed one, we focused the other, and we killed Frostbite about 12 seconds before the polymorph broke, and Blind Spot came out of it wearing a buff called Uncontrollable Rage, plus 50% health, plus 500% damage, plus 100% attack speed, 500. Pebbleheart survived that by exactly one thing, which was 15 seconds of being immune to the universe, and we killed it inside his window, and then everybody stood there breathing. I estimate, I said, that this boss requires you to kill both dogs at the same time, or at least within a very short window, or the survivor enrages. Wow, said Shadowhair. Amazing analysis, truly, after the fact. The boss dropped Grimshaw's dog whistle, which summons 2 of those dogs on a 2-minute cooldown, and Shadowhair had already found a plain dog whistle on the trash, which summons one, and she came and stood in front of me and simply waited. I want to be honest about why I gave it to her, not because she deserved it, because I wanted to see a 1.5-meter thief walking around with 3 enormous dogs. Then the third boss, and the third boss is where the story splits, because while we were walking toward Commander Krolgar, another group was already there, Sword Rain Guild's main team, on normal difficulty, on their 6th wipe, and they were coming apart. This boss is impossible. One hit from that trident and the tank loses half his health. What do you mean? Blame me? If your damage were higher, would it be this hard? Blame us? I have 6 pieces of green gear and a blue weapon, apart from the guild leader who has better gear than me? How dare you call yourself the guild's #1 tank when you cannot hold a normal difficulty dungeon boss? And then a voice cut through all of it. Shut up, all of you. Sword Rain is determined to make a name for itself. We absolutely have to get the first clear. A holy knight, tall, long-legged, with thick dark brows and eyes that made 4 Hall of Fame players study the floor. Song Jingmei, in-game, Jade Mist Flow, co-founder of Sword Rain Studio and president of Sword Rain Guild, a Hall of Fame healer who got there by being flawless, and the woman whose name I had been hearing since the first evening of my life in this world. She rallied them in about 15 seconds, which is a genuine skill, and she analyzed the fight correctly, which is another one. The difficulty is the last 10% in the Enrage, 30,000 health. Our best attempt left it at 15. We are close. Try once more, and if the tank dies at the end, do not panic, just keep the damage going. And one of them, a shield warrior called Adamant Shield, asked the question that told me everything about the inside of that guild. President, why did you not call Brother Wusheng? With his strength, we would have passed already. Peerless Blade God. Xiao Peerless. Ranked 9th in the Hall of Fame, which puts him in the Saint tier, of which there are exactly 2 in the entire Huaxia region. The descendant of an ancient sword school, a genuine martial artist in the real world, the strongest player in Sword Rain Guild, and the man who met Song Jingmei in a game and built the studio with her, which is a story people in the virtual world tell each other like a legend. And her eyes did something complicated before she answered. Wusheng entered late. He is currently doing a rare hidden class change. He absolutely cannot be disturbed now. They tried again. They lost the tank at 3%. They lost her at 2. They lost the hunter at 1. The warlock got a damage over time curse onto it and died to a trident. And one man was left, Bloodletter Blade, on 1,000 health of boss with a curse ticking, and he went in instead of out, and he stabbed a warlord in the back over and over while the entire raid lay on the floor watching, and he was thinking, in his own words afterwards, that he was going to be the hero of the guild, and that Jade Mist would finally look at him. The boss went down. Server-wide announcement. Bloody Romance Guild players have cleared the normal difficulty Dungeon Sleeping Woods for the first time. He was still laughing when he said it. Ha ha ha, it worked. Jade Mist, did you see that? At the crucial moment you still have to rely on me. And the team channel stayed completely silent, and after a while somebody typed, "Why do you not think back carefully? Was that server-wide announcement about us?" I am told he stood there without moving for a long time. They gathered at the corpse 15 minutes later, nobody willing to open it, and Jade Mist Flow said the correct leaderly thing, which was that losing to a top-tier guild by 2 seconds is not shameful. And then the sky spoke again. Server-wide announcement. Infinite Battle Group players, Chen Anshun, Pebbleheart, Fading Ember, Shadow Hair, and Steel Peak have successfully completed the first clear of the hard difficulty dungeon Wailing Mine. Each is rewarded with 1 level, 1,000 world reputation, and 1 piece of epic equipment for their class. I would have paid actual money to see their faces. Out in the world, the reaction was more interesting than the announcement. Everybody understood immediately that no single player can solo a 5-man dungeon on hard, which meant the other 4 names on that list were not passengers, which is the moment my team stopped being my friends and became an asset that other people wanted. They opened their epics in a mine tunnel like children at a birthday. Pebbleheart got a chest piece with 2,009 health on it and a passive that slows anything that touches him. Shadow Hair got a level 15 epic dagger. Liu Xiong got mail gloves and did not complain once. Fading Ember got a trinket with 110 intelligence and a healing bonus, and everybody crowded around to look at it, and Shadow Hair, who had spent the entire dungeon being sharp at everyone, was genuinely happy for her. I got a ring, perfectly good, not interesting, and they eventually noticed that I was not looking at any of it. I was standing next to the corpse, looking around the room, and lowering my head every so often to think, "Brother Ming, is the epic the system gave you too powerful to show us?" No. It is a level 15 ring with mediocre stats. I am thinking about something else, because both bosses in that dungeon had said the word boss. Boss Grimshaw had said it. Commander Krolgar had said it right before he died. The boss will not let you get away with this. Neither of them was the boss. So while 4 people compared jewelry, I walked the room and found a recess in the rock you could not see unless you were specifically looking for a place where a wall stopped being a wall. Inside it, in an iron cage, there was a human NPC 1 hit from death. Sergeant Thorne. Ember. Try healing him. 3 spells later, he stood up in his cage and told us about his sister. Ilara was an ordinary citizen of Greenfield City who wanted to be somebody, and she could not resist the offer, and she took it, and the thing she took it from lives in the abyss. Her brother wanted us to help him bring her back. System. The abyss. Epic. Why are you all looking at me? I said. Of course I am accepting it. And on the way out, Pebbleheart finally asked the question I had been waiting all evening for somebody to ask. Brother Ming, how did you know there was a hidden quest here? That would be my wise analysis and keen insight. Chi, narcissist, said Shadowhair, walking faster so she could hear the answer. So I told them. Both bosses had referenced a boss, so there was probably a third one. So when the last boss died, I did not open the corpse, I searched the room, and there was a hole in the wall. That is why I keep saying it. Apocalypse World is not like other virtual games. Treat it as a real world. It is the only way you will notice the details you normally walk past, and the details are where everything is. Fading Ember nodded. Pebbleheart nodded. Liu Xiong nodded. Shadowhair said, You just got lucky. Besides, are epic level quests really that easy to complete? And I stopped and looked at her, and I want to be honest about what happened next, because it was not funny, and it was not affectionate. I had just founded a team that was going to become something. She was arguing with me in front of the other three for the 9th time that day, over nothing, on a point where she knew I was right. Hanling too, I said. Do you have a problem with me? You argue with everything I say. If you are unhappy in this group, I will allow you to leave. She had her mouth open, and Fading Ember said, Sister Shadow, stop talking. And she turned her head away and did not answer. She was not going to leave. She knew perfectly well that a first clear and an epic hidden quest inside 2 days was not luck. But some women hold grudges, and I had hit her in the backside with a staff in public, and she was never entirely going to forgive me for it. I did not indulge her either, because I had just decided to build something with more people in it, and the leader's authority is not something you establish later. Then we cleared a passage full of Obsidian Resistance Army, who are civilians Ilara corrupted and who are immune to every control effect I own, and who transform into black demons at 30% health, which is a genuinely upsetting thing to watch happen to somebody described in the quest text as a civilian. And halfway down the passage I stopped because I had just hit level 15, and I had been carrying something in my bag for days. Blasphemer's power. The rune Lyra tore out of her own divinity while going white in the face. I used it and red light came off me, and it was heavy enough that Pebbleheart and the others stopped and turned around, and for a moment I felt something break. Some chain I had not known was on me, and then it was gone, and I told myself I had imagined it. System. Learned the divine skill Blasphemy. Gained 1 point of divinity. Current divinity, 1. Divinity. That is not a stat. That is not one of the 6 things on a character sheet in this game. There is no divinity in Apocalypse World. And underneath it, an effect I read 4 times. Divine Might. There is a 10% chance that damage will trigger divine punishment, causing instant death to the target. This applies to normal units. For each rank the target is above normal, the chance decreases 3-fold. Ineffective against mythical targets. 10% instant kill on anything. Divided by 3 per rank, so about 3% on an elite, 1% on a boss, and roughly 3 in 1,000 on a lord. 3 in 1,000 is not 0. Please write that down. It comes back twice, and both times it changes the shape of my entire life. The rest of Blasphemy is simpler. 3 points of spell damage per point of intelligence, and 2 points of defense per point of intelligence. My spell attack went up 50%. My physical and magical defense went from 0 to over 1,000 each, which means that a mage who can only wear cloth now had the defenses of a shield tank, and the very next thing I hit for negative 20,202, in an era where 1,000 damage is a celebration. Shadowhair's dagger missed entirely because she forgot she was in the middle of an attack. Brother Ming, your damage is too strong. Are hidden classes really that powerful? I want one too. That was Liu Xiong, and everybody else made the same face, and I gave them the honest version, which is that hidden classes are strong, and I had 2 epics, and then I gave them the useful version. Pebbleheart and I got our tokens for a first kill. There will be more chances like that. As long as you remember what I said and treat this as a real world, you will all get a shot at a hidden class. I was talking to Liu Xiong. I was aiming at Shadowhair, and I watched it land, and she stopped arguing with me for approximately 11 hours. Then the passage opened onto a bay. Actual salt air, a pier, sunlight. If it had not been full of corrupted civilians, we would have booked a holiday. At the end of the pier, next to a 2-masted sailing ship, was a woman. Oh, look who is here. It is my lovely brother. So, Sergeant Thorne, are you here to pledge your allegiance to me? The betrayed Ilara. Level 17. Lord level dungeon boss. 850,000 health. She was, and I am reporting the observed facts, extremely beautiful, and even Fading Ember said so out loud, and Shadow Hair agreed, and I said, no matter how beautiful it is, it still needs to be torn down, let us discuss how to fight it, and got glared at by both of them simultaneously. Then Thorn charged her, entirely on his own, before we had said anything. She bound him in chains for a 6-hour duration, which is the game politely explaining that the NPC is now scenery, and told us to kill her. Shadow bolts for 2,000 a hit. Pebbleheart held. Fading Ember kept up. I did about 10 times the damage of everybody else combined, and it was going well. At 70%, she said something that I want to quote exactly because it is the single most dangerous sentence in this entire story. Is the moonlight more beautiful tonight, or am I? And Liu Xiong turned around and charged our healer. Army breaking charge. Whirlwind slash. 462, 1002. Brother Ming, I am out of control. Fading Ember's set shield ate most of it, and she ran, and I polymorphed my best friend into a small animal and shouted at Fading Ember to purify him, and she did, and I had never been so grateful for an epic class in my life. At 55, it took Shadow Hair, and I stood there with 2 control skills, one healer with a 30-second cooldown on her cleanse, and a boss that charms 1 player at a time, and did the arithmetic on what happens if it takes me. Please do not try to control me, I said out loud to a game. Nobody here can survive a single hit from me. 51%. Is the moonlight more beautiful tonight, or am I? Purify. Now. She was fast. She was not fast enough. The cleanse was in the air and the fireball was already out of my hand. Negative 3,817. No crit, no vital point. It did not matter. A level 13 priestess does not have that much health. Fading Ember's portrait went gray, and the boss laughed, and I stood there for 1 second in complete silence. What a wonderful performance. Then I went back to work, because there is nothing else to do. At 50% she became a succubus, which meant charm on a rotation, and there was no healer left to clean it, and I want you to appreciate the exact order of what happened next. She charmed Liu Xiong. He broke it himself with a berserker skill, which is a good save, and which I will always give him credit for. Then she charmed me. And with a full team standing around me, I killed Liu Xiong with the axe. Then I put a fireball into Shadow Hair, who was polymorphed and could not move. Then, when Pebbleheart's 15 seconds of invincibility ended, I killed him at point blank. 4 gray portraits, all 4 of them mine. Die, adventurer, the secrets of Obsidian Base must not be revealed. And with everyone I had brought lying on the floor, the charm broke, because we were hostile now, and the boss had 30% health left, and I was alone. I want to tell you exactly what a battle mage does at 30% with no team, because this is the fight where I stopped being a man with a good skill and became something else. Counterspell, the instant she started casting. 5 seconds of silence on a boss, because boss tier targets resist 30% of the duration. 5 seconds. Negative 9,867. Negative 8,976. Negative 22,129. 5 stacks of burn, 600 or 700 a second, my 10,000 damage per second, all of it into a face at 25 yards while running backwards. Silence ended. Gray wolves. 2 more seconds. 15%. Out of tricks. So I stood still and let a lord boss hit me. Shadow Bolt does 3,000 after the transformation every 1.5 seconds. My magic defense eats about half. 2 magic shields plus the bright light set shield absorbs 7,000. 5 seconds of standing there. 15,000 damage of hers, 75,000 of mine. On the floor, 4 dead players watched their team leader trade with a boss. Pebbleheart. Brother Ming's counterspell is on cooldown. He cannot kite. He is just going to tank it now. Steel Peak. That was close. Only a few 100,000 left. Shame. Shadow Hair. I did not even get to do any damage before he one-shot me with a fireball. That damage is insane. Fading Ember. Brother Ming can beat it. Look. She used a skill and he did not lose any health, and she was right, and they all sat up and my health bar did not move for 4 seconds while a boss emptied everything she had into it. 10%, 9, 8. I was 1 fireball from the first Lord level solo in this dungeon when the game froze me in place and took the camera off me. I admit I underestimated you, adventurers. And she jumped onto the ship, and the ship moved. Thorn, still in chains, ran to the shore. You are not getting away, Alara. And his sister looked back at him from the deck of a ship and said, Goodbye, my foolish brother. When the Obsidian Temple descends, I hope you will still be this naive. Then she was gone into the endless sea, and the sails went over the horizon, and my 4 teammates were still lying on the floor. Quest complete. I want to be honest. I sat down. Not because of the boss, because the phrase Obsidian Temple had just been said out loud by an NPC in a starter dungeon, and because I had heard the word abyss 3 separate times that week from 3 separate sources, and because I have been in enough boardrooms to know the sound of somebody laying pipe for later. Then Shadow Hair, still dead, face down, spotted something. Captain, look over there. There is a treasure chest. Alara's chest, sitting where she had been standing, which was apparently everything she had not had time to take with her. I asked whether I should wait for them to run back. Just open it, said Shadow Hair. Even with the worst luck in the world, you are not getting an epic out of a chest. Purple light. Alara's dried banana. Accessory. Epic. Agility 233, attack speed 15%, and a chance on hit for a second instance of damage. Description. This oddly shaped piece of jewelry appears to have been used frequently, as the top is quite smooth. Nobody said anything for a while. Pebble Heart. This is amazing. It suits Xiaoleng perfectly. Steel Peak. It is already good that they dropped an epic, especially an accessory. Shadow Hair. I am going to file a complaint against the designers of Apocalypse World. I assigned it to her without comment because it is a pure agility trinket and she is the only thief on the team, and because she is a 20-year-old sophomore who has been at university long enough to know exactly what she was being handed, and because the stats were frankly obscene. She typed a row of dots and equipped it, which is the correct response, and my respect for her went up a bracket. Also in the chest, a Fire Mage skill book called Ring of Flames, instant, 2-second cooldown, damages everything within 15 yards, an area attack, with a 2-second cooldown, on a man with an infinite mana pool. Please hold on to that, because in about a day, it is going to be responsible for several thousand deaths. We came out of that dungeon into a crowd, and standing in front of the crowd was Jade Mist Flow with Bloodletter Blade behind her. You are just a few people from the Infinite Battle Group. Where is your leader, Chen Anshun? She introduced herself, president of Sword Rain Guild, and waited for the effect. There was no effect because 3 of my 4 had been playing games for less than a week and had genuinely never heard of her, and Shadow Hair, who did not so much as blink. You could see her recalculate. We at Sword Rain are recruiting. I wonder if any of you would be interested. I can offer contracts for elite members. And Bloodletter Blade stepped up to explain what that means to peasants. Perhaps you do not know the value of an elite contract. Let me put it this way. Complete the tasks the guild assigns and 10,000 credits go into your account every month, plus other benefits. That is a real offer. That is a genuinely good offer for 4 people who had been strangers a week ago. Then I came out of the dungeon glowing red, and she turned around, and I want to describe her honestly because I formed my opinion in the 4 seconds it took me to walk over. Very beautiful. Excellent figure. Thick dark eyebrows and a high forehead, slightly upturned eyes and thin lips. In my previous life, I read a lot of books about faces, mostly because rich men buy nonsense. Most of it is nonsense. But I looked at her and thought, that is an ambitious woman. And ambitious women who are also this competent do not stop for anything. And I want to note that I had that thought before she opened her mouth, and that everything that happened over the next 4 days confirmed it. I have long admired Shadow Whisper's reputation, she said, entirely sincerely. Would you be willing to join Sword Rain Guild? I did not let her finish the offer. I have negotiated for a living, and you never let somebody say a number if you are not going to take it, because the number becomes a debt. Sword Rain's name is legendary, but I am used to being free, and I cannot stand being constrained. Besides, I have the Infinite Battle Group to take care of. Then I glanced at the man standing behind her. If I remember correctly, this subordinate of yours has some grudges against me. If I join Sword Rain, how do you expect him to cope? She did not blink. Those are minor matters. If you care about it, I can apologize on his behalf. And Bloodletter Blade's face went through something remarkable, and he said nothing because his president had just offered to apologize to me for him, in public, in front of a crowd, in order to close a deal, which told me the exact price she puts on her own people, and which I filed. Never mind, I said. I am not used to being told what to do. And her expression finally went cold, because from where she stood, she had come down an enormous distance to make that offer, and the man she made it to had said no twice without hearing a number. Bloodletter Blade could not hold it in. Chen Anshun, do not push your luck. The president has shown enough sincerity. What? Are you going to break off relations? Is Sword Rain so domineering that it can force people to join? Shadow Hair went invisible. Pebble Heart got his shield up. Liu Xiong got a lot larger. And a voice from the crowd said, haha, not bad. Sword Rain should not be that domineering, right, Guildmaster Jingmei? Azure Dawn, walking in with an entourage, smiling, and about as harmless as a filing cabinet falling out of a window. So you are the president of Aurora, she said. What? Do you know Shadow Whisper? I do not know him. We have met once at most. Then what does President Azure mean by this? I am discussing cooperation with leader Chen Anshun. Huh, you mean cooperation? If that is what this is, then Aurora Guild would also like to cooperate with the Infinite Battle Group. She knew it was over. She looked at me one more time and asked if I was really unwilling, and I smiled and shook my head, and she said, In that case, Jade Mist will not insist. I hope we can cooperate in the future, and left with her people. Bloodletter Blade turned around at the last second and gave me a look with a promise in it, and when they were gone, I thanked Azure Dawn, and he laughed at me. Commander, there is no need. Actually, I have my own motives. I said I know. Jade Mistflow is a very ambitious woman. She chose Greenfield City to build her guild, which makes her my rival. Then he told me, quite pleasantly, that if I ever got bored of running a mercenary group, Aurora would take all of us, and left. Everybody carries the sedan chair. I thanked him anyway, because a favor is a favor, even when you can see the wires. And Pebbleheart, who was 16 and not stupid, said what everybody was thinking. Brother Ming, judging by how Sword Rain just behaved, this is not going to end here. He was right, and it took about 4 hours. On the way out, I stopped at the river to have the strange seal identified, the epic with no name that had dropped off a knoll boss, and Grizz Stonebeard took one look at it and got out his tools without being asked. Then he stopped and held it in both hands and said, By the dwarf god, I have discovered traces of Titan. Key to Winter. System, Titan's Trail. Rare. Rare. Not epic. Rare, which is the tier above epic and which I had never seen on a quest before. And it came up red in my log because it required level 20 and I was 15. Winter Temple is full of danger, the dwarf said. Get stronger. Come back when you are at least 20. So I went to the Gloomy Forest, which is a level 20 to 25 map, because Pebbleheart had suggested it, because with monsters that high around me, it would be much harder for Sword Rain to come at me. I was messaging him about it when I noticed a patch of grass collapse. No wind, nobody there, which meant a thief in stealth had put a foot down badly. We are almost there, do not worry, I typed to Pebbleheart at a normal speed. Even if they come looking for trouble, they cannot beat Brother Ming. Talk later, I am in a hurry. Then I counted. 2 about 30 yards ahead and left, 3 about 20 yards behind and to the side, and by the sound of the grass, 10 in total. 10 thieves sent to kill 1 mage. I want to say that I am flattered. There is a wooden bridge 100 meters ahead. Based on my speed, if they were going to open, they would open about 3 seconds before I reached it. 3, 2, 1. I looked down. A dagger went through the space where the back of my head had been. Then I rolled forward and 2 more went past my waist, 1 on each side, both missing, and 3 thieves stood there visible with the specific expression of professionals whose guaranteed opener has failed. Ice ring. 3 of them frozen in place, and none of them had a control break skill yet at that level, so they had to stand there and watch. Then I charged the furthest one I could hear. Negative 2023 in red because I had been out of combat for 2 minutes and the Kalen mask had a guaranteed critical hit stored up. He died before his corpse finished rendering. Then I picked up his gear and threw a fireball into his friend in front of him. Negative 11,103. That is when they started shouting at each other to break the freeze by hitting each other because the frozen ones had realized what was standing in the field with them. Are you in a hurry? I said. Okay, I will come and untie you right away. 5 of them died in about 11 seconds. 2 more died running. The last 3 had already gone because their organizer had gone first and fastest, about a kilometer, immediately. The one I kept alive was called Blood Revenge, slowed to 70%, and I asked him who sent him. What Sword Rain Guild? We just wanted to kill you and loot your gear because you have a red name. You really will not tell me? You know that dying in the wild costs a level and may cost equipment. You still will not tell me? He waited for about 4 seconds, which is exactly how long it takes a man to work out that the person who organized this operation is currently a kilometer away and is not going to compensate anybody. He told me, Bloodletter Blade, off his own back, without guild orders. And then he added, with real disgust, this guy is a Hall of Fame player? We are in the same guild and I am ashamed for him. I let him go. I keep my word when it costs me nothing, which is most of the time. Tell Jade Mistflow that I will be leveling in Gloomy Forest. If you want trouble, come and find me there. Then I logged out, and something happened in the real world that I want to put in here, because I did not understand it until much later. That tempering, my magic did not go all the way to 0. 324 out of 3,240, exactly 10% left over. 1 point of divinity, 10% of my mana surviving in a world without magic. And I stood up out of the pod and turned myself invisible in my own bedroom, and checked it against the camera on my old phone, and I was not there. I want to be clear that I did not enjoy that discovery. I stood in a small room in an old apartment building, invisible to a camera, and understood that whatever was happening to me had stopped being about a game. Then I went to work, taught 100 teenagers to punch, got tested by Wenjiwan with a full power strike to the head that I caught without standing up, and got told 2 things, that the certification was in 2 days, and that the very best martial artists had begun converting physical strength into internal chi within the last 12 months, and that nobody in recorded history had ever been able to do it before. and at 6 in the evening I logged back in to find out that a guild had declared war on me. Pebble Heart had it before I did. Brother Ming, have you checked the forums? Sword Rain has issued a kill order on the Infinite Battle Group. 100 gold for you, 10 gold for each of us, and they are distorting the facts. They are saying you refused their generous offer and then attacked and killed their members. The post was by Jade Mist Flow. It was very well written. Sword Rain, the victims, Shadow Whisper, a brute who used his power to assassinate their people. And a video, filmed by one of the 10 thieves who had ambushed me on that bridge, which started at the point where I began killing them. I have to give her credit. The kill order was not the point. Read the last line. In addition, Sword Rain Guild is hiring extensively with excellent benefits. We welcome elite players to join the Sword Rain family and develop their careers in Greenfield City. She was not hunting me. She was advertising with me. My name was the biggest name in Apocalypse World at that moment, and she had just stapled her recruitment drive to it and made herself the wronged party in the same document. That is not a guild leader. That is a marketing department. I did not argue. Arguing is what she wanted. I filmed my surroundings, posted the video, and wrote 3 sentences. You can fabricate facts however you want. I am too lazy to argue with you. Since you want war, then let us fight. I will be waiting for you in Gloomy Forest. What I did not know, and what I would have paid money to watch, is that in a corner of Greenfield City, the founders of Sword Rain Studio were having the argument that eventually ended them. Because Shao Peerless had come back from his class change, and he had found out about the investment. Why did you accept money from the Nanshan conglomerate behind my back? Why did you sell your shares and lose autonomy? Was it not good enough when the studio was ours? And then, with more heat. And now you have issued a kill order because somebody refused your offer? Did you even investigate his background first? Yes, Shao Peerless is strong, but I am 9th in the Saint tier, not invincible. How can you be certain this Chenan Shun is not somebody's alternate account? Is it really just luck that made him stand out among hundreds of millions of players? And then the sentence that told me everything about that relationship when I heard it repeated later. Song Jingmei, you have changed. You have forgotten why we started this. Are you still the Song Jingmei I love? And she did not flinch. She got louder. Is that how you see me? I am doing this for you, for our future. Apocalypse World is humanity's second world. Every conglomerate in the Federation has moved in. What use is our little studio? We lost some shares and gained a guild, and young Master Chen has promised me that Sword Rain will still be run entirely by us. And that Chen Anshun of yours, so what? He is a casual player. If he can take on 10, what about 100, 1,000? We have tens of thousands. We could drown him with a spit each. He walked out. She sent 3 elite regiments after me instead, 40 players each, correctly balanced, plus 1,000 ordinary members who came because they wanted to watch, plus, behind them, several thousand spectators from other guilds who had read the forum and wanted to see what the #1 dark horse in Apocalypse World actually was. And she specifically refused to bring Shao Peerless because she wanted to prove to him that Sword Rain was still Sword Rain without him. I stood in a clearing in the gloomy forest, killing level 24 ghouls with a fireball each, and deliberately not leveling up and photographing my surroundings every few minutes and posting them so that nobody could say I had hidden. I could hear them coming, not the footsteps. My hearing in that game runs off a real body that has been through mana tempering 4 times, and I could hear a commander 400 meters away giving orders. Stealth classes forward scout, do not engage. Tanks in front, healers on the line, treat this like a boss. Commander Ling Feng is right. Based on our information, he is a hidden class with very high damage and defense. Crowd control classes keep him locked down. Then the sound stopped, which meant they had arrived. Since you are here, I called out to an empty forest. Why do you not dare show yourselves? Are all of Sword Rain's elites this cowardly? It is a cheap provocation, and it works on about 1 man in 10. 2 seconds later, a dagger came at the back of my head. I turned into it and swung, and he was not actually attacking. He was baiting me into committing. Then the real one came in from the other side, a stun, and I moved half a body length forward, and it went past, and I swung backwards into the space behind me and hit something solid. Negative 17,621. A corpse appeared out of nothing and fell over. Nobody else attacked. Which tells you that the other 15 thieves in that forest had just watched a number and revised their plans. Then the army arrived, and I want to describe it properly because it is the largest thing I had seen up to that point in my life. 3 elite regiments in formation from 3 directions, 1,000 ordinary members packed in behind them, and behind those, more solo players than either, standing on the slopes, watching. Chen Anshun, the president asked me to tell you that if you change your mind now, sign a contract and join Sword Rain, she can forgive and forget. Otherwise, after today, there will be no place for you in Apocalypse World. Bone Lord Kale, Hall of Fame, the commander she had put in charge. I spun the axe and said nothing. He waved his hand. The air moved and 4 or 5 thieves came at my vital points simultaneously, and they were fast, genuinely fast, streaks of gray. I dropped a shoulder, turned sideways, moved laterally, bridged backwards, and did a side somersault on the spot, and every single one of them missed. They kept coming, more of them. 15 or 16 professionals, all in free mode, all attacking one man for the better part of a minute, and not one of them touched the hem of my robe because I had a movement speed of 51 and a real body with a decade of purchased martial arts inside it. And because in free mode this is not a game about stats, it is a game about whether you can physically get out of the way. The spectators on the slopes started saying it out loud. Is this what a top free mode player looks like? That is terrifying. Then Bone Lord Kale lost patience and did the correct thing, which was to give up on damage and go for control. A warlock with a succubus pet stepped forward, and the succubus blew a kiss at me, and I stopped being able to move. With my wife involved, said the warlock smugly, this will be a piece of cake. Then you have been cheated on, said somebody behind him, and I want that man to know that I heard it and that it kept me going through the next part. So what if he is strong in free mode, said Bone Lord Kale. Everybody, focus fire, take him down. Every thief in range, and then 100 casters. Frostbolt, Shadowbolt, Fireball, Punishment. The light of 100 spells landing on one spot at once. And when it cleared, Bone Lord Kale looked for a pile of dropped equipment and found 2 of his own thieves lying dead instead. Because here is what happened inside those 2 seconds. The thieves hit first, and their opening burst, the one that deletes a mage, produced a screen full of the word resistance. Over 1,000 points of both defenses from Blasphemy and Warsoul, giving me 50% damage reduction because I was surrounded by an army and a magic shield on top. 12 professionals hit me, and I did not lose a single point of health. Then the 50% resilience from Warsoul halved every control effect on me, and I came out of the charms several seconds earlier than any of them had calculated before the casters landed. I killed one with the axe on the way past, charged the furthest target I could see to get out of the impact zone, finished him, and blinked into the middle of their ranged line, and used Ring of Flames. 2,000 damage in a 15-yard circle. 4,000 on the crits, every 2 seconds, on ranged classes packed together with a few hundred health each. The screaming started in the 2nd Regiment and did not stop. That is the fight. That is the whole fight. Bone Lord Kale reorganized twice, and the second time he got it right. Chain control with a gap of under 1/4 of a second, contributed by every class in 3 regiments, taking turns. They got me. Genuinely. Even with 50% resilience, a properly executed chain has no room in it. And then 1,000 people hit me for 4 straight minutes. Resistance. Absorbed. Resistance. Absorbed. I am an elite from the main force, one mage said, in what I can only describe as an existential crisis. I do 1,000 damage a hit. I cannot break his defense? I threw every damage curse I have, and they all resisted. This Hall of Fame player is better off not being one. Then Bone Lord Kale spotted my shields going down and rallied them, and my health bar finally started moving, and they cheered, and they worked out from the rate of decline that I had over 10,000 health, and one of the tanks in that army very quietly thanked heaven that I had turned down their recruitment offer. They took me to half. And then a golden veil came up over me, and because of the sin on me, it came up gold and red. Warrior's Descent. All active and passive effects doubled. 20% lifesteal, immune to control. 30 minutes. Which means Warsoul's 50% damage reduction becomes 100% while more than 5 enemies are near me, my health locked and refilled. After fighting this long, I said to the shield warrior standing in front of me, it is time to say goodbye. Ring of Flames, doubled, out to 30 yards, 4,000 a hit. Everybody inside 30 yards of me stopped existing. Then the axe, on a man with a sliver left, negative 18,928. Control him, what are you all standing there for? I put a fireball at Bone Lord Kale, and he did the single most honest thing anybody did that day, which was to grab the guildmate next to him and pull him into the path of it, and then roll. Negative 52,912. He went white and started typing a report to the developers, and then it was not a battle anymore. 30 minutes of immunity, a 2-second area attack, a movement speed of 60, and 800 people who could not damage me, and could not hold me, and could not outrun me. Run, he is cheating, I am reporting him on the official website. This is suicide, we are just throwing away levels. Is this demon on a mythical boss template? They broke and ran, all of them, in every direction, and I want to be honest about what happened next because I am not proud of it. I chased them. For several minutes, at speed, through a forest, and every 2 seconds a ring of fire went out to 30 yards and everything inside it died, and by the end of it the aura on me had gone from red to black, and my golden veil had gone black and gold with it. More than 3,000 Sword Rain players died in that forest, and somewhere in the middle of it, somebody was shouting that some of us are only spectators, do not attack us, and I did not hear it, because I had stopped hearing things, and Ring of Flames does not check guild tags. I collected 1,500 pieces of equipment off the ground afterwards. The low-quality ones I left where they fell for the people who had come to watch and who I had killed for being in the wrong circle. I think they will thank me, I said, out loud, in an empty forest. They learned a lesson today about joining in. That is the sound of a man justifying something, and I knew it while I was saying it. The video went up within the hour, 1 against 1,000. Is it cheating, or is it truly invincible? The comments section went silent when the video ended, which does not happen, and then produced about 400,000 variations on holy crap in under a minute. Riverland Sausgrain, top 50 in the Hall of Fame, wrote the reply that got pinned. I take back what I said before. It is not that becoming a master is easy, it is that Shadow Whisper is already a master, and a very strong one. And then he did the thing that made him worth watching, which was to look past me at the shape of the world. Shadow Whisper's power showed me the charm of this game. If you are strong enough, you really can fight 1,000 or 10,000. I look forward to the day the second class change and the forbidden spells unlock at level 50. The mass reports went nowhere. The official notice said what it always says, everything is under deep blue, there is no cheating, and at the very end, in a line nobody read carefully, that they hope players will explore Apocalypse World more thoroughly because this game is going to bring many changes. Jade Mist Flow, who had just lost 3 elite regiments and over 3,000 contracted members in one afternoon to prove a point to her boyfriend, went very quiet, and I checked 2 system notifications I had heard during the killing and had not had time to read. System, blooming amidst carnage and seeking dawn in the darkness. Because of your insane killing, the Kalen mask has undergone some changes. System, death is not the end, evil is. Because of your insane killing, the Kalen mask has changed. The mask had evolved. Twice. Once at 100 sin, once at 1,000. Agility 100. Critical hit rate 5%. Assassination. After 1 minute out of combat, your next damaging attack becomes instant and is a guaranteed critical hit. Hidden. Reduces your presence and lowers your threat. You may choose to hide your red name status. Mask. Another identity. Heart of Slaughter. 2,024 out of 10,000. There is a counter on it. It evolves again at 10,000. The guaranteed critical hit is now instant on a 1-minute timer, which means I can start the infinite chain from a standing stop, at will, forever. And the red name, the thing that had cut me off from every city and every shop and my own manor, could simply be switched off. The exclusive mask of the greatest assassin who ever lived, upgrading itself on a body count. I put it back on and posted one line on the forum. Hunting notice. Starting today, I will hunt any player I see wearing the Sword Rain badge. This post is proof. And then a level 29 hunter I had never met arrived to tell me I was an idiot. He was a Beastmaster hunter called Floating Blossom. He was leveling solo in a map 10 levels above him with a demonized boar named Wargod at his heel, and Pebble Heart had asked me to recruit him. He turned me down flat inside 4 messages. Ha ha, kid, I did not agree to that. I am too old to hang out with you young people. I asked how old and he said 29 with genuine offense because Pebble Heart had described him to me as an uncle of about 40 and I had repeated it to his face. We farmed together anyway and I watched him instead of the monsters and I noticed something. He does not walk. He moves, over rocks, over roots, up a slope, and none of it changes his rhythm by a fraction, not carefully, not deliberately, as instinct, the way you breathe. That is footwork, real footwork, from the real world, so completely integrated into a game character that it has stopped being a technique and become how he stands. I asked him about it and he laughed and said he just runs around in the wild a lot. I did not believe him for 1 second, but I stopped asking and I started wanting him on my team very badly. Because the Infinite Battle Group at that moment consisted of 2 epic hidden classes who had been playing games for a week and a professional thief who argues with me, and none of them knew anything. He turned me down twice more. Then he taunted me about being hunted by Sword Rain, which is fair, and I told him to go and read the forum, and he went quiet for 10 minutes and came back with, "Are you sure you are not cheating, or did you actually change to a mythical class? You are not in my group. Why should I tell you?" He made a face like a man with a stone in his shoe and left. Which is when the ground started shaking. It came up the main road of the gloomy forest, and it was bigger than Kermok after the enrage. A mountain of meat, stitched together out of pieces of things that used to be alive, wrapped in green fog, dripping, carrying a sickle in one hand and an iron hook in the other, and I could smell it from where I stood. Gromak, level, skull, lord level boss, health, unknown. Was this not the one he warned me about? It does not move fast. Why should I not touch it? I want to be honest that this was a considered decision. The map was empty, because I had personally emptied it. It was slow, and I am fast. And a Lord boss means at minimum one epic and an enormous pile of experience. I threw a fireball at it. Do not. That was Floating Blossom, coming back up the road at a run, having realized I had not followed him, and arriving in time to watch a fireball leave my hand. Miss. I smell the stench of living people. What is wrong, Brother Blossom? Come and fight with me. We might be able to kill this thing. And he retreated, a long way, very carefully avoiding entering combat, and told me the rule I had just broken. It is my fault for not explaining. That thing's hatred ignores distance. Once you are in combat, it does not matter how far you run. It will follow you until you kill it, or it kills you. A monster designed like that? I cannot even leave the forest? How do you think I know? I shot it once, saw the damage was pointless, tried to leave, and it chased me all the way into Twilight Wilderness. Then, with feeling, I thought I could just drag it to Greenfield City and let the guards kill it. The second it left the forest, it gained a status called Wrath of the Undead. Health and defense unchanged. Movement speed plus 300%. I could not outrun it, and it killed me. Otherwise, I would be level 18 by now. Meanwhile, I was missing. Miss. Flame shock, dodge. Magic missile, miss. More than a dozen skills in a row into a target so far above my level that most of them did not connect at all. Then one landed for 3,782, a clean vital hit, and I looked at its health bar and could barely see the change. 4 million health, possibly 5. That is not a fight. That is a geological process. So I decided to leave, which I could do because infinite invisibility drops combat, and at that stage in the game I am fairly confident I was the only person alive who could disengage from a boss like that. And that is when the hunter did something that changed my opinion of him permanently. An arrow came in from the side, and a demonized boar charged past me and taunted a 4 million health lord monster off me and onto itself. You had better get out of Gloomy Forest right now. Remember, this is for Pebbleheart's sake, and you will owe me a favor. He had worked out the mechanic properly during his own death. Once he had aggro, if I left the map, it would kill him and then go home and ignore everybody else. So he was buying my exit with a level of his own, from a man he had met that morning and refused to join 3 times. His face while he did it was the face of a man doing his taxes. What? He said when I did not move. Do you really want to die? Look at your sin value and your aura. If you die once, you will drop your gear and go to level 0. Believe it or not. And he was right. With that sin value, 1 death would have taken everything. I have a skill that lets me go invisible and escape, I shouted. You will not die for nothing. Invisible? You are a mage and you can go invisible? Damned hidden classes. So we kited it together for a while, me plinking into it every 30 seconds with the mask proc, him running it toward the map edge, and I want to record 2 things I learned in that hour. First, Gromak eats. If a wandering monster dies near it, it picks the corpse up and puts it in its mouth and heals to full, which means grinding it down over an afternoon was never possible either. Second, at 9 or 10 missed skills per landed one, at 4 million health, the correct answer was to leave. So I confirmed on the map that Floating Blossom had crossed out of the forest, and I started infinite invisibility, and the 3-second cast began, and with about 1 second left, I threw one last completely pointless fireball over my shoulder. 3 seconds. 2. The burn ticked, and Gromak stopped, and a number appeared over it in a color I had never seen in this game. -4,912,842. Gold. The health bar emptied in 1 frame, and a mountain of corpses said, "My life ends here," and came down across the road. Gained 2.5 million experience. 500% bonus for killing a monster 20 levels higher. Note, the bonus is capped at 500%. Kill a lord level monster, 1000 world reputation, you have leveled up. Level 16, you have leveled up. Level 17, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Level 23, your level has reached 20. Some skills have been automatically upgraded. Server-wide announcement, a player has reached level 20. The system will update after the game closes. I stood on an empty road with my mouth open. Then I opened the combat log with hands that were not entirely steady, and there was 1 line in gold text. System, triggered Divine Might, dealing 4,912,842 damage. Divine Might. 10% on normal units, divided by 3 per rank, which on a Lord monster is 3 point something in 1,000. On a boss, I could barely hit at all, with a hit rate of about 1 in 10 in the last second before I ran away. I have been rich twice, and I have been dead once, and I have never in either life felt luck like that. The loot was 4 epics, a second guild token, Evil Spirit's Embrace, a level 35 chest piece with 3,600 armor and 892 stamina, and a passive Plague Aura, which is a tank item of a quality that did not exist yet in Apocalypse World, and which I could only look at, obviously, because I am a mage. Gromack's Remains, a quest item pointing at somebody called Madam Willow out at Emerald Farm, which went into the very bottom of my bag, and Gromack's Heart. Description: when used at the Evil Spirit altar, it summons Gromack. Cooldown, 10 game days. A reusable epic that resummons a 4 million health lord boss on a 10-day timer. That is not an item, that is an income, that is a private, permanent, farmable lord monster with an epic drop table, in my pocket forever. Floating Blossom came back up the road at a jog, ready to be gracious about dying, and found an empty road, a corpse, and a man who had been level 15 that morning standing there at level 23. He stopped walking. "Does anybody in the family understand?" he said to nobody. "I just went for a run and came back and a boss that size is gone." "Want to know how?" I said. "Join my team and I will tell you. Why do you, the first shadow whisper of Apocalypse, keep targeting a mere hunter like me?" He said that with real bewilderment, and I found out much later that the bewilderment was not modesty. He had changed his appearance when he entered this game, and he genuinely could not work out what had given him away, and he spent that entire evening worrying that it was his footwork. It was his footwork. We went to farm shadow leopards. I pulled 100 of them at once and deleted them with 2 rings of flames. He fired 2 arrows, killed 1, and spent the entire rest of the session skinning corpses with a small knife because he has the skinning and leatherworking professions and had never in his life had a supply like that. "I have never peeled skin so thoroughly and satisfyingly," he said at one point with total sincerity. I want to note that a top 50 player in the virtual world spent an evening being an abattoir because a stranger kept vacuuming up 100 monsters at a time, and that this is the moment he started thinking about it seriously. And then, near an ancient tree by a river, I found a cave. Every cave in this game has something in it. I have made that a rule. Inside there was a yellow leopard the size of a car, asleep. Broken Fang, level 25, rare monster, 520,000 health. I put a fireball into it while it slept. Negative 28,234. And I found out extremely quickly that this thing was in a different category to anything I had fought. It attacks every 0.6 seconds. It has armor penetration. And at 50% it went into stealth, and I stood there with my senses at maximum and could not find it, which had never happened, and I had time to think this is exactly like a top-tier assassin before it appeared behind me and put a 3-second terror on me and opened up. 782, 821, 864, 903, all absorbed and climbing because armor penetration stacks. I blinked out with my shield gone and my set shield in tatters and thought, this thing is a born assassin. Then I got into it properly, sliding under it as it lunged, hitting it in the stomach, forcing a fireball into its open mouth for 29,000, blinking out before it closed, down to 20%, and I was having the best fight I had had since the turtle, and Floating Blossom came around the trees, saw it, and screamed, "Do not kill it! Spare the leopard!" I rolled away from a dying rare monster and looked at him. "What is wrong, Brother Blossom? Is this big cat a relative?" He nearly challenged me to a real-life duel over that, and then explained very fast because he could see the fireball in my hand. Beastmaster hunters can tame rare monsters. It is much harder, and it only works on beasts, and the reason nobody has ever done it is that rare monsters are so scarce that when somebody finds one, they call their friends and kill it for the loot, which is exactly what I was doing. So I nodded. I said I understood, and then I put another 19,000 into it. "What are you doing? We agreed I would tame it." "When did I agree? We are temporary teammates. I found this boss, and I was about to solo it. What benefit do I get from letting you have it? You are a veteran. You know what a rare monster is worth. If I am lucky, it drops legendary gear. Why would I hand it to you for free?" He went quiet, because every word of that is true, and I watched a man decide he had been daydreaming. "However," I said, "it is not impossible." And he looked up. "There are no other conditions. As long as you are willing to join the Infinite Battle Group." Then I laid it out while dodging a leopard because I wanted him to hear the reasoning and not just the offer. A pet with that attack speed and armor penetration that can stealth and control is worth a top player. If I hand that to a stranger, I am arming a future problem. If you join, it stops being a risk and starts being an asset, and this rare monster does not go to waste. He stood there, and I watched him work out that I had been walking him toward this since the moment he refused me. Fine, I promise. But let us be clear. If you ever go back on your word and force me to do something I do not want, I will quit the game before I agree. He signed a contract far more lenient than he had braced for, and then he said, all right, use your method to leave combat. Taming needs me to fight it one-on-one. I want to describe what I saw next, because it is the single most educational 4 minutes I have ever spent in a virtual world. He put the boar away. He took out a bow, and when a rare monster the size of a car came off the ground at him, he did not blink, and he did not use an escape skill. He slid sideways under the lunge, put a foot on the leopard's flank as it went past, and used it to push himself several meters clear, and shot it in the head while airborne. Flowing cloud steps, he called it, when I asked. Made out of water and falling flowers, built by combining his real-world footwork with a virtual body, over years. Then, when the leopard stealthed and came for his back, he did something I have never seen anybody do. He blurred. His whole body started shaking sideways within a radius of a few meters, so fast that for about a second there were 4 of him standing in slightly different places, and even with my eyes I could not tell which was real. The leopard's ambush went through empty air. Its simple little intelligence stalled completely, and it stood there looking confused, and an arrow went into its forehead. Holy crap, I said. Teleportation. Flowing cloud illusion. It is called a combat skill, which is a term I had never heard, and here is what a combat skill is. It is not in the game. Nobody teaches it. It is a technique a player invents by pushing their real mind and real body through a virtual one, and the top 50 players in the Hall of Fame all have one, and it is the entire reason their positions are unshakable because their combat skills carry from game to game while everybody else's gear does not. And he could only use it twice in a short period, because if he uses it more, the game detects the mental expenditure in the real world and disconnects him. He tamed the leopard on his 3rd and final attempt, at 1% health and its level reset to 1, and he did not care at all. Let us go, guild leader. Let us go level. My war god desperately needs an upgrade. Is your boar not called war god? He summoned the boar, released it into the forest, watched it disappear into the trees, and said, with a completely straight face, what demonized wild boar? This is my war god. Then Shadow Hare found them. Come quick, it is a legendary boss. Their target is a legendary boss. I had sent her to track Sword Rain's movements so I could hunt their leveling groups, and instead of a leveling group, she had found the entire guild, 6,000 contracted members, holding an operation in a place called the Scorching Canyon. We took a cliff path she had scouted and lay down on the rim and looked over. Below us was a lava pool 100 feet across, with a circle of bare ground in the middle, and standing on it with its wings half open was a red dragon, Draconis, Cinderwing, level 20. Legendary monster, child of the world dragon, juvenile, 8 million health. That has to count as a world boss, I said. And it is a child. What is an adult? You can tell if it is a world boss, said Floating Blossom, by whether its health goes up as more players get near it. Then quietly, I am more curious about what a world dragon is. If that thing is a dragon, it should be mythical at minimum. Below us, 6,000 players in 6 groups of 1,000, average level 13, which told me they had already wiped several times because ordinary contracted members should have been 14 or 15 by then. That is the mistake. That is the whole mistake. And she made it in front of everybody. This is a world boss. Every additional player near it adds 1% to its health and its attack. She had been throwing 1,000-man groups at a dragon, which does not scale the damage output linearly and does scale the boss linearly, and every wipe cost her people levels and equipment in the open world, where death is expensive, and I looked down at that and thought, even without me, she is going to destroy this guild by herself. She had worked it out too eventually, which is why Shao Peerless was standing down there with a sword. He had come because she had told him in as many words that she had signed a wager with the Nanshan conglomerate, and that if Sword Rain does not own Greenfield City within a year, the two of them lose everything, including the studio he built. You decide what to do, she had said. If you do not want to lose Sword Rain, including me, do not stand idly by. He went and cut the raid down from 100 to 20 because he understood the scaling, and then he did something I want to describe accurately because it was genuinely the best pure play I have ever watched another human being make. He jumped onto the dragon's back and stayed there. Sword Shadow combo, Sky Piercing Slash, Wind Spirit Thrust, 4,500, 3,600, 7,500, 14,300. Twice a second from a hidden rare class called Wind Spirit Swordsman, one-handed sword, natural damage on every hit, evasion like an assassin who never has to hide, one man doing the damage of a dozen. And when the dragon used Desperate Charge, transformed itself into a red streak and crossed the arena, he did not move a centimeter. He rode it, like something that had grown there. That is body control, I said out loud on a cliff, that I do not have. I could do it in the real world without thinking about it. I had never once tried it in here. That is 2 people in 2 days who showed me a door I did not know existed. Floating Blossom with his footwork. Shao Peerless standing on a charging dragon. They took it to 50% before the healers ran out. Then Magma Rain killed them one at a time, until Shao Peerless was the only living thing in the canyon, strolling through a rain of fire, dodging without ever making a large movement. He got it to 43 before Red Lotus Body set the air on fire around it, and burning damage does not care about evasion. Looks like this is it, he said on its back. Even with my ultimate, I could probably only take 15%. 15% of 9.6 million is over a million health, and he said it like a shopping estimate. Then he stepped off, split himself into a clone, left the clone to die, and walked back to base at a leisurely pace while 6,000 people cheered him like a returning hero, and Jade Mist Flow told him she had already called in outside help. VRMMO, the Shield Emperor, ranked 36 in the Hall of Fame, president of the Iron Wall Guild, the best tank in the virtual world. He arrived half an hour later, enormous, bearded, black shield, and greeted her as Jade Mist Lady with a look in his eye that answered the question of what she had paid him. When Shao Peerless asked about compensation, VRMMO laughed and said, "These are minor matters. He owed President Jade Mist a favor and would repay it 1 billion times over." Shao Peerless thought that was proof his girlfriend was well regarded. I was on a cliff and I could see the man's face, and it was not that. Round 2 was very good. VRMMO has a hidden class of his own, with a passive that makes him immune to knockback, so he did not need a wall behind him. He took 2,000 less per hit than their own tank. The range spread out properly this time. The dragon's charge missed twice in a row. They got it to 20% with 8 people alive, and then it enraged, and they still had it because both of the Hall of Fame players had been holding their ultimates. VRMMO turned on a 5-minute skill that heals him 8% of his health every second, which makes him functionally immortal for its duration, and then layered a self-invented combat skill on top of it that reduces incoming damage so heavily that he never uses it unless he has to. And Shao Peerless, not wanting an outsider to take the spotlight in his own guild's operation, burned a 10-minute ultimate that doubles his damage, adds half his attack speed, and gives him 80% evasion. 9,452, 7,314, 15,256, 28,425, 16%, 12, 9. 6,000 people started cheering. Shadowhair tugged my sleeve for the 3rd time. "Commander, are you going to move? They have sent 2 experts. Should we just give up?" "Do not rush. This is not the moment. Go down there and wait for me, both of you." Floating Blossom looked at me for a second longer than necessary and then said to Shadowhair, "Let us go down first so we can collect the guild leader's body later," and turned away with a very small smile. He had already worked out what I was going to do. 8%, 5, 4, 2%, now. The cliff was about 100 meters. I stepped off it. 4.5 seconds of falling, which is a very long time when you have counted it in advance. Nobody saw me. Every player in that canyon was watching a health bar, except one. Jade Mist Flow, who had been one shot by a fireball 10 seconds earlier, and was lying on her back in the dirt in corpse view, staring at the sky, with nothing to look at but a rectangle of cliff. I am told she nearly came back to life. It is Dao Sansheng. Dao Sansheng is above you. Wu Sheng, look up. Everybody shout at them. 4 seconds. 3. Somebody finally shouted it across the canyon, and VRMMO understood immediately and charged the dragon away from underneath me, and Shao Peerless looked up, and for about half a second the two of us looked at each other in midair, and then he put his head down and made his sword go faster. He was going to kill it before I landed. Blink. 25 yards sideways, instantly, and the fall momentum went with it, and I came out of it 30 yards up and 40 from the boss. Tide Caller for the spell damage, then Infinite Flame Blast, thrown while falling, negative 30,213, then Army Breaking Charge at a dragon in midair, and then Spirit Summoning, so that 2 gray wolves appeared out of nothing a few yards short of it, and I put 1 foot on a wolf's head and used it as a step to land on the dragon's back next to a Hall of Fame player. It added tens of thousands to the boss's health simply by my being there, which bought me a few more seconds. Kill him! Zhao Wusheng, kill him now! Do not let him succeed! He stopped attacking the dragon and attacked me instead, which was correct. Ice Ring. Frozen. He broke it with a control removal. Slow spell before he finished the animation and his legs went to lead. Flame Shock. Stunned for 1 second. And in that 1 second, Infinite Flame Blast into the dragon's head, Ring of Flames to catch both of them, and the axe into its back. Negative 29,227. I curse you, adventurer. Father will be watching you. An 8 million health of dragon came down on top of a lava field and the canyon went completely silent. Gained 121,000 experience. Kill a legendary monster. 5,000 world reputation. Server-wide announcement. Player Chenan Shun is the first to kill a legendary monster. Reward. 1 level, 100 gold coins, and 1 clue to a legendary equipment fragment. And underneath it, in a much smaller font, System. You have been cursed. Ossiam's gaze. Because you killed a child of the world dragon, you are hated by dragonkind. Your reputation with the dragon race has dropped to hated. When you appear near a dragon city, you will automatically be hunted by dragon guards. That is it, I said, reading it. I thought it would be something serious. I will just not go to the dragon city. I would like to formally apologize to my future self for that sentence, because in the guild channel, 6,000 people were being screamed at. Everybody charge! Kill Dao San Sheng! Kill this beast! Kill! And Fudo Mu, the man she had bought with a personal favor, took several steps backwards to where nobody was standing and said, "This is a feud between Shadow Whisper and Sword Rain. It is not convenient for me to get involved. I think Master Peerless's strength is more than sufficient." He had secured evidence of their arrangement before he arrived, incidentally. He was not going to be denied later. He is a professional. I want to be honest that when he stepped out, I relaxed considerably, because a level 18 shield tank with an immortality button entangling me while my own ultimate was on cooldown was the one thing in that canyon that could have gone badly. Xiao Peerless came at me alone, with a cyan veil still on him, and I found out immediately what an 80% evasion ultimate does. Miss. My axe went through him. Then he hit me, and I blocked with the axe, and neither of us gained anything, and then he did something with the sword, and my vision filled up with blade shadows, and I could not find which one was real. Negative 5,412. My magic shield shattered in one hit, and my set shield nearly went with it. That is a combat skill. That is what a combat skill does, and I had just had one used on me, and my two-handed axe was far too slow to answer it. We cannot do this, I said to myself, until his ultimate wears off. So I rebuilt the shield and turned around and charged into 6,000 people. He shouted after me, and I want to quote him because he was completely right and it did not help him at all. Trying to run? Chenan Shun, you are supposed to be a celebrity. If you are so capable, fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to crush ordinary players? None. It is no skill at all. It is a level 25 character standing in a crowd of level 13s. At that level gap, most of their attacks do not connect at all. Miss, dodge, parry, and when they do connect, they cannot break 4,000 defense. And with 5 enemies around me, Warsoul was permanently maxed, which meant 50% resilience and 50% damage reduction on top of that. And the skill range in this game is 30 yards, so only the people inside 30 yards of me could even try. Ring of Flames, every 2 seconds, 2,000 a hit, 4,000 on the crits, on a crowd, 100, 200, 500, 1,000. I cannot hit him. I have cast 5 or 6 spells and everyone missed or went wide. This is a complete level crush. He was the first player to reach 20. I am 13. I cannot even see his level. How am I supposed to fight this? This is worse than the forest. I do not want to lose another rank. They started backing away, and Bloodletter Blade screamed at them not to, because he did not want Jade Mist Flow to be disappointed. And then the man who actually had authority in that guild spoke. Get out of the way, all of you. Your levels are too low to break through. Do not throw your lives away. Xiao Peerless. Not to save me. To stop the bleeding. And they obeyed him instantly, because most of those 6,000 people had joined Sword Rain because of him, and not one of them had joined because of her. I killed a lot of them anyway on the way out, because at 60 movement speed leaving is not something a crowd gets to decide. 3,000 and something Sword Rain players died in the Scorching Canyon. Bloodletter Blade tried to slip away in the middle of the crowd, and I blinked to him, and the 5-man group from the starter village tried to hide at the edge, and I went and got all of them individually, because I have a very good memory, and because you should always be seen to finish a list. Xiao Peerless eventually stopped chasing and put his sword down and watched. Then he typed a private message to his girlfriend. Song Jingmei. Look at this. This is the kind of casual player you look down on. As long as you are strong enough, one person can make your entire guild look down on you. It never got a reply, because she had logged off, which he assumed was because she could not bear to watch. Fudo Mu, at the edge of the canyon, closed a chat window with a cold smile and said, "You are still too green to try and cheat your Shield Emperor grandpa," and licked his lips and told his own guild to leave before I got carried away. I never did find out exactly what she had promised him. I have a guess. So does everybody else. Afterwards, Shadow Hair arrived at a run. "Commander, you are amazing. Anything else? Do you not have any other adjectives?" She went the color of a warning sign, and then I told her to go and collect 3,000 pieces of equipment off the canyon floor, and she forgave me instantly, because there is nothing in this world she loves more than picking things up. And Xiao Peerless walked over with an orange sword in his hand, and a breeze full of sulfur went through the canyon, and we had the only honest conversation anybody from Sword Rain ever had with me. Can we talk? Shadow whispered Chen Anshun. It would be my honor to talk with the 9th master of the Saint Tier. I just do not know whether you are speaking for Sword Rain Guild or for yourself. Is there a difference? Of course. The president of Sword Rain is Jade Mistflow. My feud with Sword Rain started because of her. He went quiet, and his face did something, and then he let out a long breath. Jade Mistflow is my girlfriend. I can represent the guild. Can we talk now? Then he offered me a clean peace. Sword Rain eats its own losses. From today, the two organizations have nothing to do with each other. Wipe the slate. And here's the thing that matters, and it is the reason I did not simply grind that guild into the ground. I could have, slowly. It would have taken weeks of hunting their leveling parties, and in those weeks my own people would have been stuck in a city, and I would have built nothing. Revenge is expensive and it does not compound. So I said yes, with 2 conditions. First, you withdraw the kill order and I withdraw mine, and you post publicly and explain that it was Sword Rain who sent people to attack me first. No problem, that was our problem to begin with. Tell me the second. Second, in case, and I mean in case, Sword Rain causes trouble for me or mine again, I will not ask you to quit the game. You will simply join the Infinite Battle Group and work for me. Do you agree? He hesitated, and his face was worth the entire trip. What? I said. Is Xiao Peerless going back on his word, or do you not trust President Jade Mistflow? I promise. He signed a system contract, and I want to note that he signed it with total confidence, because he genuinely believed his own side would never break it, and because the vast majority of Sword Rain's members had joined for him and would follow his order over hers. He never once considered that she might not care what he ordered. Then he asked me for a duel, and I looked at him and said, "What, you want revenge? I do not have time now. We will talk about it when you join the Infinite Battle Group." He left in a considerable hurry. What is wrong, Brother Blossom? I asked, because Floating Blossom was looking at me sideways. Nothing. I was just thinking about Xiao Peerless. He is skilled, but he is a bit too naive, and he trusts his eyes too much. I have thought about that sentence a lot since. The dragon dropped 4 things, a 3rd guild token. A skill book called Dragon Flame Breath, which puts a dragon's head in the air and burns a 20 by 20 area and stuns everything in it for 2 seconds, and the stun works on legendary monsters, which is not a thing skills do. A quest item called the Unquenched Ancient Blade, pointing at a hidden warrior class called Dragon Blood Warrior, which I put straight in my bag for Liu Xiong, and a pair of gloves, Alderon's Claw, rare, which is the tier above epic, physical attack 55 times level, stamina 50 times level, strength 35 times level, it scales, it never becomes obsolete, it grows with me for as long as I live. Blazing Flame, 20% extra fire damage, Dragon's Might, minus 20% enemy defense, tier, 10% bleed per second for 10 seconds, stacking 3 times. Description, feel the pain, stranger. Shadow Hair got her face about 2 centimeters from them and said, "Let me touch it." Floating Blossom said, "Starting from rare gear, attributes can scale?" in the voice of a man being shown something he did not know was possible. I put them on and swung twice, and after weeks of hauling a 2-handed axe around, it was like putting down a suitcase. Fast, light, and with dual cultivation of battle and magic, my basic punch counts both my attack stats at once, which means a mage in cloth armor now hits harder with a fist than most warriors hit with a weapon. A melee mage, 1 punch, 1 fireball. If Xiao Peerless had come back at that moment with his sword shadows, I could have caught every one of them. Then Floating Blossom said the thing that turned the whole week into a company. Right now is the peak of your career. Why do you not use it and expand the Infinite Battle Group? He meant recruit 40 people to the mercenary cap. I looked at the guild tokens in my bag and thought about 1,001 title deeds. Here is the sum, and it is the entire reason Infinite Dynasty exists. A guild is not a name. A guild is a payroll. 10,000 contracted members at 5,000 credits a month for the ordinary ones and 10,000 for the elites is over 50 million credits a month before you pay for repairs and potions and death compensation on guild operations. Every large guild you have ever heard of is losing money and being propped up by a corporation, which is exactly why Jade Mistflow sold her studio shares to the Nanshan conglomerate and ended up in a wager she cannot win. I had rent, 20,000 gold a month from 1,001 properties collected by a goblin with an untouchable commission, 200 million credits a month at the exchange rate of the day. All right, I said, let us set up a guild. For now we keep contracted members around 10,000. Any more and I cannot afford the salaries. Both of them turned around and stared at me. "So, Commander," said Floating Blossom carefully, "you are a super rich man. May I ask which conglomerate's son you are?" Did you not just suggest I found a guild? I suggested you found a guild and recruit some elites and expand later with a corporate backer. I did not suggest you start with 10,000 salaries. Infinite Dynasty was registered that night in the Magistrate's Hall, and the paperwork was handled by Thorn. The half-dead NPC we had healed in a cage in the bottom of the Wailing Mine was now level 60, in gleaming armor, with a warhammer at his hip and a title that read, Magistrate's Assistant of Greenfield City, and he bowed to me and thanked me by name for saving him. They level up. The named ones level up. I want you to think about what that means for a second, and then I want you to think about the fact that almost nobody in this game talks to them. The emblem is two dragons intertwined into a horizontal figure 8, which is the symbol for no boundaries and no limits, because every single thing that has ever happened to me in this world came out of a screen that hands out skills whose names begin with the word infinite. Then I posted a recruitment notice and it went to the front page in minutes, and the replies came in at thousands a second, and people started announcing they were saving up teleport fees to come to Greenfield City. So I added the requirements: minimum level 14, dungeon experience and team battle experience preferred. Hidden classes may be considered below the bar. And 90% of the applicants evaporated, and the forum turned on me. Shadow Whisper has gotten too cocky. What guild has standards like that? I am only 12. I was going to join, and now he would not even consider me. He clearly wants an absolute elite route. Correct. And there was a second reason nobody worked out. Cross-city teleport is expensive. If 1,000 people spend their travel money on a trip to Greenfield City and get turned away at the door, I have made 1,000 enemies for free and burned my own name in public. So I put the bar in the post, where they could read it before they paid. The teleport plaza was still so full I could not physically get into it and had to reveal my nickname to make a path. 8,000 members in one night, 99% of them level 14 and above, plus about 20 specialists. One of them was a marksman called Skywatcher, level 12, who I let in for one reason. He is a real-world fishing enthusiast who has taken the life skill to advanced and changed into a hidden profession called Rare Angler, and he pulls up things from the water that other people cannot, including blueprints, quest items, and chests. Another was a strategy cadet from the Federal Military University who introduced himself as Wei Wu Command's army and offered to handle large-scale raid coordination, and 2 minutes of conversation told me he was not exaggerating. I told them all, publicly, that anybody who had been planted in the guild by another force should leave voluntarily because I would find them. About 10 people quietly resigned inside the hour, which was informative. And then a white light came out of the teleporter, and a level 18 mage in blue robes walked out of it, and the plaza went quiet. Riverland sows grain. The man who had analyzed my skill on day 2 and told an entire server not to panic, and who had publicly retracted it after the forest, and who had never in his career joined a faction. I have admired you for so long, and I am glad to finally meet you, President Shadow Whisper. So you came here specifically to join? He blinked, because nobody asks it like that. I saw from your conflict with Sword Rain the possibility of improving my own skills. I would like to discuss free mode operation with you. That reason is a little thin, and I let it go, because a top 50 Hall of Fame player walking into a guild founded 4 hours earlier does not need a reason I approve of. I made Floating Blossom vice president over his loud objections and kept exactly one thing back from him, which was the guild treasury, not because I doubted him, because I have run a company and there is precisely one test that matters, and it is not loyalty. It is what a man does the first time he is allowed to spend money that is not his. I offered him 1,000 gold for a mount, unprompted, because he was the vice president of my guild and walking everywhere. No, guild funds cannot be used lightly. Besides, the merchant's horses are ugly and do not suit my status. Passed, and I made a note to get that man an extremely ostentatious mount at the first opportunity. Then I gave Not a Potion King the second guild token, not to join mine, to found his own. A guild made entirely of life skill players, skinners, herbalists, miners, alchemists, blacksmiths, engineers, enchanters, tailors, leatherworkers, cooks, fishermen. Contracted, trained, funded, and completely unconnected to Infinite Dynasty in public, so that nobody would ever look at a room full of non-combatants and see a target. I found him unwashed in a converted room in my manor surrounded by reagents, and he stood up and showed me a potion before I could say hello. Improved basic magic resonance potion. Excellent quality. 8% spell attack for 2 hours. He had taken the epic recipe I gave him for free, worked out the principle behind it, and improved it, on his own, inside a week. I have figured out the mechanism. I am confident I can develop intermediate and advanced versions from here because pharmacology is universal. I have seen that exact expression before, on the faces of the people in my research division, the ones who scared the accountants. You can develop whatever you want, I told him. But look after yourself. This kind of work still costs you mentally in the real world. And that landed somewhere in him that had not been touched in a long time. Then I told him the plan, and I painted the picture properly because you do not hire a man like that with money. One day, every potion and every meal and a good share of the equipment that hundreds of millions of players use is going to come out of your guild. Who is going to look down on you then? He gripped the tokens so hard I heard it and said something under his breath about a person who is going to regret it, and I did not ask. And then I went and found out what the Titan key opened. The Winter Temple is not in the adverse Wind Mountain range. The Winter Temple is under it. Grizz Stonebeard teleported us there with an engineering device, changed into a miner's outfit with a headlamp, cranked a mechanism buried under a stone slab while I killed 6 or 7 waves of ghosts that spawned because of the noise. And then a key went into a socket and the ground opened and 2 hills got pushed aside. What came out of the ground was a building for something 40 meters tall. I stood in front of a gate the height of an apartment block and could not think of anything to say, and next to me, a dwarf archaeologist was shaking. Titan construct. Unparalleled. Inside there are beams 100 meters up and walls like the side of a cliff, and every surface is carved with the deeds of somebody enormous. There is a gatekeeper, a lord-level construct with 1.2 million health, which we killed. There are wandering frost elementals in the halls, boss level, 480,000 health each, which drop pieces of an 8-piece set called Frostfire. I farmed them for hours while a dwarf photographed murals, and by the end, I had the whole set except the robe, and the set gave me 850 frost resistance and 1800 armor, and most importantly, one line I want to point at. 3 pieces, increases your single target spell attack range by 5 yards, 35 yards instead of 30, which sounds like decoration. Hold it. Somewhere in that farming, my world reputation crossed 10,000, and the game gave me an achievement called Famous, which raised my reputation with every light faction by a level, and increased the chance of NPCs offering me quests at all. Then the corridor ended in a library. 2-meter stone books on shelves the size of buildings, and past the shelves a snow-white crystal altar with something on it, and behind the altar a cliff. Not a wall, a cliff. The temple had been cut in half, and the other half was gone into a void with no bottom. The dwarf told me the history while we walked because he cannot help himself. Frostvale, the Frost Titan, Lord of Ice, one of 4 titans set to manage the seasons by the creator. Quiet, studious, peace-loving, and permanently harassed by the blazing titan, Pyroclasm, who controls the opposite element and has the temper you would expect. So Frostvale built himself a temple out of frost and moved into it. Since the War of the Ancients, no Titan has been seen on the continent, and the gods themselves were sealed into the divine realm by an angry creator, and nobody knows why. Then the temperature started falling, and the shelves began to shake. Frosty Domain, 1,000 frost damage per second, then 1,100, then 1,500, rising. And an enormous head came up over the edge of the cliff, the skull of Frostvale, level, question marks, ancient god, Titan, just ahead. And I want to be honest that I checked very quickly whether there was a body attached and was relieved. It seems we have guests, it said in a voice that arrived in my chest before my ears. Let me see who they are. Oh, a human and a dwarf. The dwarf went straight to it, because according to dwarven legend, dwarves were made by titans, and he was looking at an ancestor, and his health was dropping about 800 a second the entire time he did it. I am glad that people still know I exist, it said. It shows the achievements of the 4 elemental titans have not been forgotten. And then, because I must resist the corruption of the heart of the flame demon, I have to maintain the frosty domain. This is obviously rude of me, and I hope you will forgive it. The dwarf immediately asked how he could help. See that altar? At its very center is that wretched heart of the fire demon. I need you to take it down for me. And he ran off to do it, and I stood behind him with something crawling up the back of my neck, and I could not say why, and I did not stop him. He touched the crystal at the center of the altar, and it locked onto his hands and started drinking him. I have been sealed for 10,000 years, and now I finally have hope of breaking free. Frostvale, let this poor dwarf bear the seal in my place. And the name over the enormous head changed. The Sealed Soul of Vorlag, level 25. Legendary monster, extremely weakened, 10 million health. System, ancient secret. Grizz Stonebeard has been deceived and is in grave danger. Defeat the Sealed Soul of Vorlag within 3 minutes, or Grizz Stonebeard will die and the Soul of Vorlag will escape the temple. 3 minutes, 10 million health. 55,000 damage per second, minimum, and the head of a titan is the container, which means the eye sockets are the way in. I want to tell you what I did in the 4 seconds after I read that because it is the closest I have ever come to being efficient. I drank the Alchemist's Improved Potion, which put my spell attack near 6,700. I put a fireball into an eye socket for 67,022. I spent 100% of my mana on infinite mirror image, which I had drawn from the crystal bead the night before, and which is exactly what it sounds like. Copies of me at half my stats for 5% mana each, with no cooldown and no limit on how many. 20 of them. Then I hit the Tide Collar, the level 9 starfish trinket I have been wearing since the alligator turtle, which restored 40% of my mana instantly and made more. And then 21 of me stood in a Titan's library and threw a fireball a second each into the eyes of a blazing Titan. At 90% he started shouting. At 50 he raised the frosty domain to 4,000 a second, which killed the mirror images and did nothing at all to a man wearing 7 pieces of a frost resistance set. At 30% he panicked and offered me a quest. System: Escape from Death. Rare. Pyroclasm, the King of Flames, wants your help to break the seal of the Frost Titan. He will reward you handsomely. And I want to note that the quest was real. It was a genuine contract, written into the rules by the creator. I did not accept it, and I did not refuse it. I left the window open and kept punching. Because a being that had just tricked a friendly NPC into a seal in front of me was not going to honor a contract, and because if it got out at full strength, the first thing it would do is remove the only witness. At 10%, it stopped taking it and fired 2 beams of white light out of the Titan's eye sockets. Authority: Blazing Flame. I rolled out of the way and put 1 mirror image in the path of it to measure. Negative 99,999. True damage: 100,000. True. Through anything. So for the next several minutes I did side flips and bridges and slides and scrambles across a library floor, dodging lasers from a god by hand and firing back between them, and it never touched me once. And I want that on the record because it is the single best thing I have ever done with my body in either world. 4%, 3, 2, 1. And it screamed and the white light went out and everything went black. Authority: Fell Energy Deterrence. The whole library filled with black light and I stopped being able to move. Not stunned. Frozen. I could not move my eyes. Die, you ant. I will take your soul with me and condemn you to eternal torment. And a black beam came at me across the room. Alas, Pyroclasm, you finally used fell energy and all your efforts have been in vain. The black light stopped a meter from my face. A figure of pale white light came out of the frost spreading across the skull. The broken soul of Frostvale, Frost Titan, ancient god, displayed in green, which means friendly, which is the only reason I knew I was not about to die. It is you, Frostvale. You are still alive. Fell energy? No. That is a power that can make me stronger. I have had enough of this imprisonment. And Pyroclasm started thrashing inside the head of the brother who had been holding him for 10,000 years, and the frost accelerated, and the light figure said the line that I have not been able to put down since. Pyroclasm, because you have sacrificed too much, I cannot hold on much longer either. To avoid bringing disaster to the continent, let us sleep together in the abyss forever. Then it went into the skull, and the skull began to freeze solid, and both of them started to go over the edge into the void, and a green portal opened in the air. An arm made of green energy reached out of it, went into the skull, and pulled the soul of Vorlag out. Pyroclasm, you should not have died here. The Frost Titan's remnant threw everything it had left at the portal and was too slow, and I got about half a second of a figure in a black hood on the other side of it. Malachor. Level, ? Leader of the Dark Faction, demigod. He never appeared. He never spoke to the Titan. He reached into a 10,000-year-old prison, took the prisoner, and closed the door. Holy crap, I said, in an empty library. These are all big shots. This is a rare level quest. This is not logical. And the broken soul of a Titan hung there in the void for a while, unable to accept that 10,000 years of holding had come to nothing, and then floated over to me. The prophesied adventurers. You have finally arrived in the apocalypse world. It woke Grizz Stonebeard up first, which I want to note because a dying Titan spent some of what it had left on a dwarf who had been used as a battery for 4 minutes and who immediately started asking it questions about history. Then it told us the whole thing, and here is the short version. Pyroclasm was not evil. Pyroclasm was infected. Fell energy got into him, and the fire element went out of control, and elemental lords began burning the continent, and the 4 titans and the gods joined together to seal him, and then, at the critical moment, some of the gods turned out to be infected too. The god of darkness and a group of others changed sides mid-battle and used fell energy to kill the rest of the gods. 2 of the 4 titans were maimed and only the frost titan was left standing, and it was only a matter of time. Then the creator, who had gone into weakness after making the world, spent the last of himself sealing every remaining god into the divine realm and fell into a permanent sleep to do it. The 2 maimed titans gave Frostvale their power and went to sleep as well, and with that, Frostvale finally beat Pyroclasm and woke him out of the corruption and took a fatal wound doing it. And Pyroclasm, awake and himself and horrified at what he had done, tried to kill himself by detonating his own heart. Frostvale stopped him, because it was not him, it was the fell energy. So a dying titan used his own heart as a lock and his own head as a cage and put his brother inside it in the cold at the bottom of the winter temple and held him there for 10,000 years, hoping time would burn the infection out. It did not. It grew, and a demigod came and took him. Then it handed me its heart, the dried up heart of the frost titan. Element authority, myth, scepter of frost. Increases the effects of all your frost spells by 1000%, including damage, cooldown, area of effect, and control duration. Due to severe power loss, currently only 50%. Grants immunity to all frost spells. Grants you control over the Winter Temple. Winter's Descent, an active that hits everything within 10% of your spell attack in yards. Titan's Pact. A pact has been made. This is bound to you and cannot be dropped. Upon completion of the quest, you will automatically receive the Scepter of Frost. I want to walk through those numbers once, because at 50% it is already the best item I own. My Ice Ring spell went from a 15-yard freeze for 8 seconds on a 25-second cooldown to a 22-yard freeze for 12 seconds on a 12.5-second cooldown, which means the cooldown is shorter than the duration, which means from that day forward I can hold an entire area frozen permanently. At 1000% it would be 150 yards for 80 seconds, and the immunity is not a defense, it is a hunting license. Every frost caster in the game, every ice monster, every boss whose main attack is a frostbolt is now a training dummy for me specifically. And the last line, control over the Winter Temple, meant that a Titan's fortress in the mountains was now my property, and that anybody I allow inside it is permanently in a rested state, which means double experience for my entire guild, forever, in a place nobody else can enter. The main quest attached to it is called Defeat Evil. It is legend tier, it cannot be abandoned, and the system warned me in writing that it will change based on my actions and may have uncontrollable consequences. I took it, and I want to be honest about why. It was not to protect the continent. There was a mythical item on the other side of it with a locked half. Grizz Stonebeard asked to follow me and became my second permanent NPC, an epic-grade dwarf archaeologist and fishing master who I intend to install as a trainer the day my guild has a headquarters. He gave me an epic mount, a fossilized raptor that runs at 120%, and an epic fishing rod that lets me breathe underwater. And in the room behind him, Frostvale had left one more thing. The altar he had used to hold his brother had been rebuilt into something else on the way out. Frost Altar. Epic building. Can convert players to the hidden class Frost Knight. Maximum 1000. Knight class only. 100 frost power per conversion. Absorbs 1000 frost power per game day. 10 hidden classes a day. Forever. Until 1000. I brought 13 knights out of my guild, every one of them handpicked by Floating Blossom and every one of them under a confidentiality agreement, and the first one, a college student called Lone Spear General, walked onto that altar and came off it 10 minutes later with 4 skills. A summonable frost warhorse that works indoors and in dungeons that cannot be knocked off and that gives 10% to every stat while ridden, 30% frost resistance and 20% frost damage on every hit, an unstoppable charge with control immunity, and Legion Power, passive, increases attack and defense by 1% for every Frost Knight nearby, 1% each. At 1000 knights, that is a multiplier of 10 on the entire order simply for standing next to each other. Floating Blossom did the arithmetic before I did and pulled me aside, and for the first time since I met him, the lazy came off him entirely. That is a strategic class. 1 or 2 is nothing. At full strength, that is a decisive force in a war. And then, with something old and painful going across his face, the confidentiality agreement is not strict enough. We need to make betrayal cost more than any bribe can pay. So we rewrote the terms, and to balance it, we gave every Frost Knight who signs a full contract at 15,000 credits a month. Lone Spear General read that number twice and said, "Guild leader, is this not too much? He is a student who works odd jobs during the day to cover his living expenses. The graduating seniors from his university start on 5 or 6,000. It is what you deserve," I said, loud enough for the other 12 to hear it. He signed, so did all of them. And then, riding out of my own Titan temple on a fossil raptor, feeling extremely pleased with myself, I rode past a fortress and remembered a curse I had laughed at. Blazing Dragon Fortress. You sinner against the dragon race. You should die howling in agony. 2 of them came out, both Lord level, both above my level by so much that the game refused to display it. 10 million health each, more or less. The warrior charged me off my mount before I could turn around and did 13,787 through my shield, and I blinked out from under an axe. Then I went invisible, which has never once failed me, and got about 40 yards away and turned around. They were both looking directly at me, a monster that can see through stealth. 2 of them, both lords. Both hunting me under a curse I had read and dismissed with the words, "I will just not go to the Dragon City." So I ran, and they followed, and I found out that their aggro does not end, and their speed is barely below mine, and that at that level gap 9 out of every 10 of my attacks simply do not connect. And then, running through a swamp with 2 lord monsters behind me, I finally had the correct thought. I am not a solo player anymore. I am the president of a guild with 1,000 people leveling on this exact map. So I dragged 2 lord bosses to Penniless Lake, and my guild built a healing corridor around me. Floating Blossom had it organized before I arrived. Healers on rotation, ranged classes at maximum distance, damage optional, presence mandatory, melee kept well clear, Wei Wu commands army running a perimeter to stop anybody from another guild interfering. And then I danced with 2 dragon men for 2 hours. That is not an exaggeration. 2 hours. Miss, parry, dodge, miss. And every 30 seconds the mask would give me 1 guaranteed instant critical hit that actually landed for 67,000, and that was the entire rate of progress. Because I was not trying to kill them. 10 million health at a hit rate of 1 in 10 was never going to happen. I was buying lottery tickets, divine might, 3 in 1,000 on a lord. I was also, without meaning to, doing the single most useful training of my career, because for 2 hours I moved between an axe and a magic sword using real footwork inside a game, and by the end of it I could do it without thinking. One of my own archers touched the second dragon by accident and was 1 shot for 20,000 in front of everybody, which taught the guild more about respect than any speech I could have given. A phase change at 80% dropped a 30 by 30 flame storm on the crowd and killed dozens of my own healers at once, and I had to order everyone back, and I was genuinely angry with myself about that one. And then, right as I was about to give up and run for the city gates, a golden number, -6 million and change. For the glory of the dragons. 1 down. The second one hit 80%, announced that blasphemers against dragonkind would be severely punished, and started spinning, an entire lord monster, a windmill, with an axe. And it did not stop spinning. It spun for the rest of its life. So I walked it back toward Greenfield City at a leisurely pace, with a growing parade of spectators, throwing 1 fireball into it every 30 seconds and watching a several million health lord boss rotate its way across 2 maps behind me like something that had fallen off a truck. My guild's knights escorted us on frost warhorses, which drew even more attention, and by the end, there were players attacking the boss for 6 damage a hit and getting 1 shot for their trouble. At 70%, with the city walls in sight, I was starting to plan how I would drag it into the magistrate's hall and see whether Theron would let his own baron be eaten in the lobby. And then, gold, -7,574,453. The windmill stopped. Is this, I said out loud, a spiral ascension? Level 29. And the curse came off me, which was a relief because it meant the system does not go too far, because otherwise nobody would ever kill a dragon. The loot was 2 level 55 epics, 1 for each hand of somebody who does not exist yet, a 1-handed magic sword that splits every fireball into 3, and a 2-handed axe whose description reads, "And I want this on my headstone. As long as I spin fast enough, I do not feel any pain." And then I went to Dragon Capital in a police hover car to become a martial artist because my mother wanted it, and Meng Yao flew. She is a young officer straight out of the police academy, extremely tall, extremely straight-legged. It turned out she is a local from Dragon Capital, and her family had arranged the internship in a small city, so nobody could accuse them of favoritism. She was going home to collect a bottle of special nutrient solution that she expects will push her over the martial artist line. She also plays Apocalypse World, an elf warrior, and would not tell me her nickname, and I would not tell her mine. I made a joke about being used as a shield against an arranged fiancé, and got an eye roll that I felt in my spine. Dragon Capital is buildings hundreds of stories tall with hovercars moving between them in rivers, and in the middle of all of that, the Fistmaster General Association sits on actual ground, in what looks like a park. Land in Dragon Capital, on the ground. Made to look like a park. That is the entire statement. You do not need to read anything else about their status. In the waiting room, I overheard a conversation. A woman in a yellow dress hanging off a man's arm, telling him to work hard so her sister would not be angry that an S-grade gene optimization fluid had been wasted on him. A second woman behind them, business suit, thick dark brows, thinking about something else entirely. "Do not worry," said the man. "My punching power is already over 5,000 kilograms. This certification is a piece of cake." Then more carefully. But Sister Qingyu, I heard that S-grade fluid belongs to Boss Peerless. If you give it to me, will he cause me trouble? You do not need to worry about that. Focus on the certification, then collect the money and the interest-free loan. It was all agreed. You will not go back on it, will you? Sister Qingyu, how could I? I am a veteran of Sword Rain, and I am Xiaoru's boyfriend. It is only right that I contribute to Sword Rain's growth. 20 million credit settlement, 50 million interest-free loan. Both transferred to her, to fund a guild, in exchange for a bottle of her boyfriend's gene optimization fluid. I sat 7 meters behind a woman who had issued a kill order on me and watched her buy a martial artist certificate for a man I had personally killed 4 times, and I made absolutely no expression at all. Then, it was my turn. They put me alone in a hall, and a voice out of the ceiling told me to test my strength, impact resistance, and reaction speed, and that if I failed, I could go back the way I came. I asked what the benefits of passing were. There was a pause of several seconds and then a very fair answer. 20 million settlement, optional 50 million interest-free loan over 10 years. A monthly subsidy of 500,000, and federal economic resources allocated to whatever region you are stationed in. Of course, the voice added, there is a price. You must be ready to go when needed. I will tell you the details after you pass. So I asked the follow-up. Is that all? Would the rewards not be better for a Transcendence Fistmaster? I found out much later that behind the wall, a bearded man in his 40s turned off his microphone and said, "What kind of daydream is this kid having? I only barely broke through last year." And that his master, an old man with white hair who had wandered in off his morning exercise, looked at the projection and said, mildly, "Just tell the young man that the treatment for a Transcendence Fistmaster is incomparable, but that it is confidential, and that if he really has the strength, he will find out naturally." The force gauge had a ceiling of 10,000 kilograms. Gao Qifeng, the man who got thrown out of Red Leaf, had punched 1,912 and 100 students lost their minds. Liu Xiong did 2,967 without a warm-up. I have several hundred points of strength and every form a very rich man could buy. I warmed up for the look of it. Then I hit it. The machine went off the scale and started making an alarm sound and did not stop. Behind the wall, an old man leaned into a holographic projection and zoomed in on the fist mark in the special material pad and said, "What are you standing there for? Come on, let us go and look." Chen Longwang, president of the Fist Master General Association, the strongest martial artist in the Huaxia region, the man who broke through into the transformation realm and developed the power of qi and blood, and about whom An Meng Yao had spoken in the tone people use for saints. "Grandpa Chen," I said, "I broke your force gauge. How does the certification continue?" He laughed and told me that 10,000 kilograms is the threshold for transcendence, and that breaking the machine at least proves I am at the level. But passing that only proves your body. To be certified, we have to see what you can do with it. Then he turned to the bearded man. "Lin Hao, test him. If he can last 100 moves, he passes. The Transcendence group needs fresh blood." His granddaughter objected on my behalf, which was sweet and unnecessary. Lin Hao crossed several meters in one step, and I caught his fist without lifting my eyelids and threw him with a half step and a turn, which is the oldest principle there is. Use small force against large. He came off the floor immediately and got serious, and I want to give him proper credit, because he is a Transcendence Fist Master with a year of internal energy in him, and his internal force dissolved most of what I put into him. That is a real skill. Wen Jiwan could not do a quarter of it, so I stopped holding at 400 and started climbing. And he felt the pressure change, and his neutralization started failing, and I heard him say, under his breath, "Where did this monster come from?" Then I stepped in, put my fist into the shape of a hammer, and hit him with 3 Emperor's cannon. He went 10 meters backwards and hit the wall of the hall hard enough to shake it, and his chest was visibly caved in, and Gu Changfeng came at me shouting that it was a friendly spar. And I shrugged, because if I had actually let go, there would have been nothing to carry to the medical room, and because he knew that, and because the first thing he said when he could speak was, "Thank you for showing mercy. Young brother, your strength is truly remarkable. Lin Hao is no match for you." Chen Longwang checked him, told him 2 hours in a treatment pod, and then said the thing I enjoyed most all week. "So, you thought that young man was aiming too high. Well, you got slapped in the face. Certified. Transcendence Fistmaster. 50 million settlement. 1 million a month. 200 million interest-free loan available. And a dark blue smartwatch on my wrist that is not a watch, it is an ID. Then he took me to a private kitchen and fed me, and the meat was strange and dry and unbelievably nourishing, and when I asked what it was, he did not hesitate. Bladehorn sheep, with some nutrient solution, eating it regularly strengthens the body, even for a martial artist. I put the bone down on the table. Bladehorn sheep, level 3, yellow named, grazing in the field outside a starter village where 10,000 people were beating toads to death with sticks. You are not mistaken, he said. It is the Bladehorn sheep from the virtual game Apocalypse World. And then he told me why martial artists have the status they have, and I am going to give it to you the way he gave it to me, because it is the reason for everything. 10 years ago, the Federation's deep space observation caught something approaching. Not a ship. A creature, the size of a planet, drifting down out of the dark, and it did not disturb a single celestial body on its way in, which should not be possible. They panicked and prepared to use the starburst bomb, which is the weapon you use on planets, and the giant, which had been apparently lifeless the entire journey, moved. White light came off it, and every starburst bomb they fired became scrap in flight, and then it stood up and put a projection directly into the Federation's strategic command center and introduced itself. Apocalypse. Of the Titan race. Ambushed in transit by the void, by evil gods. It escaped, and it was dying, and its own inner world had been eroded by fell energy on the way, with some of the enemy's minions loose inside it. It was going to sleep forever, and then it heard the whisper of another star soul about to wake, and it spent the last of itself getting here, because the deep blue planet has a world soul inside it that has never woken up, and the Federation's leadership, sitting in a room with a dying god, worked out the obvious implication, which is that it had come to eat. That is not what it came to do. It came to dissolve its own world into ours, slowly, as nourishment, to wake our world soul up. Because if the void finds a sleeping planet, it kills everything on it, and because it can smell the fell energy following it, and because it was out of time, then it disappeared out of the sky, and every part of the deep blue planet quietly changed. Strange spaces began opening everywhere, hundreds of them, and they are slowly connecting to the real world. The Federation sealed them, evacuated the neighborhoods, called it a scientific experiment, and posted the army. And then a spider 2 meters long walked out of one, and they shot it, and every weapon on the planet turned into a pile of scrap in the shooter's hands. Only the most primal power can hurt those things. A body, a fist. That is the whole thing. That is why a man who punches hard gets 20 million credits and a monthly stipend and a region's federal budget attached to him. They sent soldiers in to explore. Many of them did not come back. The ones who did brought back a report that on the other side of those doors is a real world, full of monsters that have territories, some of which will attack you and some of which will ignore you. So they tried to clear them, and found out that everything they killed came back after a while, exactly as it had been, which means every soldier buried in those places died for nothing at all. Inexhaustible. Respawning, with a chance to drop items, a world with game rules. Then Apocalypse World, I said, is the Federation preparing us, building a copy so that when it merges, nobody panics. And he shook his head. No, Apocalypse World was not developed by humans, it was developed by the Titan. Part of that star soul went into Deep Blue, the most powerful AI the Federation has ever built, and merged with it, and used its own dying world to build the game, so that human souls could go into the extraordinary world early, grow inside its rules, and be strong when the two worlds finish becoming one, because whatever growth a human soul earns in there comes with it. Its last words before it went into the machine, and they have not left me since. Hurry up and become stronger, humans of the Deep Blue planet. If you are not strong enough before the void nightmare descends, then the Deep Blue world will be completely destroyed. I walked out of the Fistmaster General Association into a city of 1,000-story towers, and I want to describe exactly where my head was. 9 days ago, I woke up on a bed in an old apartment with a water stain on the ceiling and 3 strength, and I could not carry a bag of groceries up 5 flights of stairs, and the entire neighborhood had already decided I was a waste of a pretty face. That night, I punched a hole in a machine designed to measure 10,000 kilograms, and a man whose name people say quietly explained to me over a plate of monster meat that the game I have been playing is a weapon, that the monsters are already leaking into the streets, and that the Federation's most guarded secret is a countdown. And I stood there and did one piece of arithmetic that had nothing to do with any of it. 10 years ago. The first soldiers into the secret realms. My father was one of the first men through one of those doors. He came out infected with an energy nobody could name, was retired, and died at home of it, and they gave my mother a martyr's certificate and a folded flag and a lifetime of getting up at 4 in the morning to sell dumplings from a folding table. Nobody told her what killed him. They gagged everybody who knew, including the man who carried him out, who has lived 2 floors below us for 10 years and greets her on the stairs. So I opened my smartwatch and made 3 calls. I bought my mother a game pod and talked her into it by pointing out that the deep sleep is good for her skin because women of every age love beauty and she is not immune. I bought Liu Jianjun a game pod, and I said exactly one sentence to him. It is related to the retirement of you soldiers 10 years ago. He has been under a gag order since the day he took off the uniform. He did not ask me a single question. He said yes. and I sent a message to the old man downstairs telling him you can fish in Apocalypse World and that a good fish sells for money and that he should try it when he has time, because my mother told me once that he helped her a lot, and because a man who walks a bird in the morning and a dog at noon deserves a hobby that pays. I did not know, standing on that street, that at that exact moment a man was pulling my file in an archive 2 floors above the hall where I had been certified. Sujin, first disciple of Chen Longwang, director in charge of martial artist affairs for the entire Huaxia region, square-faced, upright, the sort of man you would ask to hold your wallet. Father, Li Chengfeng, one of the first elite soldiers into the secret realms 10 years ago, retired due to infection with an unknown energy, died at home, posthumously, a martyr. Mother, an ordinary woman who sells breakfast. Subject, graduated from Zhengzhou High School, did not sit the college entrance exam for unspecified reasons. Timid and introverted. Becoming a martial artist requires gene optimization fluid and nutrient solution, or a talent that appears perhaps once a century. A boy with that file does not have access to either. Was it possible, he said to himself in an archive, that Li Changfeng brought something out of a secret realm and left it to his only son? Then, irritably, it is that old man's fault. Always worried about the country and its people. He put the kid into the system so fast today. And then, on a face that everybody in that building would swear was honest, a very strange smile. It seems we have no choice but to use other methods. If it is genuine talent, then so be it. But if it is something else, well, I did not hear any of that. I got into a hover car and went back to a hotel to log in because it was 10 to 6 and because there is a temple in a mountain range that belongs to me now and 1,000 nights to make and a nightmare tier dungeon nobody else has the key to. And because somewhere out past the endless sea, a woman on a ship had told her brother that when the obsidian temple descends, she hoped he would still be that naive. 9 days ago, I could not carry the groceries up 5 flights of stairs. Now a government pays me 1,000,000 credits a month to be ready when a door opens somewhere near my mother's shop. And 2 floors above the hall where they certified me, a very honest-looking man had just decided to find out how I did it.